Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for coming along to this early morning session on the last day of the Conservation Forum. I'm delighted that so many of you have made it here this morning. So our session this morning is on reintroductions and other conservation translocations. And we've heard quite a lot through other sessions already on this, but we hope today that you'll find it interesting and engaging and valuable. So, when we talk about conservation translocations, we include more than just sort of reintroductions. So we're also talking about population reinforcements, where we're releasing individuals into a population that is still existing in the wild. The reintroductions where the population individuals are being released into natural habitat in their indigenous range from which the population has become extirpated. But we're also including conservation introductions in this. So this includes both assisted colonizations, where individuals are moved into habitat outside of their indigenous range for conservation reasons, for instance, for anticipating climate change, and ecological replacements, where a species might have gone extinct and another species is required to fulfill a particular ecological function. So there's a whole suite of different conservation translocations. But whatever form we're talking about, it's always going to be a very intensive form of conservation. And these sort of interventions happen when populations or species are extirpated from the wild, or a population needs reinforcement to ensure its continued survival. So this really is about conservation action on the very edge of extinction. And these kind of projects are expensive, and they're time-consuming, and they require a very long-term commitment. And sometimes post-release monitoring phases can go on for 10, 20, 30 years beyond the point of release. And in the past, some authors have also reported very high failure rates for reintroduction projects. So they can be quite risky. However, sometimes it is the only option we have for conserving species in their natural habitat, or it's important because we need to restore a particular ecological function and we need to reintroduce because of that. And so it can be a very effective form of conservation when it is done right. And we have, throughout the forum so far, seen a number of conservation translocations occurring in other sessions, and these have covered birds and mammals and fish and amphibians and reptiles and invertebrates. And so we can see it's a very popular form of conservation. And when we examine the global reintroduction perspectives books published by the IUCN Reintroduction Specialist Group, we found that approximately 35% of all the case studies in there had some involvement from zoos or aquaria. And this goes way beyond just the provision of animals. It's also about expertise and technical support and funding and equipment and educational resources and research capacity and transport and animal handling, population management, and we can go on with a list. But specifically, EAZA zoos and aquaria have a very long history of involvement in reintroductions that goes back decades. And when we surveyed the membership back in 2014, 27% of EAZA institutions reported that they had been involved in reintroduction projects, specifically releasing captive bred animals to the wild. So wider involvement in conservation translocations is higher than that. So this is a very popular form of conservation intervention, and the field of reintroduction biology science is growing considerably. And it really is important that as a community, we get this right. However, there are a number of challenges associated with reintroduction projects, and we don't have time to even touch on all of those today, especially some of the larger issues surrounding perhaps how we include climate change models in reintroduction programs. But what has been touched upon throughout the conference so far is the fact that the wild is diminishing, and habitats are increasingly fragmented and isolated. And a lot of reintroduction and conservation translocation projects are now taking place to arc sites or peninsulas or islands or isolated protected areas, fenced reserves, or habitat fragments within a human-dominated landscape. And this leads us to ask a number of different questions, such as how do we create connected populations with long-term persistence within this human-dominated landscape? And how do we put local communities at the heart of these projects? So we can also move on to other pertinent questions, such as, are we using science and evidence-based decision-making to their full potential within these projects? And how do we ensure that best practice, such as the IUCN guidelines on reintroductions and other conservation translocations, are really being incorporated fully into the process? And then we have a whole host of other questions. You know, how do we manage populations post-release? Should we be managing populations after they've been released? Well, luckily this morning we have a series of presentations that actually tackle some of those issues. So the program today is going to start with Julie Sherman from Wildlife Impact UK, and she's going to raise the challenging and interesting issue of ape reintroductions. And then we're moving on to Sian Waters from Durham University, who is really focusing on the human aspect of conservation translocations and putting people at the heart of these projects. Ben Harrower, unfortunately, couldn't be with us today. However, since we found out about this sort of just before the conference, we have coerced one of his colleagues, Jill Murray-Dixon, to give his presentation in his place. This is not Jill's project, so she's only had a couple of days' notice, and as I said, she was coerced into this, so please be kind. And if you have any questions, perhaps we can save those and direct them to Ben at a later point. Then we move on to Wiebke Hoffmann from Vienna Zoo, who's going to really look at this issue of habitat connectivity and how to connect reintroduced populations. And then we finish up with Mariana Druga from WWF Romania on the European bison projects in the Southern Carpathians. So I'd like to kick off by inviting Julie to the stage.
It starts automatically. Just so you know, we don't have a UK office, but let's pretend we do. That sounds great. So I'm Julie Sherman. I'm the Executive Director of Wildlife Impact, which is a nonprofit organization based in Portland, Oregon. And I'm going to talk to you today about ape reintroductions. What we're going to do is quickly cover some of the pertinent IUCN guidelines, and then also talk about some of the avoidable pitfalls in ape reintroduction, with a focus on some of the most common misconceptions and issues that we've encountered. And this includes projects that are just in the thought process, as well as projects that have happened. I'm then going to go over an example of a holistic approach to reintroduction planning with the Gorilla Rehabilitation and Conservation Education Center, GRACE, in Democratic Republic of Congo. And throughout, I'll highlight considerations and issues that can help projects make objective decisions about reintroduction feasibility and implementation. And I do want to note quickly at the outset that we're talking mostly about concerns in this talk. I don't want to give the impression that reintroduction is a bad thing. It can be a valuable tool for species recovery, and as was mentioned, can restore species to places where they've been extirpated, can supplement populations that are not viable, and can also provide an incentive for enforcement of habitat protection that might not happen otherwise. But what we want to make sure is that, as Tanya said, that we're doing it right. So I'm going to really confuse everyone with my definitions, which are not tracking exactly against the IUCN guidelines, but rather how we've been commonly using them in our project and talking about what we're doing. So translocation in the IUCN guidelines is the broad term that covers all kinds of human movement of animals from one place to another. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about reintroduction of rehabilitated orphan apes back into natural habitats, and also wild-to-wild translocation, which I'll hereafter just call translocation, and that's wild apes that are taken out of one natural habitat and moved to another. So I'm actually going to not focus on this too much because Tanya covered this, but unsurprisingly, what we would look for success in reintroduction or translocation is any or all of viable populations, improved conservation status, persistence of necessary traits, and potentially restoration of ecosystem function. The IUCN guidelines are based on a precautionary principle, and the text here is related specifically to great apes, which are the Beck et al. Guidelines from 2007. And they urge projects not to endanger resident wild ape populations, not to endanger other native taxa, or the ecological integrity, and also that, and this is important, that the conservation of the ape taxon is the primary concern. So conserving those apes and their wild conspecifics takes precedence over welfare of individual captive apes that you might be looking to release. So very quickly on IUCN guidelines, there's a number of protocols. I'm sure you're all familiar with these. These are pretty basic ones. Release sites to be suitable you should know and have addressed the causes of decline in the first case. There should be manageable potential for human contact or conflict with apes, and also habitat requirements met for the species over the very long term so that they could have a sustainable population. And this is getting into some things that don't happen quite as often or hardly ever. One of those is assessing the feasibility and risks of release. This is actually a primary component of the guidelines, and it happens at the very beginning. However, we rarely see this in the field. But the idea is to determine the likelihood of establishing or supplementing a viable population, and conclusions from an assessment that includes looking at the risks of release would actually help you decide whether you should proceed. The other issue that rarely gets addressed is the relative cost effectiveness, and that's compared to other conservation actions like protecting the habitat, like anti-poaching measures, et cetera, and also inaction, so not releasing. And just as an example, an analysis of orangutan rehabilitation and release efforts compared with other conservation strategies found that reintroduction costs were 12 times more per orangutan than activities preventing the logging and poaching that had threatened those animals in the first case, and it also saved only a fraction of the number of orangutans that were lost through those threats. So it's definitely something to carefully consider. A risk, I apologize, I have really bad allergies. I'm apparently allergic to talon. Nothing personal, it's very beautiful. So a health risk analysis and a management plan for dealing with risks in that regard is very important. Also, a documented plan for transport and release, and intervention if and when your project is considering whether they would remove an animal back to captivity if it's not performing well or surviving well after release. As far as post-release monitoring, what the guidelines advise is looking at post-release monitoring until survival and reproduction rates can be estimated confidently. I would just comment this rarely happens. Release objectives, again, going back to the idea that conservation of the species is the goal here. So individual welfare benefits alone are not considered a valid rationale for conservation release under the IUCN guidelines for great apes or the 2013 guidelines for conservation reintroductions and translocations. Notably, there was a study in 2014 of primate release projects that found that many don't follow key protocols in the IUCN guidelines. In fact, on average, primate release projects complied with about 53% of key protocols, things such as quarantine, long-term post-release monitoring, and pre-release training for rehabilitants. And some projects followed as few as 11% of the IUCN guideline protocols. So moving on now to some of the misconceptions that we've encountered. This is a very common one when people are looking for suitable habitat. They often focus solely on phenology data and conspecific surveys. And one of the things that gets forgotten is other taxa. Species that share the same habitat can be linked through complex interactions or interdependence on resources, so it's very important that those kinds of things, as well as socioeconomic and local community issues, be part of the analysis of suitable habitat. So speaking of community issues, Another common thing is the perception that people, if they don't support the idea of a reintroduction initially, they will come to appreciate it over time, or accept it at least. In fact, apes, unlike some other species, do pose significant risks to people and costs to human populations. For example, major crop raiding can be an issue with several ape taxa. So apes are also seen as a source of food or income. So there's a lot of considerations to take into account. Local communities should be considered an important stakeholder from the beginning of the planning process. And social scientists actually propose community opinion surveys prior to any release so that you can understand how and why humans are using the same habitat that you want to put the apes in, and how to plan for management and education solutions. And social scientists can help with that work. The other thing to consider is that the fear of conflicts in local communities can be very strong out of proportion to what might actually be the risk, but nevertheless, those fears need to be dealt with through engagement and education and not ignored or ridiculed. They're important and should be planned carefully around so that conflicts can be minimized, and generally, release in sites that are very close to human populations should just be avoided. So other issues with animals, people, and ecosystems. One of the things that is assumed is that if there's an ape population living in an area, it must be good habitat, right? Because they're already there, so clearly it works. Except that in reality, if the area is meeting the guidelines because it's below carrying capacity, it's already experiencing or recovering from threats such as poaching or disease. There's a reason that population, if it's good habitat, is below carrying capacity. So the risk of adding more apes to that habitat is you could depress potentially the survival or birth rates of the wild population, which obviously would be exactly the opposite of what you'd want to achieve. And experts in ape conservation suggest that for actually several species, most of the natural habitat that's suitable is either filled to capacity or is still under some of these threats that would make it an unsuitable place to release. So it's hard to find good habitats. The other issue to consider here is the social impacts for the animals themselves, both the rehabilitants that you might release and the wild populations. So for example, with chimpanzees, scientists found that releasing males to supplement an existing population, a lot of those males were killed by resident males. So there's a big risk to your rehabilitants. And with orangutans, people have found that there's social pressure on a released female because she may be ostracized by wild females, so it's hard for her to establish a home range. So those are examples just of how the social pressure can be imposed on the animals that you're reintroducing. It may sound romantic and great for them, but it might actually be very difficult. So another thing that we encounter is the idea that if you're doing a wild-to-wild translocation of an ape, it hasn't been in human captivity per se. It hasn't been in contact with humans for very long, so it probably has a lower disease risk. That's the assumption. But in fact, any ape that's been in contact with humans without gloves and masks, and I don't know if you see a lot of pictures of posters, but I never see them wearing gloves and masks. Maybe there's the odd germaphobe, but for the most part, I think we should assume that there's a disease risk there, and that those animals, even if they've had relatively little contact, do need some disease testing, particularly if they've been crop raiding, because they're very likely to have contacted humans and human refuse in that case. So regarding specific individuals that you might want to release, there is an assumption, again, that animals that have good social skills in captivity, perform well there, will do well in the wild. In fact, performance in rehabilitation does not always mean that you'll thrive after release. So learning and behaviors are a crucial component, and there's a lot of very specific things that are addressed in the guidelines that need to be looked at in terms of specific behavior types and patterns. One of the things that's a significant risk is human-focused behaviors and human bonding issues. So we want to be careful to be looking for apes that aren't human-focused if they're going to be released. And regarding orangutans, Russin et al. 2009 argue that some dehumanization actions should start taking place even when the orangutans are infants, such as keeping human food and human objects out of their view. So overall, if primates lack social skills when they're reintroduced and they're doing badly in the wild, again, we come to this question of should they be left there or should there be an intervention? And actually in the guidelines, there's a comment that if post-release support is unable to enable that animal to thrive, it's probably worth looking at whether there would be a better outcome for that animal to go back into a sanctuary for lifetime care, which would pose fewer risks to the conservation outcomes of the release project as well as the individual welfare. This is a big one that's been an issue lately in Southeast Asia, where translocation of apes from remnant forests is considered to be a positive conservation outcome. However, the information from scientists in the field is that that's not always the case. So there's companies now, palm oil companies, other types of extractive industries or agricultural industries that are asking NGOs or government to come in and take a problem ape out of a remnant patch of forest. And so that's what's been happening a lot. But what happens is sometimes then they clear that forest because there's no longer what's called species of high conservation value. So there's no reason to keep those trees. And then you've lost, for the wild orangutan or gibbon population, you've lost any potential for connectivity and that part of the wild habitat. So that, in that sense, the translocation would just be passing on the problem. You're not solving the root cause. And what we want to be looking at as a goal for those kind of mosaic landscapes is saving what natural habitat there is, whatever its size, trying to connect things so you can support those wild populations rather than removing individuals at the cost of losing habitat for the wild population. So long-term monitoring. Translocations of apes are not often monitored because there's an assumption that the animal's wild, right? It knows what it's doing, so you take it from one place and you put it to another place. It's still a wild ape. It's got a plan. But where that leaves us is there's a whole lot of translocations of orangutans, particularly in Southeast Asia, and we don't know if those animals are even surviving. So at that point, we have no information about the conservation success of the project. And it also, with any species, leaves you in a position where you can't make informed decisions about, do you need to change things about your rehabilitation protocol going forward? Might you need more support or intervention at some point? So monitoring animals over the much longer term, as Tanya mentioned, is actually a great benefit. So moving on to the fun part, how we can do better. So Grace isn't in the room, but we worked with them last year to help them assess the feasibility of reintroduction and to develop a potential methodology for orphan growers gorillas. And one of the first things we did is we developed a checklist. This is just a teeny part of it, and I'm happy to share it with anyone who wants it. It's just a Excel file, and we intend to make these for other ape taxa as well. But we developed this checklist to cover the key information requirements for reintroduction. We provided that list to Grace before we did a site visit so they would know what the information needs would be. During the site visit, we had two scientists, Kay Farmer and Liz Williamson, who went through and collected this information with the staff there, and then came back and did additional literature reviews and consultations with other experts. And those data were reviewed to assess reintroduction feasibility and alignment with IUCN guidelines. And we had a veterinary advisor, Dr. Steve Unwin, who produced a disease risk analysis based on available data. And then myself and Kay and Liz reviewed the existing practices and proposed actions for alignments with the guidelines and went through and developed recommendations on each of the main, developed recommendations and suggested actions for each section of activities under the guidelines. And so what we ended up with was a body of information that gave the project some tools to make objective decisions about whether or not to proceed. And as far as looking at risk analysis, there's a lot of data missing. That's common because communities haven't been surveyed, for example, or the wild populations in various areas might not be really well known. So we put together this diagram. This is done in Marathi software. You guys might be familiar with it. It's the Open Standards for Conservation. It's conservation planning software, and it has this nifty diagrammatic tool. So I'm sure you can't read that, but the point of this for the project was to look at the relative threats posed by both release and inaction. And what you can do with something like this is base a traffic light system on these different risks. So the project has an idea of what makes sense for them. Another method that you can use when you don't have all the data that you need and you need to make a decision about whether to move forward is to look at a formal subjective risk assessment input process where you have staff and stakeholders evaluate and score threats in group and individual settings. I'm happy to share a source on a methodology for that. But at any rate, some sort of option to go through the various different risks of the different scenarios and identify the key data needed to actually assess them carefully and decide whether the release should proceed. So as far as alternative conservation strategies and effectiveness, reintroduction is not always the best conservation tool in any situation. So to identify that, you want to look at all the reasonable conservation actions appropriate to the area and assess the potential for success and relative cost effectiveness. In the case of Grauer's gorillas specifically, there's no possibility of some isolated populations becoming viable without reinforcement, so this was an easier assessment than some are. So to ensure the survival of those populations, you wouldn't have a choice but to reinforce them. However, your reinforcement would be very unlikely to succeed without various kinds of other conservation activities to support that, like community support for alternative livelihoods and protein sources, as well as law enforcement partnerships with the local government. So what we did is gather information on this. I think I need to hurry, so I'm going to just speed through this. We gathered information on this and presented some of those options and concerns to Grace, as well as very specific recommendations about the types of data they need to answer those questions so they can make this decision. This is something that we're interested in helping other projects with. We have an APE reintroduction committee, which is an independent group of specialists that we've convened to help projects with this kind of information. So you can contact us at this email address, and we're happy to talk with you. This is our APE reintroduction committee. You might know some of them. There they are. And a number of people helped with the review and contributions to the misconception analysis, which was part of a report I did separately for something else. So thanks to all those folks. And that's it.
Don't sit down. Oh. Thanks, Julie. That was a very interesting and actually a very timely presentation. There's some discussions within the EAZA community about gorilla reintroduction at the moment. So we've got some time for questions from the floor. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. Jim.
Jim D. at Golden Line Tamarins. That was a very useful and comprehensive survey. Thank you. I look forward to using it. I have a question about what kinds of recommendations you might make for long-term monitoring of let's say short-term and long-term monitoring of results in relation to your Marathi results change. And most specifically, what kinds of recommendations would you make if things don't go right?
Thanks, that's a great question. I don't know where I'm supposed to stand, but I'll stand here. Let's see. So the first part on monitoring for the short term and the long term, gorillas like orangutans are really tough. You can't put a collar on them because their heads are smaller than their necks, so that doesn't go very well. We actually did some surveys of ape experts to provide specific information on what would be the best protocol in their situation. So they have to take that into account and decide what works for them. But in the short term, we actually, and I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I'm happy to share with you in the checklist, we actually have a list of things that need to be monitored. So a number of variables that need to be addressed. As far as your question on what do you do if things aren't going right, I would advise setting sort of limits of acceptable change, which is what the US land management and species management tend to call things like that. But you would define thresholds whereby you would make a decision about whether to continue or whether to switch to a different strategy. So, for example, one could be if any ape that is released is actually killed by a local community member. That might be your limit for acceptable change, where you say, okay, there's a problem with this project because the community isn't accepting it or isn't addressing it in the way that we had hoped to achieve our outcome.
Just so the room can hear.
Who would take the responsibility for following up on that? The people that released the animal, or?
So I should just say here that I work on evaluation. So ideally, you're working with someone that's helping you monitor and evaluate, so they could help you make that decision. But it's really up to the project, right? I mean, the project is defining their goals for the reintroduction, and they would decide when it's too much. But I mean, you should have, as a part of the IUCN guidelines, a multidisciplinary committee. So you should have lots of experts that you're working with that you can go to and say, hey, can we all figure this out?
Are there any other questions? So I just have a very brief question and quite a general one. With all the challenges that you've presented in terms of reintroducing captive animals, captive apes to the wild, do you think it's a realistic possibility that it can be successful?
That's a really hard question. I think at this point we don't have really good data over the long term to determine what the conservation impacts are, particularly to wild populations. So I remain concerned about that, but I'm hopeful that there are situations where it could be really useful and effective. And I think it really depends on the circumstances. So absolutely there must be habitats that have been degraded and could be restored, but for some reason can't be linked to, you know, the broader wild population where you could reestablish an isolated population. I'm sure there's scenarios, but I think my point all along has been we need to be very careful of making sure that we're having a positive conservation impact on the wild populations, and I'm not sure that there's data now to demonstrate that that's what's been happening.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions from the floor, then I'd just like to thank Julie again for her talk this morning. So our next presentation this morning is by Sian Waters, and she's going to really be addressing some of the issues around the human aspects of reintroductions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm a co-author on this presentation. My co-authors are Cleo and Ken from the Cochrane Ecological Institute, and they were responsible. They provided the animals for the project I'm going to talk about on the Blackfeet tribal lands. Okay. So as Tanya's alluded to, species reintroduction, very useful conservation strategy. But it's really conducted now in spaces that are totally devoid of people. People are everywhere, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which way you look at it. However, the successful reintroductions will depend on the tolerance and acceptance of local populations. And I think it's important to have these in some reintroduction projects. Now, there is a red line or a point where once they've done their community work and the community are really dead against this species coming in, then they will say that is their red line. For instance, pine martens have just been reintroduced into mid Wales, and their red line was if there was huge amount of negative feeling towards pine martens, then they would not conduct the reintroduction. As it turned out, it was fine, and there's a nice population of pine martens again in Mid Wales now. Okay, so I'm going to talk about two reintroductions, one of which I was directly involved with as a field project manager, and the second one, which I had thankfully nothing to do with, but is about a species that I now work with where I run a conservation project in Morocco, which luckily I'm very grateful that a lot of people who are here now support us in our work. Okay, that's how I'm going to, everyone's going to think, what is this airy-fairy nonsense she's talking about? But hopefully at the end of it, I will be coherent enough that you will have understood what my point is. So why is anthropology useful? And what the hell is it? So basically, it's a study of humans and human behavior and societies past and present. And the past sometimes we will need to look at what has happened in the past, in some cases, through environmental history, because a lot of countries where we are working or are doing reintroduction programs, there will be historical negatives and positives about how wildlife is protected or conserved because of past colonialist powers and because of the way perhaps the state behaves today. Because like it or not, in some countries, reintroductions do occur without any community involvement or even the communities being informed. And that happens in Morocco, and it also happens in India. And so the first thing I think we need to understand is how do people view these species, and how do they view wildlife in general, and how do they understand conservation? So there's a lot of social and cultural factors which will influence human-animal relations. So the first case study I'm going to talk about is not a primate, because I'm mostly known by most of you whom I work with primates. It's a swift fox, Vulpes velox, and it's native to the prairies in North America. It's of least concern on the IUCN Red List, so it's not an endangered species. However, it was extirpated in Canada and Montana and other American states in the north by the mid-20th century. It was harvested for fur, and there was also, obviously, the prairies, massive agricultural expansion after colonization. The swift fox, however, does play a very important cultural role in the Northern Plains tribes. And in some tribes, like the Blackfeet and Blood tribes in northeast Montana and in Alberta, in Canada, it's a very important, the Swift Fox Society was a warrior society, so a very high status society. And the animals were extirpated. The Blackfeet are seen as are legally an independent nation, so they're quite autonomous in the way that they can manage their lands in the States. And they wanted to restore the species because they are trying to restore their biodiversity as it was post-colonization. So it plays an important role in regeneration of their culture. The study site, oh God, I've got to use the pointer now. There it is. This is the study site. This is the border with Canada. This is Alberta, and this is the study site here. So it's right high up in the, what do you call it, the lower 48 or the lower 40-something, 49, I don't know, the states. Okay, so there was a habitat survey. We followed reintroduction guidelines as they were at the time. Only captive-bred swift fox were reintroduced because they're bred they were being bred at CEI specifically for reintroduction in Canada. That program finished, and we were immediately approached by the Blackfeet to provide animals for a restoration project on their tribal ranch. So here you have the bison that are semi-domesticated, although somebody needs to tell them that in the spring as they start to march towards the mountains, breaking down fences as they go. They have to be moved by truck up to the Rockies, but if the Blackfeet are a bit late doing it, then the bison make their feelings very clear. The reintroduction site was on the confluence of two rivers because the Blackfeet tribe have the ranch on a sacred site, and the confluence of these two rivers is a sacred site for them. Now, the Blackfeet actually requested this reintroduction, so there was clearly a lot of wish in the community for this species to return. It's not a large predatory species, although they will chase ducks around because I've seen them doing it. But they are quite a small fox, about the size of a cat. And so there were no huge problems about, people weren't afraid of these animals. They weren't afraid for their own safety or their livestock safety. However, there were intercultural obstacles during fieldwork, because obviously, as a biologist, I wanted to collect as much data on survivorship as I could. The other thing we had a problem with after the first couple of years, because the swift fox did really well, and they started to disperse throughout the area. Unfortunately, because of this, the same site was a sacred site, and it was heavily involved with the Swift Fox Society and everything else, we were constrained to release the animals due to ceremonial things that were going on at the same site every year. And this project went on for 5 years. There were 5 releases in all. We released 123 animals over the 5 years. So not huge numbers of animals, but when you had to release those animals in the same site every year, it meant that the animals you released, say in the 3rd year, had to disperse much further. And as we all know, dispersal in the wild, when animals are young, they were released, they were cubs of the year, so they were released in the autumn. They were around 6 or 7 months old. They would be dispersing at the same time as wild swift fox elsewhere. But dispersal is obviously a very dangerous time for wild animals. And so these animals had to disperse further every year because the areas around the release site were already occupied by swift fox, which were successfully breeding, I'm pleased to say. So I would have preferred to move the release site to other places, but I wasn't able to do that. And there was no compromise on that, and I wasn't going to push the issue. Although I was, at that time, when I wasn't really thinking, that other people have different viewpoints about nature and wildlife, I was kind of a bit more, we should be doing this because this is the scientific way, However, the other problem we had was other Native Americans, they don't like us fiddling with animals. They don't like the thought that animals are going out with a collar on or a tag on. And you see this with the management of caribou in Canada, for example, that the Inuit don't like the idea of these animals. They think it's disrespectful to the animal, which is all about their relationship with nature and the species in question. After a lot of chatting and a lot of heavy engagement, they were very kind, and they said, okay, you can radio collar some of them. So sometimes I think, if you do come across obstacles like that, you have to respect that these people's culture is different from your own. And I think if you can compromise on how you monitor your animals post-release, then it's better to be able to do a few animals than none at all. The project was a huge success. The animals did really well. But for the tribe, for example, they didn't really care that if we had quantifiable data or not, they didn't care. Science, was not the reason that they wanted the animals back in the first place. So I tried to get some work published, and the reviews were very scathing because we didn't have enough. We didn't have enough data. Our numbers weren't high enough. And this is what Ira said to me, basically, who cares whether the scientists think it's a good idea or not? We like it. And that's all that matters. And he says, matters of the heart and spirit must guide the way. It was simply the right thing to do. That's what they say. And I felt suitably humbled. He told me off, but in the nicest possible way. Science isn't everything. So that's a very successful reintroduction project, biologically as well as from the community point of view. Okay, case study number 2, the Barbary macaque. It's an endangered monkey found only in fragmented populations in Morocco and Algeria, introduced population in Gibraltar, threatened by habitat destruction and degradation. However, some populations are seriously threatened by capture for the pet trade. I don't know if you noticed, those are the most pregnant monkeys I've ever seen sitting on that. Okay. Oh, work. Well, there we are. So clearly, Morocco and Algeria in North Africa colonized since forever. Oh, 5 minutes, bloody hell. They've had a long relationship with people in the Mediterranean, traded since the early Iron Age from, we found bones in Northern Ireland, the jawbone and stuff of a Bawr macaque in an early Iron Age fort. Human-animal relations are fundamental to Bawr macaque conservation. And rural Moroccans have a very utilitarian view of animals. There are very few stories about the macaques in the culture, and they're viewed as degraded animals in humans in Islam, because God, in the Quran, God turned monkeys and pigs, bad people, into monkeys and pigs. However, the relationship that people have with macaques in their habitat is much more complicated. I've got to talk quickly now. So the reintroduction took place, the main one, there were 3, but the one I'm going to talk about is here, right next to the Spanish enclave of Melilla in the Dor province. The governor requested the introduction, reintroduction. So an elite person, not talking to anybody else, just saying, I want these monkeys back. They were captive bred monkeys from 2 colonies in France and Germany who had overbred and had a surplus. They were very interested in getting rid of a few. I probably shouldn't say that, but that it was basically the case. So Jebel Guragur, very degraded, partially forested site. It's debatable whether the macaques ever have been there in historical kind of times. Local subsistence farmers around the site were excluded from any consultation, and it suggests that the priority was for tourism rather than for species restoration. Post-release, the animals were basically brought from France and Germany, brought in their crates to the post-release site, because we've spoken to people who were there at the time, and basically knocked out of the crates there and then. So they didn't know where the hell they were. They were used to people, so they thought, well, we'll go in these houses and see what grub they've got there, which really didn't go down well. Who'd want a bloody big macaque in your house for a start? They also raided crops. And this was in a time in the 80s where people were quite poor, and so they needed their crops to live on, as most subsistence farmers do. We visited the other day. As you can see, some of the animals are still quite habituated to people. They're also very cute. The babies are very cute. And so people are in close proximity to them. They're able to see them very clearly. And the macaques continue to crop breed. But inevitably, and people don't make any money out of the tourism that results from having the macaques there. That's the other problem. However, the local population have come to accept the macaques. I'm not saying they're fond of them, but they accept them. During our recent visit, we found 4 obviously wild traumatized macaques being held in a very small cage, openly advertised as a monkey family. The macaque is a protected species in Morocco. This is totally illegal, but the forestry authorities have done nothing about it. Because they see the macaque as a revenue generator, and they don't see any problem with these people making some money out of them. Unfortunately, on our way back from this cage, I stumbled over the heavy rock that was holding the door shut, and the cage flew open. How could that have happened? And they ran out. Oh, dear. So I put the rock back. We think that after these reintroductions in 3 different areas, not just here, there was a proximity to the animals, and when people see a baby monkey, many people inevitably want one as a pet, not knowing what a huge mistake that is from the people's point of view and from the monkey's point of view. We do know that infants were poached from, not even poached, they were just picked up, and if tourists had an interest and said, can we buy one from someone, there was a guy there who would actually take an infant and just sell it. They're commonly confiscated as well in the Spanish enclave of Melilla, which suggests that there is still a market for these animals in Europe as well as in Morocco. So we can't prove that this possibly caused this huge spike in demand for macaque pets in Europe as well as in Morocco, certainly more in Europe than in Morocco in the 80s, but now in Morocco they're increasingly kept as pets too. The macaques are also heavily used as entertainment. The photo props all over Morocco, high sales of wild-caught infants from not directly involving the photo touts, but they are the transactions take place elsewhere. The situation is unfortunately condoned by the authorities because tourism is a very important part of Morocco's economy. And the pet trade is unsustainable. Around 200 a year now are estimated to be smuggled into Europe. There is also a thriving pet trade for the animals in Morocco itself. We can't say that there's a direct connection, but there is a spike from the time of in the early 80s when the reintroductions took place, there is a spike then starting where you get a lot of confiscations. That I've looked at the Studbook data where you get a lot of confiscations in Europe. So that suggests that this proximity to the macaques, these habituated macaques, did inspire some demand. Both these were biologically successful reintroductions with captive bred animals. Different perceptions of each species by both cultures. We have to try and understand other people's worldviews in relation to wildlife and acknowledge them and incorporate them and include communities, not just inform them and involve them, but meaningfully include them and not look at the community involvement just as a box-ticking exercise. They're not homogenous, so we must be careful not just to deal with elites in the community. We must try and spread the love, if you like. And if local people are not active stakeholders, then we may see unforeseen negative consequences, which may have caused this, for example, in the Barbary macaque release. I just want to say as well, ethnographic data, in my case, actually was the thing, not ecological data, was what I used to inform my conservation strategy. And I, as a biologist and as a person now trying to masquerade as an environmental anthropologist, I would recommend that you do collect anthropological data, ethnographic data, before you start collecting your ecological data, before you do your habitat surveys, because it's the community acceptance of your project that is going to make or break it. And as one last 60 seconds, the Reintroduction Specialist Group, of which I'm a member, has just formed a group that is looking at the human dimensions of reintroduction. It's open to everybody. You don't have to be a member of the Reintroduction Specialist Group. So if you're interested in being involved in it, we have kind of discussions every month about things about ethics in reintroduction projects as far as humans are concerned. We're going to be talking about dogs as a problem in reintroduction problem, domestic dogs, which is another human dimension. Domestic animals are a human dimension of any conservation work. Then please contact me and I can give you the person's contact addresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sian. We've got time for one very quick question, if anybody has anything they'd like to ask. We're back to Jim. No, you were first.
Wonderful. I'm so glad to hear the term environmental anthropologist. It's a first. I'll make a very quick question for you. Couldn't agree more that understanding the human dimensions is key to reintroductions and conservation in general. Do you think that anthropologists can sort of get out of the box of studying those human dimensions and into the box of changing them? In other words, in most cases, changes in human behaviors are what we need in order for things to happen the way we want them to happen. And in my experience, most anthropologists view that as anathema. They jump into the environment of studying people but don't want to change those behaviors. Is that my misconception? If so, I hope it is.
In my case, yes, it is. I'm sure that there are other anthropologists who don't feel like that. My ethnographic data actually informed me on how to, for example, not directly communicate controversial information, for example. Some of the stuff that we did in my conservation project in Morocco has allowed sharing information, including people in the conservation activity, encouraged behaviour change. I didn't tell them how to change, but if you give them the means to do that, and you already understand their motivation for the way they behave, because I think that's where anthropology gives you the edge. The ethnographic data brings out stuff, the nuance of how they see the world and why they behave the way they do. And also, ethnography is participant observation, because people don't always do what they say they do. And that is really important. And so I see now behavior change in a number of cases, and I can give you specifics later on, in the way that people now perceive the animal in its habitat, the people that we include in our conservation work and research. So I think if you're an interdisciplinary person, like, I've got psychological training in psychology, biology, and now I'm a kind of anthropology light kind of person, because I'm a practicing conservationist, I'm not a theorist. I just take what I need from whatever to do what I need to do, and if, to change people's behavior or perception or whatever. So yeah. Yeah.
I think this is a really interesting point in conversation, but I think we have to move on. So if anyone would like to discuss this in more detail with Sian, she'll certainly be here for the break
And afterwards.
and afterwards. So thank you very much, Sian, as she races to the back of the room. And now I'd like to invite Jill Murray-Dixon from Royal Zoological Society of Scotland to talk about Ben's beaver project.
Thank you very much, Tanya, and thank you very much. And as Tanya said, this is not my project, so I'm going to desperately try and do justice to the hard work that Ben's been doing. And it's all about bringing back the beavers to Scotland. So, 2 species alive today within the castor family, and it's the Eurasian beaver in particular I'm going to be talking about, so castor fiber. And they're the second largest rodents in the world, obviously the largest one being the capybara. So a few statistics up there. And once they were widespread across Europe, hunted to near extinction within the 16th century, and they were completely wiped out within the UK. So there were 3 remaining populations, or certainly 3 discrete Western populations. So in the south of Norway, on the Elbe in Germany, the Rhone in France, and then some other small populations as well across in the east, so Belarus, Russia, and in the Ukraine as well. And then across into Mongolia and China. So oh, hang on, I haven't moved on yet, have we? There we go. So as a result sort of to changes in legislation, policy, and general attitudes in the population, numbers did start to increase across the range, and largely as a thanks to sort of translocations and reintroductions and as well as natural colonizations. But it was mainly within the eastern and the northern parts of Europe. Beaver recovery across Europe, and I think has been cloned as a conservation success story to some extent. And there was around 200, he's got here 203, so it sounds very accurate, separate beaver translocation projects across 24 European countries had taken place. And by 2012, the population was estimated to be around about 1 million individuals. So in this respect, in restoration of beavers across Europe, the UK really was heading to be bottom of the class in that we hadn't done anything to try and help aid recovery. So SNH started looking about the feasibility of actually bringing beavers back into Scotland, and they started investigating this in about 1995. And there was a considerable amount of work. We've already heard a little bit about really what you need to do before you start a reintroduction, and there's considerable amounts of feasibility work that needs to be done. And it was prompted to some extent by the inclusion of the species on Annex 4 of the Habitats Directive, and required the EU member states to study the desirability of reintroducing a species once it's become extinct. And so after a decade of feasibility studies and consultations, SNH applied to the Scottish Government for a licence to reintroduce the species in 2005, but it was turned down. And it's not really understood why it was rejected, but it's clear that at the time the support from the Scottish Government just wasn't there. The political will wasn't behind it, and there was some commentary that the impacts, the local impacts were too great, and that the exit strategy hadn't really been thought over well enough. So there was a lot more work put in again, and another application was made. And finally, in 2009, the project was accepted, and the first wild beavers were released into Knapdale. Now, prior to getting this release, the Scottish Code for Conservation Translocations insisted that we obviously checked an awful lot of, we needed a lot of background information to sort of show its historical distribution, to have a little look about actually why it originally had been lost from the area, to identify the potential release sites and the best release sites, public desirability, again including people and local communities into actually bringing them back, evaluate the legal framework around it, and then also to plan on how exactly you're going to assess the success of these reintroductions. And in 2009, 17 individuals were released. They were from Norwegian stock, which were originally deemed the best possible stock for bringing into Scotland. Sorry, I'm going to check my notes for some figures here. So 17 individuals were brought back, and throughout the course of the 5 years in the study, these increased to about 23 individuals, but it was divided between 3 family groups largely. And overall, it's been considered a success story. It's given us the opportunity to study both the ecology and the biology of this species. And in addition to kind of assessing just how well the introduction went and how well they took to their new home, it also was an opportunity to study both the natural and socio-economic impacts of such a reintroduction, and to also educate about the benefits of reintroducing a previously native species. It was also hoped, and actually resulted in having measured increase in tourism to the area as well. So all round, it was generally seen as a success story. And at this point, I realised that actually we haven't told you where they were introduced into Scotland. There is no map. So if you can envisage Scotland, if you will, where Edinburgh and Glasgow are, sort of draw a straight line and go north a bit, right on the west coast, sort of overlooking where the Isle of Jura sits. And there's an area over there that's owned by the Forestry Commission that's called Knapdale. And this was assessed as being the best site. The various things that were looked at were the ecological suitability, so that the presence of loch, streams, herbaceous and woody vegetation. Quite importantly, an uncomplicated land management system. There's one owner of the land rather than several who you're going to have to agree with across. It contained a catchment which reduced the risk of dispersal out with the area, and there was also very strong local support for reintroducing the species into the area as well. But the license issued had 31 conditions attached to it about how the project would be monitored, managed, and how animals that potentially moved out of the area might be brought back in again as well. Sorry. So as well as being a success in that the beavers did pretty well, they increased in numbers, we also got some good scientific outputs out of it. And as a geneticist at heart, this is probably the bit that I've sort of read most about, most knowledgeable about. And it gave us the opportunity to really develop some really good genetic markers for this species. So over 300 SNP markers, which are sort of like, can be used for sort of genome-wide looking at the species, and were developed for assessing paternity and looking at individual ID as well. These were used to actually look at then the genetic diversity of not only the population that we had brought across, but also other European populations, and to try and work out if indeed that the individuals that had been brought across were the best, genetically speaking, and also whether or not there was a potential to bring in from other populations to help augment those individuals that were already there. And they identified that Bavarian populations were actually also very suitable in terms of their genetic diversity. And interestingly, apart from having the official trial beavers, we also have a second population in Tayside, which is just near Dundee. Now, these were an unofficial, accidental release, and they're of Bavarian origin. So we found this out using the genetic methods. And so this was sort of good. We realized that actually we had a potential stock of individuals on our doorstep that could be used to augment the official population across in Knapdale. So yeah, and this all ended then in the Scottish, the SNH report as well, that detailed all of this work. And so one of the sites in particular, Loch Dhu, they've made quite an example. Oh, I beg your pardon, there you go, that's the picture, of what a beaver can do. So so this here now is about 13 square meters of new wetland that's been created as a result of the initial reintroduction. Originally, they were thought that they might actually explore further down the stream. It turned out that apparently the reintroduction site was so good that they pretty much stuck within that area, and so they had relatively limited influence on the geomorphology, the fluvial geomorphology that it was thought that they would have. And as you can probably see just down the bottom, that was a road, and it was severely flooded. And I think the first thought was, oh crap, what have we done? You know, is this really going to kind of, you know, get people's backs up? But actually, that over on the left here, you can see this is a new walkway that's being created simply to sort of now accommodate the visitors to the area that come to actually see the reintroduced beavers. So from a road point of view, not great, but actually bringing this resource into the area has been brilliant. And it was just that the habitat was so good at where they were released, they kind of stuck there. Who can blame them? It's a beautiful part of the world. And it was a result of a big dam being constructed as well, quite early on in the trial. So it apparently flooded the forest, but then established this sort of unique wetland. And in addition to having the beavers there, there's also been a notable increase, obviously, in lots of wetland biodiversity. So invertebrate and amphibian species have really gone up. So all round it's seen as a very positive roadblock. And the trial itself followed what we thought was, you know, the best international practice. So the IUCN guidelines for the reintroduction and the conservation translocations, and also the sort of an exemplar of the Scottish Code of conservation translocations. And together we feel that, you know, these really are sort of setting the standard for conservation translocations best practice. So now that the trial has been what we felt was success, it did actually take the government 2 years to agree that it was a success. But in 2016, it was agreed the beavers were actually given European protected species status. And we're now into a follow-on project. And this is the reinforcement project that Ben has actually come in to do. So during this time, it's estimated that about 28 additional animals will be reintroduced into the site, largely using this accidental population from Tayside to help enforce. And that's based upon the overall environmental capacity of the site, along with some contingency individuals. So all the individuals would be of Bavarian origin, and it's a mixture of captive bred and wild caught. And the aim is to mix these two lineages, because from a genetic standpoint, we could see no reason why not to do this. And obviously there's a number of monitoring requirements that need to be done. Ben is constantly looking at beaver kit mortality, deer-beaver interactions, which was apparently quite an interesting one. There's 4 deers over there, and as the beavers are sort of felling the trees, the deer are actually grazing upon the new sort of coppice in the sprouting stumps that are left. So obviously there's a little bit of a conflict there, because we don't necessarily want all those deer species here. So it's a 6-month field sign survey. So every 6 months, a detailed field sign survey is undertaken. And this shows the distribution of the beavers currently living within the Knapdale Forest. It's conducted on foot, boat, canoe, and it takes about 2 weeks to complete. So Ben goes out with a mixture of volunteers and other field workers to get this data. And I'm hoping now that some of our videos are actually going to show you some of the things he's picked up during some of the camera trapping that he undertakes in the area. So this here. So there's about 15 to 20 cameras are deployed, and this is basically to identify which species are where, which is quite difficult because a lot of beavers just look kind of similar. A lot of them do actually have ear tags on them as well, and this is an adult male called Bjorna, and he's originally a wild-caught Norwegian, and he's over 12 years old. He's apparently sired an awful lot of the population who's over there at the moment. So we also get some great footage of the kits as well, and these really help the funders see the success of in the field of the project. You can imagine a lot of people like seeing this, and it's recently actually been on the BBC as well, so that helps generate a lot of interest in the project as well. So I think she goes on for quite a while, so I'm just going to skip to the next, 'cause I've had my 5-minute. And then apparently interesting behaviours. So this is actually mud carrying up to a dam to make, and they can go on for a good part of the night doing this as well to create their lodge construction. So it's the hard-working females, of course. Yep. And then using a handheld thermal imager, we're also able to view them at night. And often they know that you're there. They do these wonderful sort of tail slaps, whether to actually kind of just let you know that that he knows you're there, but or whether they just enjoy doing it. And so that was a very quick sort of run through, and I hope I've covered the project okay. But we have actually got, for 2 minutes, Ben, who's going to chat to you a bit about the project, I hope.
Knapdale was selected as the study site for the Scottish Beaver Trial. It has a large freshwater loch system in a number of rivers. It's got fantastic broadleaf woodland and a lot of aquatic plants, so it really is a great place for beavers. Our first release was today at this loch, and it did go to plan. The male and female came out virtually the same time. The female mulled around for a minute and then headed off, swimming along the loch side, and the male followed a few minutes after. Beavers are widely recognised and known as ecosystem engineers. They provide a vital role in wetlands, and Knapdale's a perfect area where it's a large tract of forest, a lot of mixed broadleaves throughout it, native broadleaves, and the system, the ecological system that they're providing is a benefit to all sorts of wildlife here, as you can see on many of the lochs that already have beaver families. Scottish Beavers is a partnership between Scottish Wildlife Trust and the Royal Zoological Society of Scotland. We're also here on Forest Enterprise land, who are the hosts, and SNH, Scottish Natural Heritage, are also heavily involved with the monitoring and research elements. So a collaboration of those 4 bodies are really driving this project. With the reinforcement project underway now, the future's looking bright for the beavers here, and we hope to see a reproducing population in the years to come.
Thank you very much. I've optimistically put any questions up there.
Yeah.
Any detailed questions, then I'm more than happy to chat to people and later on certainly and direct back to Ben.
Yeah, I think if you do have any questions, it's probably best to catch Jill during one of the breaks, and she can certainly direct you to Ben back in Scotland at the moment.
Yep.
But thank you very much. You did a sterling job presenting on behalf of someone else. So now I'd like to invite Wiebke Hoffmann from Vienna Zoo for her presentation on habitat connectivity with the Ural Owls.
Yeah, I'm the first non-native speaker today, yay. So please be kind with me. It's my first talk in front of such an audience, so please be kind. I'm talking about the Ural Owl, and it's a project that Vienna Zoo is doing together with the Research Center for Wildlife Ecology. The project leader is Richard Zink. He cannot be there, therefore I have the honor to do this talk. The Ural owl is the biggest wood-living owl in Austria. The biggest owl is the eagle owl, but the eagle owl prefers open landscape, and the Ural owl the wood. Therefore, you can say it's the biggest wood-living owl. It prefers and needs old mixed forests with predominances of beech and oak. They are pretty important. Why? I explain a little bit later. And the diet consists of small mammals. Voles and wood mice are very important for them. They are adapted to cold climate as well because of their feathers. So they have a wide ranging area. And they prefer to breed in caves. Although they do not build the caves by themselves, they need to be flexible. So sometimes they breed in, how they are called, in, I'm sorry, in areas, yeah, I'm sorry, in areas, but they're not perfect for them because they are exposed to the weather conditions and you can be seen very well by predators, and this is not perfect for them. So they really prefer to breed in caves. The pairs are site-related and they are said to be monogamous. When a partner dies, the other partner stays in this area until another bird comes and they breed together again, so they never lose their territory. The territory remains. Yeah, the dependency on the trees, like everyone is depending on trees in the ecosystem of a forest. Just ignore the blue line. The blue line is not important right now. You can see here the number of birds, and you can see here the amount of beech pollen. And you can see that every time we had much beech pollen, the next year we had mouse years after the beech seeding, and therefore we had a very huge number of juveniles born in nature. And you can say when we had a very bad year in beech polling, we had a very bad year in offspring as well. So you really can see the dependency on the trees and the beech pollen and the mice. The distribution of the Ural owl, one could say, hey, it's pretty good. You can see it everywhere in Europe. But when you look closer to Central Europe, you see that we only have scattered distributions of the animals. Many of the distribution areas are very genetically isolated, so the birds get problems to stay healthy, the populations. And you can see Austria, where no bird was there, although 70 years ago we had the Ural owls in Austria. But they got away, they disappeared because of direct persecution. They have a very low flight distance. A Ural owl could sit there on the table and would just look at me and do nothing. So this is a problem and makes it very easy for hunting them. And the intensive silviculture. You only have little remains of the forest giants that are really needed by the owls with the caves. But today, luckily times have changed and they are really seen as an important part of an intact ecosystem. And they are strictly protected by law, even by the shooting law and by the Nature Conservation Act. You are not allowed to shoot them, and it's highly legal to shoot them. We have sustainable forest management, and so it is possible that they can return. In the 70s, there was a reintroduction project in the Bavarian forest, and it went very well. And we said, okay, this project works pretty good, so we should do the same, because Austria is very important to connect the populations in the south and part of Vienna, of Austria, which means the areas from Germany and the Czech Republic needs to be connected with the areas in Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia. So we decided to do a project. It was in 2007 with the aim to reintroduce the Ural owl again. And the main goal was to close the gap between these southern and northern parts of Austria. In 2009, the first releasing of zoo-bred offspring occurred in the Wienerwald Biosphere Reserve and the wilderness area Dürrenstein in Austria. Why did we take zoo-bred and not some of the populations that were left? It's really easy to answer. We wanted to avoid to weaken the endangered populations abroad. As you can see, here is Austria, here is Vienna, and here is the wilderness area Dürrenstein, and here is the Biosphere Reserve Wienerwald. So you really can see we have here the Ural owl and here, and these are perfect places to connect everything with each other. I have a movie, but I guess it's not working. Yes, and I'm right. It's not a big problem. You can see here is a small bird from the zoo. And you can see here birds from the zoo Vienna. We're giving our offspring to the project. This is Richard Zink. He's getting the birds when they are 2 to 3 months old, and they are before they're getting into the area. They need to be health checked, they need to be ringed. You can see it here, there is a microchip inside, and the microchip is very important. I will tell about this a little bit later. Last year we had 3 youngsters that were going into this project. This year we have 4 youngsters. It's a very good year for us, but not in the wilderness, because last year was not a very good beech pollen year, so this year is not pretty good for reproduction. When the youngsters are, when Richard gets the youngsters, they get into an enclosure in these wilderness areas to get adapted to their new environment. We even offer mice inside here. The mice have the possibility to retreat them, but it's very important because the Ural owl needs to learn how to hunt. And 1 month later, probably in July, they're released, the door is opened, and they can fly away. But we do not want them to fly that far away because they need to be adapted nevertheless to the area, and therefore we provide a feeding table with dead mice that the birds can come back again. We can identify the birds because we can hear with the we have kind of an apparatus with a microchip, and when the bird comes to the feeding table, we can check which bird it is because the microchip is in the ring that I showed you before. There were studies done, and this feeding table has no influence on the hunting behavior, so they still learn how to hunt and they still learn how to adapt to the environment. And when they have the urge to breed, they travel away and they can really distribute until 150 kilometers away from this point. Because there are not many of these forest giants left, we really need nesting boxes to support them with their breeding stuff. You can see this nesting box. It's made of a dustbin and it's working pretty good. They are accepted by the Ural owls because they like to breed and be able to have an overview. You can see they're just looking what's happening right there. And we're hanging them up until 18 to 30 meters high, and this makes it very hard to handle the animals. Richard looks like death because of a reason. The Ural owl, another name of the Ural owl is punching owl. It's because the females are really aggressively defending their offspring, and they really can hurt you with their wings and their beak, and they're going for the face. And therefore it's very important to cover your face, and they recognize you. It means Richard couldn't go there anymore. He would be attacked every time he would go there or near the nesting boxes. Therefore it's very important for him to cover his face. What is he doing up there? He's looking at the offspring. They are ringed, all up in the high. They are put into this bag to have the weight of the birds. And he needs to get feathers. The feathers are pretty important because he needs the DNA of the birds, because you have the genetic fingerprint then, and when you find feathers around the distribution areas, you really can tell which bird it was. So far, we have 430 nesting boxes that we have put up so far. And the location needs to fulfill many requirements. You can't just put a box up in the forest and say, okay, just use it. You need to have water and meadows nearby. You need to have a sunny and exposed slope posture, and the control options have to be given. You have to get there to be able to monitor the birds. You can monitor the birds as well from down, because we have little mirrors inside of this bin. It's put up here, and you can look up from the downside and just look and see if there is offspring in the box and if you need to do some work with these offsprings. The monitoring is taking place by telemetry, by photo traps, visual and hearing observance, nesting boxing controls with the mirrors, and a radio frequency identification through the microchips, which I talked about earlier. And the genetic fingerprint, of course, the feathers that are taken. We are doing lots of PR work at our zoo. You can see Richard here having some kind of talk with the visitors. He's working together with all of the stakeholders, and this includes rangers as well as hunters, as well as scientists and residents. We're doing city science in this project, and it's pretty good because people are really excited about the Ural owl and want to help and want to do something. And we also have nesting boxes workshops where people can help us building the nesting boxes, and it's pretty good. They really like to do this. We also have problems in this project. The most frequent cause of death are collision with cars on the streets, because the Ural owl hunt ground-based, and therefore they really fly above the streets. It's not really, it's getting dark, and so yeah, they crash with the cars. And as you can see here, it is number one of the potential risks. Another very important stuff is that the intensification of forestry should not be continued. Persecution is a thing. Electrocution, like in every project with birds. Predation, but predation is nature, but it's not that good if you don't have so many animals and they're predated. And collision with obstacles, of course, as well. But we have very good numbers. If you can see, the project started in 2009, and the numbers are going up, luckily. These are the numbers of birds occurring in the two areas where we rewilded them. And the project is a huge success, because the bridge has been built, because we have 300 animals released, and they had 115 young animals in the wild, so wild-born animals. So the new goal we are heading for is a self-sustaining population. At the moment we have about 30 breeding pairs, and we want to have 60 breeding pairs, because we think then it should be self-sustainable. And we want to aim to establish a proper breeding network within the frame, maybe of EAZA with an EEP. Richard would be very interested in an EEP for the Ural owl, because it's much more easier for him to manage all the rewildering of the birds if there would be a coordinated network. The zoos are very important for this project, because without zoos there wouldn't be Ural owls in Austria, and I think in many other parts of the world as well. We have many participants in this project, 15 sites in Austria. Vienna Zoo is one of them. I had to show you this picture, because when you hold this fluffy ball of feathers, it's really hard not to smile. And we are aiming for more partners, for more work, because we really want to have this 60 breeding pairs. We aim to have them in the next 5 years. We hope to get them in the next 5 years. It took us 10 years to get the 30 breeding pairs, but now Richard has much of the knowledge and the network that is really needed to get to the point. And so it is really cool that so many zoos are involving in this project, and I thank you very much. And I'm done.
Thank you very much, Wiebke. Does anyone have a quick question? Yes, we have a couple. The microphone is winging its way. Yep, first there, and then Radoslav.
Thank you for that. It's fantastic. Is one of the aims for some of these owls to mix with owls in Germany or the Czech Republic?
Yes, it is. It really is. You could see on the picture I showed you with the arrows. It's really important. We need to, it is the goal that the bridge is there, and I think it's a pretty good chance that some of the pairs breeded already. I'm not really sure, Richard knows better, but I think that there was successful breeding between these birds as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and impressive results. I have a question and some comment on the practical thing about the ringing. So in Finland we have lots of Ural owls and lots of ringers put nest boxes. So why you put those nest boxes so high? Like you say, up to 30 meters, because it's a natural cavities can be very low. And in Finland it works that they can be like 2 or 3 meters, 4 meters. It's much easier. Of course, if you like climbing, then it's different. But
yeah, he needs it to stay fit. No, we're doing this because the biosphere Wienerwald is not a protected area, and it's an area where visitors can go through, where hikers can go through, where mountain bikers can go through. And Richard is very afraid that if he puts the nesting boxes too low, that the female would start to attack
Okay.
the visitors, and therefore he puts it
Okay,
really, really up.
Then I can continue with the comment of this, because as I mentioned, in Finland we have lots of those, and many ringers say that some individuals can be very aggressive, some are very easy, and then usually I know ringers they have the helmets and then a transparent plastic mask, like in motorcycles, so you don't have to like cover your face. I think it would be easier to just if you can see well what you're doing and so on. And just a few comments, because I know we have lots of ringers and lots of people are doing this and putting boxes, and they say that small proportion of the females can be very, very aggressive.
Yeah.
But it's not generally, so I don't know if the differences in populations might be, but yeah. Just
Yeah.
few, yeah, okay, thank you.
Just a comment, we had that species in Poland probably for a long time in the mountains in the south and far northeast corner of our country. And suddenly they started spreading. And now they are displacing tawny owls, long-eared owls. They are the most powerful of them, middle-sized owls. And they are spreading north and west very quickly. So probably they would, with time, invade also Czech Republic and Austria and southern Germany. They probably already do. But we see the drop in numbers of other smaller owls due to Ural owls replacing them, chasing them out of the nest holes. So it would be wise to monitor the influence of the introduced Ural owls towards the native owls, because
I think
they are more powerful.
I think Richard does it. I think he's doing monitoring work as well in this direction. I have no numbers of this, but I think he's aware of this and he's doing it. But so far, I think we had no coincidences between these two. But maybe they will come. But I think he's doing monitoring in this direction.
Oh yeah, it's worth doing.
Thank you. I think if there are any more questions, perhaps, one quick one, and then we'll move on.
Quick question. Thank you for the presentation. Did you monitor how much time they take to become independent in terms of food? You feed them when they go outside, but do you investigate how much time and the variety of food that they get when they become independent?
Yes, they get the mice, and the mice, we don't provide unlimited conditions. We reduce the mice as well, and they start spreading about, I don't know, I think we release them in July, and I think they start to spread before winter. Sometimes they stay until the next year in these areas. It depends from the animals, but I have no data. Richard has. I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. If anyone has any more questions, then please hunt down Wiebke in the break or at lunchtime. Thank you. And now I'd like to hand the stage over to Mariana from WWF Romania, who's going to update us on what is happening with bison reintroductions.
Thank you for this great opportunity to speak here and to talk about our work. I am a project manager of this project since December, so I have a little experience with the bison, European bison reintroduction. But I have with me here our bison experts from Romanian Wilderness Society, which was involved in this project since its beginning. And if you will have more technical questions, I will ask them to help me with the answers. So before I will start my presentation, I want to present you a few images in order to introduce you in our work environment. The European bison is currently listed on the IUCN red list of threatened species as vulnerable due to its small size of population, with its two distinct breeding lines listed as vulnerable for lowland lion and endangered for lowland Caucasian. We are reintroducing in our area the lowland Caucasian lion. So the European Bison Reintroduction Initiative started in 2012 in a partnership between WWF Romania and Rewilding Europe. First step was to select the best suitable area for the European Bison Reintroduction, and after a very careful analysis and based on available data, the South and Western Carpathians was chosen to be the best ground for the reintroduction of the European bison. Also, in this area, prior to the European Bison project, was done a wilderness study by the Rewilding Europe and WWF Romania. Why this area? Because it's one of the wildest corners in entire Europe, being very valuable for their habitats, ecological corridors and natural processes. So we are lucky that in this area we have 5 national and natural parks and 90 Natura 2000 sites. And because of the special legal status of the natural and national parks in Romania, we still have a lot of area where the nature is wilder and it's well protected. Where exactly in the southern Western Carpathians, in Tsarku and Poiana Ruska mountains, which basically it's a ecological corridor which is linking the Western Carpathians with Southern Carpathians. After the selection of the best ground for the reintroduction of European bison, it took almost 2 years just to prepare all necessary steps to start the first reintroduction site, which is located in Tsarku Mountains. It was a very long collaboration with the national and local environmental agency regarding especially the legislation, because in Romania it's not clear which is the legislation for the reintroduction of wild animals. So and still it's not clear now after 4 years. In this period started a long collaboration with European partners like zoos, bison reserves and breeders, and at local level we started a long collaboration and work with local communities and stakeholders. First reintroduction site started in 2014 when we get all permits, necessary permits to construct the soft release enclosure, which is formed from two zones, acclimatization zone and rewilding zone. Once bison are brought there, they are kept for 28 days in the acclimatization zone under official supervision, and in this time the contact with humans are reduced to minimum, and after that they are released in the rewilding zone where they are kept about 1 to 2 months, and after that they are released in the wild. The first translocation of European bison took place in 2014 and 2015, and this was done with the support of the Rewilding Europe. And next translocation was in 2016, but this already was in the frame of a LIFE project, also in the between a partnership between Rewilding and WWF Romania. These all bison were kept in the rewilding area also because of an unclear legislation in Romania. What permits do we need to release the animals to the wild? Finally, after a very long collaboration, the environmental agency invited, they released an environmental permit, and we managed to release all animals into the wild. Next, bison were brought in 2017 from Avesta, and in 2008, last week, we managed to brought other 9 bison, 2 from Romania, other 2 from Parcul Natura Viva, and 5 bison from Tier Park Zoo. I wanted to mention that all these bison were donated to our project, which is a great contribution, and thanks again for this. The second reintroduction site started in 2018. Also because of the unclear legislation, took about 2 years to get all necessary permits. And also first to transport were this year, 2 bison from Romania and other 12 bison from Germany, from Damerov, Verdanamus, Farkau and Springe. These are a few images of this year translocation. These are from the national level. This is our veterinarian in the field of work, our team. This is the truck with the bison from Germany. And this is from first reintroduction site, the bison from Tier Park. And this is the team which and the partners which work this year for the translocation to happen. After we release the bison, of course, we are following them. We are monitoring them with GPS collars. We have 6 GPS collars now. So basically, we know all the time where they are and which type of habitats they are using. Here are data from a female called Guni. The data are gathered from 1 year, so it's a huge range to follow. It's about rough 10,000 hectares. In each reintroduction site, we have 2 rangers which are going in the field 5 days in a week. They are using a mobile application to collect data, not just about the bison, but also other wildlife. The mobile application is linked with a database platform where all data are gathering. This year we need to start to analyze the data. We are using photo trap cameras for the monitoring. And so we have good images with the bison. In this image are present 2 calves born into the wild. And we have the chance to see other wildlife like red deer, wolf, otter, wild boar, and also a 1 in a million chance to see something like that. Natural selection. Okay, so until now we managed to brought 74 bison. 1 actually, not 2, was transported to Hunedoara Zoo, where we started the reproduction center in Romania, because it's more easy to take bison from Romania than from Europe. In Sarco Mountain we have around 30 free-roaming European bison with 3 calves born into the wild. In these images are 2 of them. And in Hunedoara Zoo we have 1 calf born, which will be next year introduced in one of the reintroduction sites. Starting with European bison translocation in 2060, a socio-cultural study was done in each site in order to see which is the attitude of local community. In the first site, the attitude it's very great. There we still need to work with hunters and inform farmers about the bison, and in order to manage the human-bison conflicts. In the second reintroduction site, at the beginning, the attitude wasn't very positive, but it has changed in the last 2 years. So a lot of meetings we are had and still having planned to have in this area. We also have an educational program with all schools from the area. We have 5 club schools, and children are very happy to be involved in this project and learn about a lot about nature and biodiversity. We are trying to involve local people, promoting their local products with the bison brand. So we are inviting local people to participate with their traditional products at our meetings and conferences. If you want to have a wildlife experience, you can contact, I think, the only tourist operator in the Armenian site, because the first reintroduction site, the ecotourism was like 0 6 years ago. So the local people started formed an association called Bison Hillock Associations, and they are basically are the tourist operators of for the ecotourism. So we can go into the wild, stay in a tented camp, and have the chance to see the bison or not into the wild, because they are quite hard to track. And this was happened last week. First guest house was opened in Armeniș. It's a small one. It's an old house which was restored, but it's also a first step for those people to do something. We still have a lot of things to do. So for the next 2 years, we need to bring other 60 European bison in our reintroduction sites. But of course, this can be done just with the zoo supports and bison reserve and reproduction centers. Until now, in all this process was involved about 20 zoos and a lot of local authorities and other institution, university, which whom we have a very good collaboration for the analysis of the feces, and we need to change the Romanian legislation because it's very hard to work in a frame which is hard to apply, and every environmental agency from different from these two introduction sites, they don't know what to do, and it's basically very hard to work with them. We need to open a new reproduction center in Romania in order to make easy the translocation in the future, to analyze the collected data, to improve collaboration with hunters, especially because they wasn't so happy about this bison reintroduction, because they need to do management of them after we release the bison to the wild. So it's more work for them. So we want to start a research program where people from across the Europe to be involved, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariana. It's very interesting to hear about the development of this, the work that you're doing. We've got time for one very quick question, if anybody has anything to ask. No? If not, then if you think of anything, then please hunt down Mariana during the break. With the bison expert. Thank you very much. I think we've heard some very interesting projects this morning, and some of the challenges that reintroduction practitioners face. But it's great to be able to hear about conservation success stories and realize that some of the challenges that we face sometimes have solutions. So I'd just like to thank finally all of our speakers from this morning's session. So if you can just put your hands together one last time. And then I think after the break, there's a rewilding session. So it continues the theme and expands it a little bit more. So please don't disappear entirely. It'd be great to see you back after the break.
Right, I think we'll get started if we can. So in this session, we're going to be talking about the concept of rewilding in a bit more detail. And we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to have a single keynote speaker and then a bit more time to discuss how zoos can interact with rewilding, how they already are working in rewilding in a bit more detail. And whoever came up with this timetable is a genius, because this session, I think, sits very nicely, coming after a series of talks about reintroductions, some of the successes, some of the challenges involved. We've already heard about rewilding concepts in this morning's sessions, but equally it sits before a number of talks later on this afternoon about investing in nature and about investing in these human-dominated landscapes. And I think Tanya was talking this morning about how we're living in a much more crowded world, and long-term species recovery is interacting with heavily utilized and used ecosystems. So I should introduce myself. My name's Andrew Terry. I'm the head of field programs for the Durrell Wildlife Conservation Trust. I'm going to be facilitating this discussion, and our keynote speaker is Dr. Paul Jepson from Oxford University, and I'll introduce him in a little bit. But I wanted to say a couple of words about why we're interested in the topic of rewilding. As an organization, we focused historically on saving some of the most threatened species in the world from extinction. These are Mauritian skinks. And they're often not the glamorous species. They're not top carnivores or mega vertebrates. They're little tiny guys like this, usually dominated by the color brown. And so we have invested hugely in restoring and recovering species. And over the years, we've come to recognize many of the challenges involved, and the fact that it's a long-term investment. And so in the recent years, we've been looking back at what Doral's been doing and thinking about what happens next. What is the future of conservation? We recognize that the world faces a lot of challenges, many of which we've talked about together at the moment. We're living in a time when funding for conservation is not, maybe it's not falling off a cliff, but it's certainly not increasing, and it's certainly far less than the challenges we face. We need lots more investment and lots more funding to restore some of these species. We know that global systems are declining. Species are declining. Planetary boundaries are all being exceeded. So we know the state of the planet is in a bad way and it's worsening. And we are living in an increasingly human-dominated environment. We know that as global wealth and well-being increases, so we are collectively working to improve human well-being around the world, that is also driving greater consumption of natural resources. So we're having to do a lot more with a lot less money, and we are accumulating conservation challenges as we go. This places us in a difficult position. And as an organization, we were looking for what happens next for conservation? What are the big ideas we can be looking at? And how can we be trying to save species within complex landscapes and looking at sustainable conservation solutions for the future? And we believe that rewilding offers one of those potential solutions. Now, whenever we often hear about the term rewilding, I'm not going to go into definitions now because that's very much part of what Paul's going to talk about, and we can discuss different concepts, but you often will see it in relation to the roles of top carnivores or herbivores. But we really look at it as how we can bring diversity back into ecosystems, how we can create functionally diverse, exciting, and rich environments full of restored populations of species. So for us, it has a very interesting biological function. I'll get a bison picture in there as well. But equally, there's another side to it. So that's rewilding nature side. The other side that is very important to us, and I think very important to the zoo community, is that we need to make those connections to nature much more strongly. And this is something that we talked about yesterday, a number of presentations discussing how this is happening in different nature conservation projects. But across the world, and although it's happening in different ways and on different scales and using different tools, building stronger connections between people and functionally diverse and healthy ecosystems is absolutely vital. We build the connections, we build a basis upon which to value nature and therefore protect it. We see as one of the core roles moving ahead. Another reason why Darrell's interested in rewilding is we're kind of doing it as well, before we called it rewilding. And these are a couple of pictures from a small island off the northeast coast of Mauritius called Round Island, where for many years, starting in the 70s with the removal of introduced species, we've been looking at the sort of whole ecosystem recovery of this island. And one of the very interesting components of this, and I think something that would be quite interesting to come back to in the discussion, is the role of analog species. And so here, this is an Aldabran giant tortoise, and it's used as an agent of ecosystem change. It replaces the functions lost by the extinct tortoise from Mauritius. And a lot of the plant species that we're looking to restore need to pass through the guts of tortoises, and their young forms are adapted to resist tortoise herbivory as well. And what you see is a complex interaction between the plant communities and the grazing communities on these islands that has been lost. So by putting these tortoises back and looking at what they're doing, we can start looking at how they're interacting with the recovery of the plant communities. And what we want to take is an island that really looked like the surface of the moon and start to rebuild the soil composition, soil diversity, and the plant communities and the endemic palm communities. And this thing here, bottle palm, was one of the rarest plants in the world. There were just a tiny handful of individuals, and now in Mauritius they are planting them on roundabouts, which is a fantastic sort of success story. And really, after sort of 30 years of looking at island restoration, we're now getting to the stage where we're using three-dimensional mapping tools for the island, overlaying layers of plant communities with complex data of tortoise movements and herbivory to start developing future strategies for how you can really build or support the development of a rich plant community on that island, which then hosts all the other species that used to be found on that island. So it's a very important part of what we're doing. We've talked already also about how zoos are very well placed to connect people with wildlife, not just through outreach and education, but by changing the way in which we as people interact with nature and think about our place in nature. And I think that's a very interesting space for us to talk about in terms of education. So with all these different factors in mind, Durrell last year, right at the end of last year, launched a new 10-year strategy, which is really the focus of all our work now for the next decade, all about how we can engage and utilize rewilding to drive conservation. And Paul, I know, is going to talk primarily about rewilding in a European context, but it's really important, I think, to reinstate that it's a global. It has global relevance. It can be applied in tropical and temperate systems, and we're going to be having a go at doing it, and it's already happening. And a number of discussions we've had here with colleagues at the conference really highlights the role it can have. So we've sort of set ourselves a bit of a vision for the future, and that's looking for a wilder, healthier, more colorful world. And these were carefully chosen words to think about trying to imagine what diverse and rich systems could look like and how we could bring some of them back, because all too often we're becoming accustomed to a lack of wildlife, to a lack of nature. Very few of us would have experienced the great populations of species that used to inhabit the planet. So we're looking to focus on getting 100 species back on the road to recovery, and we're focusing on that work on 10 representative terrestrial biomes, which will be are in the process of being sort of planned to look at where we need to be intervening, how we can be intervening, how we can be better understanding the systems involved. And we want to, across all of those sites and projects, be looking at how we can engage people directly in the conservation of nature, and really looking at that in a very rigorous way. Nature Connections is something that's receiving a lot more scientific attention, and there are a number of monitoring tools that helps you assess that in much more detail. So it's not a loosely made goal. It's something we'll be monitoring and studying in some detail. And then also trying to see where we can help other species programs engage in similar recovery strategies. And like I said before, we're going to be reaching out to communities around the world. We've talked a lot so far in the conference about the importance of deep and extensive engagement with local communities prior to any recovery programs, during recovery programs, and after recovery programs. So much of our work in Madagascar, for example, is focused on working with human communities to improve well-being, to find strategies that seek less destructive uses of the natural system or alternative approaches. And this is really core to solving a lot of the problems, and certainly in the developing world. So we believe that we can act at a site level within our zoo, working with zoos around the world, but within our rewilding sites, how we can build that up regionally through our training programs, engaging with partners, and also coupled with a sort of very focused research programs to really understand where we're having an impact and how that can all be used to try and have a global impact, to try and promote, support the development of different standards, some of which we've talked about already during the conference today. So that's a little bit where Durrell's going. You can see our new strategy on our website, and I'll be very happy to talk much more about it in the breaks, but that's the next decade for us. So what I'm going to do now is turn to our keynote speaker, Dr. Paul Jepson, who's going to talk to us in much more detail about what is rewilding, why is it important, and what's happening. These are some questions we might come back to in the discussion. But by way of introduction, I just wanted to say a few words about Paul. He's an interesting character. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Who has actually a very interesting background. Paul is based at the School of Geography and the Environment at the University of Oxford. He's also a senior research fellow at the Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment. And I think a lot of his work straddles these different spheres of species recovery, of conservation, but also looking at the economics and politics of these. So he has projects working on the future of protected areas management, for example, and long-term species recovery. How are these sustainable in the long term, and what models can we use to try and make them sustainable? Looking at long-term conservation investments as well. But interestingly, in his past, in his deep and dark past, he was the head of BirdLife Indonesia, and so has looked a lot at the illegal wildlife trade and has a number of perspectives about that. And I think also has worked on the scientific outreach of freshwater biodiversity conservation projects. Huh? With Jorg. Yeah. So there are a number of connections between what Paul does and has been doing in his past with the priority themes that we have been discussing in this conference. But right now, he's for many years been a very strong advocate of rewilding as an approach to conservation. So we're very lucky to have him come and speak to us. And he also sits on the advisory board of Rewilding Europe, and you saw some of their work presented by Mariana earlier on. So I'm going to hand over to Paul, who's going to talk to us about rewilding in some more detail. And then what we're going to do is come back for a sort of a Q&A session or a discussion afterwards, which will take us into lunch. I should say that whilst the talk is being filmed and streamed, the discussion won't be. So feel free to say whatever you like during the discussion. And with that, I'll hand over to Paul.
Yeah, thanks. Can I just get the clicker? Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to hear. Thanks so much to Andrew and the organisers for the invitation. And I must say, I'm having a wonderful time. This wonderful city, wonderful auditorium, and with wonderful company. So, rewilding. This growth of interest in rewilding has been perhaps one of the conservation phenomenons of the last 10 years, maybe. massive media interest kicking off around 2012, huge growth in the number of scientific publications about rewilding. I'm not sure I'm not sure we've seen something like this, where an issue in conservation has really captured the public and scientific attention. I won't necessarily say imagination. And that might be because this idea, this concept of rewilding, simultaneously inspires, unsettles, and it just seems great for generating controversy, particularly in, well, certainly in the UK and certainly in the Netherlands. And probably all of you up here have got some sort of view on rewilding. So if you don't mind, let's just get a sense of this. So if we just sort of said, well, I'm skeptical about rewilding, I'm ambivalent, not quite sure what it's about, or I'm an enthusiast, where would you put yourself? So let's have the hands up for the ambivalence here about rewilding. You know, not that many of you, right? Let's see where it goes now. Go on, the skeptics. Hey? Those who are enthusiastic about it. Job done. Yeah? Okay. It is amazing how it resonates. It particularly, my main job is directing an MSc in Conservation, Biodiversity and Management. I have to say, the younger generation coming through just love this idea. And maybe it is because it's so many of those things. So we could do another rise of hands at the end, see if I put you off and you all become skeptical after what I have to say. But let's go for it anyhow. So I'm going to talk briefly about definitions, principles of rewilding. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the science and theoretical advances which are sort of underpinning this and interacting with rewilding. I'll then go on to sort of position rewilding in its policy context, both the traditional policy context and the emerging restoration agenda. I'm going to introduce a concept of the kept wild, which seems to be emerging out of, certainly out of European rewilding work. And then talk a little bit about, or throw some ideas on how, for me, as not as part, not engaged in the zoo community like yourselves, but from an outsider, how perhaps I think, maybe this is where the zoo community could really engage with this. I think you actually are engaging with rewilding a lot already, whether you know it or not. So one of the things which sometimes drives me mad is whenever a new term comes into play, all the established authorities want to pin it down and specify it and almost grab hold of it. The definition I like of rewilding is this one, I hope that's clear on it, is this notion that actually what rewilding signifies is spaces of innovation, new thinking, innovative thinking in conservation philosophy, theory and management. But the crucial bit about rewilding is that it's characterized by this interest and, if you like, purpose of restoring ecosystem dynamics and functions. Often that is done with animals, functional species, and often it involves an abiotic component to it, which I'll talk about. I wrote a paper on a rewilding agenda for Europe, just throwing some ideas out a couple of years ago. And I compared rewilding, the term rewilding, a little bit to like the terms punk or hippie. There's sort of these labels where you can't really pin down what's a punk and what's a hippie, but they do signify this desire, maybe this desire in conservation or desire in our profession to sort of to shake things up really, and to sort of move forward, to shake up the present and start shaping the future. So for me, rewilding is this space of creative thinking. But I think also, because it's such a new term, maybe because it's controversial, it's a space where we as the conservation movement can start talking and discussing conservation futures with our multicultural societies out there. So we can re-engage people in saying, hey, what is conservation all about? What do we want it all to be about? I'm sure those of you who are engaging or following rewilding, it's this incredibly diverse discursive space. So maybe this is a bit of advice, is when you're reading stuff on rewilding, think, hang on, where is this coming for? What are we talking about there? And so there's different versions of the discussion on rewilding out there. One other one, the one the media absolutely love, of course, is political rewilding. And in the UK, this was very much introduced by George Monbiot in his book Feral. And George is a political person. What he's interested in is linking this new agenda with things he's interested in, historic injustices, the perversion of the subsidy scheme, the role of corporate power in buggering up the environment, not to put it too bluntly. And a lot of the academic, particularly from the social scientists, is also, again, about these things, about using it as a discursive space to talk about things which are political and important to them. And of course, as we know, nature is always political. So when you're starting to talk about new futures for nature, wow, rewilding is just the ticket. If we went into other areas, Henri Pierre here, maybe in some of the more scientific resource management areas, there's a big discussion about passive rewilding. How much should rewilding just let things go? Slovenia is a very good example of passive rewilding, accidental rewilding, where it just happened after the war and rural depopulation. How much should we actually intervene in steering that rewilding process? Rewilding is being talked about in the country landowners associations or the European Landowner Association. If we were in this room, they would be very much talking about private rewilding. How can we use rewilding ideas to think about new trajectories for our estates, new ways of new business models for our estates? There's another discussion which, I've sort of thrown it, is how should we do rewilding? Should we be doing rewilding as public experiments in conservation, so we can actually get that feedback and that engagement with urban publics or general publics? Should we be doing it that way? The EAZA, which is one of the most famous one, that is a large-scale public experiment in conservation. Very controversial at the moment, so that might not totally be the thumbs up for public experiments. But the point I'm making is that there's all of these different discursive currents around rewilding, and it's sometimes hard to locate what we're actually talking about when we're just listening or reading things about it. The other thing I'd like to say, and this really picks up on what Andrew was saying, is that there's these emerging geographies of rewilding. I'm going to show you some principles of rewilding. These are expressed in different places and different contexts. Different countries have different ecologies, they have different histories of conservation policy, they have different cultural engagements, they have different needs as well in these countries. And this is an emerging map. This is one I use in my lectures. No one's published anything like this. But we see these different forms of rewilding. So if you like, the first, where the term was coined, it was coined in North America. It comes from conservation biology traditions. It's called the 3 Cs. Core areas, corridors, and carnivores there. There's another sort of early project, the Pleistocene Park in Siberia. This has merged into a large-scale science experiment. And the science experiment is this: there's a big problem with climate change, or a big problem in the tundra, that as it doesn't get as much freezing and winter, there's so much embedded carbon in that tundra, there's a real worry that it'll just melt and go boom into the atmosphere. This is serious worry. This experiment is asking the question, or testing the question, if we restored mammoth steppe, not necessarily with the mammoths, but if we restored mammoth steppe, would that create a really, frozen crust over this carbon bank, if you like, and keep it in the ground? Okay? So there's that version of rewilding going on in there. Well, the Australian version is way out there in my mind, sort of this starting to build these hybrid ecosystems which are blending native mammals, introduced mammals, and livestock together, because that is the state of Australia. It's just, wow, how do we deal with this? Andrew's just talked, given a really nice example, called it tropical rewilding or taxon substitution rewilding on the oceanic islands. The one I'm going to focus on more today is a form of rewilding which has emerged in Europe, and it's called the nature development, it's not is, but it comes from the nature development concept. So in the Netherlands, it comes from the Netherlands, and in Dutch, there's no word for rewilding, as I understand it. And it was always called nature development, and now it's sort of adopted the term rewilding. As I say, this emerged in the Dutch Delta in the 1980s. A lot of it, there's a real group of very progressive interdisciplinary ecologists in the Netherlands, And quite a lot of this has been developed through the action philosophy of Wouter Helmer. Frans Scheppers is very involved in this, managing director of Rewilding Europe. And Frans worked for a long time. He worked for WWF on investments in Africa. So though this model emerged in the Netherlands, it has a real influence from the Southern African wildlife economies, which I think you might have talked about as well. It's characterized by pioneer, post-normal conservation projects. So projects where you're just doing something on the ground, totally out of the box, and then that's sort of interacting with trends in society. It's really, it's what we call a pragmatic realism view to conservation. We're concerned about the outcomes. We know there's loads of trade-offs that needs to be made, as you do it, go along there. And this is what I'm going to touch on. It's very much interacting and actually inspiring and informing advances in interdisciplinary conservation, science, and teaching, actually. And being scaled up by Rewilding Europe, guided by a set of principles. So I'll just briefly run through the 8 principles which are sort of characterizing this model of rewilding. And it's interesting that this model does take that notion of principles. So when I was just talking about definitions, forget the definitions of rewilding. Let's just focus on the principles and think about how they can be expressed in different combinations in different places. So these are just sort of guiding principles on them. The first one, of course, which is at the center, is the principle of restoring ecosystem processes and dynamics. And quite a lot of the talk about rewilding is on the component of trophic rewilding, the animal component of it. What I want to stress here, this model of rewilding really recognizes the importance of restoring the abiotic dynamics on it. And when we come to do rewilding in landscapes, you realize how much old infrastructure there is to take out. It can be fences, it can be drainage ditches, it can be bunds, there's quite a lot of the land aspect of things going on. Another key principle here is not going backwards. It's taking inspiration from the past to shape future natures. But those future natures, they'll make that connection with the past, but they're quite likely to be new natures, particularly in Europe, where some of that past we're taking inspiration from is the past natures 8,000 years ago, or 9,000, 10,000 years ago. Another principle is this ideal, and it's called an ideal, and this is the pragmatic side of it, of working towards the ideal of passive management, where natural processes drive conservation outcomes. This might sound quite what do you call it? Yeah, cool, yeah, we can do that. But one rewilder, Jan Burkers, once, when I was there with a student field trip, he made this really good point. He said, the hardest thing for people such as ourselves to do, conservation managers, is to keep our hands in our pockets. We always wanted to be intervening. To stand back there, set the process go and think, wow, didn't realise that was going to happen. Ooh, not too sure I like that, is a really difficult thing, I think, for quite a lot of conservationists to do. Also, just as a slight aside here, it's quite a nice approach, and this is central to the sort of Rewilding Europe approach, is when they're inviting or reaching out, people say, yeah, we'd like to do a rewilding project. One of the things they do is these visioning processes, where you work with stakeholders, communities, to create an image of what you might like that future nature to be, a sort of guiding vision which you're working towards. And these are two such guiding visions. So this sort of idea of reimagining the future natures. The next one is to move up a scale of rewilding within the constraints of what is possible. The sort of rewilding we could do, we heard about the Carpathians. Yeah? Okay, you could really sort of maybe rewild the whole thing. If you wanted to do rewilding where I grew up, in Leeds, in the post-mining landscapes, you're going to have a lot more constraints on what you do there. And one of the things which will be published later this year is a scale of rewilding there. And also, it's almost sort of saying, you know what, if you're starting off somewhere like the Aire Valley, the natural dynamics and processes might be down at 3 on the scale. If you're starting in the Carpathians, they might already be at 7. But in the Aire Valley, if you go from 3 to 6, that is pretty impressive. Yeah? So don't worry if you never get to the Carpathians. If they've only got from 7 to 8, well, maybe you can take pride in what you've done there. So this idea, this pragmatism, you know, we all know it, don't we? You do conservation, it's a world of trade-offs on there. So do it as much as you can there. Another idea is just this idea of almost a change in mentality of actively trying to rediscover trust in the forces of nature, society, and economy. Quite a lot of where we've been in conservation is saying, oh, you know what, people are the problems. You know what, economic development is the problem. These are forces. Can we steer those around? And a brilliant example of this is this guy, David Novillo, works on Tenerife, doesn't have any institutional backing. He's a dive operator, set up his own foundation. But what he has so skillfully done is mobilize the forces of citizen power, engaging with politicians, recognizing that the big problem here is, I mean, the marine system was trashed. One of the big problems is all of the marine tourism. But seeing that actually not as that is a force which is damaging it, but you can steer it around in other ways. And it looks like that what we might get out of this is a new model for coastal marine management and restoration in Spain on that. But just taking this quite different attitude. You know, what do I have as a dive operator? Well, what I do have is the social forces, the economic forces out there, which I can start steering. He doesn't think about this, you know, consciously. He's just an amazing conservation entrepreneur. It just seems to come naturally to him. Another one, which we heard a little bit about from Mariana, is creating new natural assets that we connect with modern society and economy. Sort of repurposing some rural landscapes, rural economies into this sort of wildlife economy model. And then another big principle here is, and I'll come back to this a little bit later on, is working with restored forces of nature to find novel solutions to current societal problems. So 3 of the big ones which are being worked at on the moment in the rewilding thing is, well, this is the early one, flood and river flow management, you know, with climate change, how do we deal with those? Carbon sequestration and storage, I've just mentioned. Rural depopulation, big issue across many parts of Europe. How do we reinvigorate those rural economies? And then one which is coming up actually at the moment is the issue of wildfires in Iberia, Spain and Portugal, and thinking about rewilding as a potential solution to the intensity and frequency of wildfires, which again is another sort of combination of rural depopulation and climate change, bringing that together. And then the last principle is reconnecting conservation policy with public conservation sentiment. And I think this is just happening. It just seems that there is a lot of public conservation sentiment out there, but it's a little bit different from reconnecting people with nature, this. It's sort of recognizing, perhaps without any evidence, that a lot of people are looking for a more exciting European conservation. No disrespect what we do, but foxes and wildflower meadows, yeah, nice. But can we have something a bit more exciting there? So this sort of more hopeful, exciting demand for conservation. I think this is where's Mariana? I think this is the Carpathian bison herd again. Beautiful thing. So this idea that these principles are signifying this new ethos and attitude in conservation. And as I mentioned earlier, it's one that interacts with advances in conservation science. So, are you up for a brief excursion into relational philosophy? You're supposed to all nod encouragingly here, and those on Facebook. You are, aren't you? Okay. So, as Andrew mentioned, I joined the School of Geography at age 38 after, I don't know how many years, I suppose I started working at 22 in conservation, doing the same sort of jobs you're doing, you know, managing, leading conservation projects. And I went there to do a PhD, and my human geography colleagues, they started talking about, oh, where does the nature of reality reside? And I was like, you what? What's all this about? And they're going, yeah, Paul, you're going to do a PhD on biodiversity, conservation and policy. So aren't what you're talking about power, agency, value, identity? Isn't this fundamentally what you're studying? And I go, yeah, I think you're right, actually. So where are those concepts located then? Like, wow, Christ, yeah, okay. I'll have a think about that. That sounds pretty exciting, actually, because these are some of the fundamental things we're doing as conservationists. We're trying to get these forces going to come back to that thing. Now, being human geographers, you sort of say, oh, well, okay, so where do they reside then? Oh, can't tell you that. You need to read Bruno Latour, Actor Network Theory, and so forth. So off I went on that journey. Fortunately, I'm still a conservationist, so I'll tell you the answer to this. And really, it's the idea that all of these things reside in networks of relationships, networks of interactions. You know, I'm not powerful by myself. I can't be powerful by myself. You know, agency, or when we're talking about after this, you know, where does the reality of rewilding reside? You know, maybe after this, there will be a reality to rewilding, but it will reside in both your own feelings, views on it, your experiences, and, you know, maybe at the moment, me talking, whatever you think about that, or whatever. And actually that reality of rewilding, as I indicated those discourses, it may be different in different networks of relationships. So this idea that actually some of these key things we're looking at in conservations, key conservations we're interested in, things like ecological abundance, the recovery of species, diversity, resilience, public support, nature-based solutions. These are all emergent properties of systems, of networks out there. And this is sort of like, oh, okay. So this is sort of different, a very exciting, I find, way of thinking, that actually what we can do, if we start focusing on system relationships within nature or conservation, we can do something a bit about designing and managing those system relationships to an extent, but we can never determine the outcomes. All we can do as conservationists is sort of put things into play and steer the outcomes. But some of those outcomes may be unexpected, some of them may be undesirable, some of them may be just what we had. So this sort of relational way of thinking about it is really underpins my thinking. It's starting to underpin a lot of rewilding thinking. And it absolutely links with advances in some of the ecological underpinnings of conservation science. And I mentioned earlier that sort of rewilding practice is interacting with this science. And the big area of science or conservation science where it's interacting is the intersection of long-term ecology and functional ecology. Both of these areas of science have really started to take off, in part because of technology. We've now got ancient DNA. We can start thinking and understanding the past in much more detailed or interesting ways than what we could before. We've got big computational modeling power. We can start modeling ecosystems in terms of functional traits rather than species units or whatever. And some of the insights which are coming out of this are really quite interesting. I mean, they might be quite obvious, but one of the things is rich megafaunas were the standard on Earth for millions and millions of years, okay? Across all, not all biomes, but most biomes. It's only in the last 40,000 years that rich megafaunas have not become the standard, or 40 to 70,000 years. And then this says, oh, okay, so hang on. The conservation, or the conserving we have been doing, what we have been conserving is post-anthropogenic extinction biomes or habitats, okay? There may be nothing wrong with that. We may love conserving those places. They're really valuable to us. But it does pose this question, is that all we want to do? You know, maybe what we'd also like to conserve is, or restore, is these assemblages which were there before those megafaunal extinctions, which came from a particular period in human history. This science is also unsettling. I don't know about you, but I was taught biomes at university, and I was taught that the vegetation of a region is determined by a combination of, what was it, temperature, moisture, and day length, okay? Now it's realized that actually a lot of biomes, the vegetation is actually also determined by graziers and or fire. And you look at this map, the new map of biomes, and the brown or black biomes which are in there, and you see again that the current science is saying that a lot of the world, a lot of our planet, was actually, you know, the vegetation dynamics were shaped by graziers, many of which have been lost, not everywhere. And a lot of this science is, I mean, Jens Svenning's group in Aarhus University in Denmark is absolutely cracking along on this. I mean, if you want to follow some science on this, this is great stuff to follow. But what Jens is really, or his group is saying, is that trophic downgrading in the late Quaternity massively reduced habitat and microhabitat diversity. This point again, what we've been conserving, or what we are conserving is a planet which has been trophic downgraded, and it's not as diverse as it could be. And there's a new theory of terrestrial biodiversity. It came out last year or the year before, which brings about this notion of ecospace. And this is, I've got a pointer on here, so I could do a bit here. So what this is saying, and this comes back to the relational philosophies, is that actually, rather than thinking about habitats, which are the conditions which a species needs, is thinking about the variety of spaces where species or organisms can live. And the variety or the diversity of spaces, this is what creates diversity and abundance of it. And it's constantly these interplays and interactions. They're never stable. They may be stable over time, but they're all, for certain time periods, but they're always moving. And what it's saying is that, for instance, so in Europe, when we lost our herbivore guilds, we also lost massive parasite guilds, and then that took all of this lot out over here. So we're sort of conserving something down here. What would happen if we started reassembling there? What would happen to biotic expansion and abundance? And it's like, whatever you think about rewilding, I want to see what happens. It's just like, let's give it a shot. This could be amazing out there. And I think a lot of people do want to see what would happen in Europe if we reassembled what we've lost there. Interestingly then, when we talk a lot about carnivores in some systems, you think, well, hang on, yeah, we haven't got many carnivores because we haven't got this set of species here. Okay? So that's my brief introduction into some of the science advances which rewilding is interacting with. And I must say, I find them totally exciting, actually. I'm just refreshed in my interest in reading ecology. I thought, wow, yeah, this is great stuff. That ecospace paper, if you haven't read it, I'd really recommend it, actually. It's a very nice, up-to-date paper. Let's now move on to policy. So you might be saying, all good so far. I like this idea of rewilding. But this new science is in tension with the institutions of European conservation, and it's in tension with law and institutions of conservation in many parts of the world. And I'll just explain in a moment why that is. However, what I would say, and this is very clear to me of the European institutions of conservation, these were really established in the 1980s with the Birds and Habitat Directive. They were co-produced by many NGOs. They have been very stable. But the question for me, and well, not a question, what I'm pretty convinced of, is that great, they were fit for purpose in the 1980s. 2030 is going to be really different. The world's not going to be the world of, well, it's not the world of 1980s. So these institutions are aging. And it's a really interesting situation we're in as an environmental movement, where probably for the first time in human history, we've got to think about how to modernize, reinvigorate an institutional setup which came into place in the 1980s. It's 40 years old. It's getting old. So here's the rewilding in its policy context. So ecologists or conservationists, I'm sure we're all familiar with this. We've known that there's this relationship for years, that there's the relationship between the biodiversity of an area, abundance, whatever, is this interplay of composition, the species, the things which are there, the structure of those things, the networks, the landscape and so forth, and function. When our institutions were developed, we were in the area of community ecology, the composition side of things. Okay? In the 1990s, we started talking a lot more about networks and ecological networks. And we've heard some of that today. We were talking about yesterday with the Golden Lion tamarins. That came in the 1990s. Where the direction of travel now is this functional element of it, which is, if you like, in short, rewilding. So rewilding is, in a sense, starting to say, great, we've got those two bits in place, now we need this third piece. If we could get this third piece in place, we might really kick on to a new level of conservation achievement and outcome. So just here, I do want to stress that rewilding isn't just about the functional element. That's the emphasis of it, but it interacts with these other two elements because there's that sense together. The problem, though, is that the challenge is that our nature directives and a lot of conservation law, this is in Europe, but it's more internationally, is based on the science of the 1970s, which was very much focused on composition, on mapping the assemblies of species which formed a habitat of community ecology. The fantastic thing about that science is it translated into powerful law very easily. Okay? You can say this is habitat, this is a rare habitat because it has this set of a species, you know, and if you damage it, you know, that's a loss. Or we've got these red list species, you know, we can focus up and down on that. So it translated into very powerful laws, particularly in Europe. 2 years ago, I was talking to the green lobbyists in Brussels, and they were like, rewilding? Not sure. For us, we see rewilding as a massive policy risk. If you're going to start saying that there's a new approach to conservation, oh, it's all about functions and dynamics, and it's open-ended, and it's letting nature steer itself, and by the way, we can recover and restore nature, they're saying, that is a gift to the development lobby. You know, they're going to say, great, we're all on for rewilding. Never mind if we, you know, trash that, we can just restore it again. So they see rewilding at that time as a policy risk, and I think it's totally understandable. None of us yet know how we can convert functional dynamics and processes into law. It's like, you know, this is the big challenge for the environmental lawyers at the moment. However, there's another agenda coming up. So it's called the Restoration Agenda. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It's in the 2020 EC Biodiversity Strategy, this idea that across Europe we need to restore 15% of ecosystems. The Restoration Agenda, this isn't just a European agenda. This is across the world at the moment. It's the big new thing, if you like. There's a big coalition of NGOs involved in it. World Resource Institute have big projects starting in Brazil, Indonesia, and so forth. So this idea of restoring past damage, if you like, repurposing degraded landscapes and so forth. But it does throw up these questions of like, yeah, restoration, 15%, great idea. Oh, what are we going to restore to? Hang on, why are we restoring? What are we restoring for? And in Europe in particular, I think this is going more generally, the question now which has come in under the restoration is this one. How can we restore nature in ways that will turn environmental and social and economic challenges into innovation opportunities? This whole, I mean, you must have picked up this whole word of innovation. It's a buzzword across policy. And I think it is because of where we're at, you know, with aging institutions, with identity politics, all of this. We need to innovate at the moment. So this is coming in. The second question we're coming in is that if we want to restore 15%, how do we finance that? And is there an opportunity to move all of that capital, the impact investing capital, which is desperate to invest in nature conservation, can we create new investment blueprints around restoration? So these are the sort of things I'm picking up when we're in the discussion. You may challenge that, and you may have other things which you think are coming up. But it's like, rewilding may offer us some answers to those questions. And this is where this role of pioneer projects is becoming really useful in terms of shaping policy here on that. So I'll just pick out one which is in some ways one of the more influential projects. It's at Gelderse Port in Nijmegen. Very briefly, it's along a branch of the Rhine. Big problems on that river with climate change and increased flood flow. So, I've got my pointer, haven't I, here? Hang on, this is it. Oh, sorry, went back. Beg your pardon. So they decided to take out the summer dikes and restore the natural river meanders in this area. Now, you can read that, like read off this slide, how we as conservationists might talk about this in terms of the great conservation outcomes of it. But actually, there's another way which we can talk about it in terms of the value it has generated for society. So again, very briefly, what happened was that they linked up with the aggregate industry, who took out all of the silt behind the summer dikes, turned it into bricks. They did classic reintroductions of white stork, beaver, and the sturgeon. I must say classic, that was really hard to do. I'm not sure if it's happened. And then they introduced de-domesticated or wilded herb cattle. And then as they started doing this, unexpected things happened. All of the black poplars kicked back in again, which was very rare in the Netherlands, and river dunes and beaches started to emerge. So they put this new natural asset, this system in place. Around that, you know, the local people and with some guidance started to do all of these what we call value-generating practices. Sunbathing, students love it on the new dunes, picnicking, dining, day tripping, cycling, canoeing, all of the sort of things you might want to do. That increases life quality and livability values for people living in the city. It's amazing having this on your doorstep now. But it also supports a tertiary economy, wild meat business, boutique cafes, community assets, visitor services, and so forth. This has diversified rural livelihoods. It's turned 20 agricultural jobs into 100 sort of recreation, ecotourism type jobs. And then it's really solved some big problems for the city. The two big problems there was, one, they were going to have to build massive flood defence walls, and the second one was that all of the businesses in the cities, their insurance premiums were going through the roof. Solved that. And then it solved another big headache, that there's quite a lot of public opposition to aggregate mining, but with this, WWF has now been able to, or did, run a very nice project called Building with Bricks, Building on Nature, something. So these system designs, where you're really showing how rewilding, nature conservation can develop new solutions, I think is what the policymakers are looking for. Maybe it's what we're all looking for there. Okay, so now moving on. I'm just going to move into the next concept. We're just sort of talking about relationships here, and then I'm going to go on to ideas of the kept wild. So what's the relationship then? We often ask this between restoration, reintroduction, and rewilding. So rewilding is a version of the other two, if you like, but it's got particular characteristics, which I've just been talking about. A lot of it is this idea about creating new or restored dynamic natures, inspired by the past and future visions, and that generate value for nature and economy. And what we're seeing that in going into that, as I've just sort of shown in the Gelderse Poort example, you have classic reintroductions, you have de-domesticated animals going into it, the herbivores, which we really need in Europe, and some of them are de-extincted, like the auroch analogue going in there. And maybe what characterises rewilding is when you're restoring that assembly. It's not just a single species which are going in. It's sort of in this context of those principles which I was talked about. So one thing just to stress then, so the rewilding in this nature development model, you may know that the prefix can mean back or again. It's really the again meaning. Again doesn't necessarily mean to the same and what have you. So they're really prompting a sort of reassessment of thinking in policy and some sort of re-examining some fundamental assumptions. One of the ones, this was a picture of Snowdonia National Park, which is wild in the sense when you walk up there, it's got a big open scape and the wind blows, but actually there's not many animals in it. When I climbed Snowdonia year before last with my family, saw 3 meadow pipits and 2 stone chats in 5 hours of walking. You know? So some of it is saying, this question, have we internalized ecological impoverishment in our culture, policy, and institutions? This is a national park in the UK. And then these realization that the natures we choose to conserve are a cultural decision. So we can make a different cultural decision if we want. We're not totally wedded to the past. But also, there's no way back. Even if we did want to restore the past, you just can't do it. So why not shape new natures that are ecologically richer and generate value for society, 21st century society? Now these ideas are pretty radical, and some of the stuff which goes on in rewilding, de-domesticating horses, is pretty radical. So it is a controversial thing. Are any of you from the Netherlands here? No, there's one. It's been massive this last 6 weeks, hasn't it? Yeah. Hugely controversial between a coalition between the animal welfare rights people and farmers versus the conservationists. Incredibly heated. I mean, quite a lot of the rangers and Frans Vera have had to go underground because of the risk to them. Other places, it always blows up with wolves and so forth. And I think where we're at now, in terms of European, is this second generation rewilding, which realizes that when we're coming to rewilding these large herbivores, which people know as domestic animals, you can't just make them wild again and let them starve and what have you. It's too in the face, it's too hard. And in this sort of new, so the second generation, this concept of the kept wild is starting to emerge. Kept wild, where you have the big herbivores wild acting, but they're still managed to a certain level. And what's started to emerge, some of you may be aware of this, is social enterprises which own these wilded herds, and they manage them across multiple sites. They're making money from grazing services and from wild meat. And the sort of way it's done there to sort of, respect animal welfare sentiments and so forth, is the herds are assessed in the late winter. They're assessed like, you know what, in this winter it's a hard winter, or there's not that much graze. It's likely that 10% of those, or 15% of those herds would die. So then what they do is they feed them up, they give them food, and then when they come into condition in the spring, they then take them out of that system, and either they go into the European Wildlife Bank, so they're moved to other rewilding sites, or they're butchered and go into the wild meat trade. So in that way, because you're assessing it every year, you're getting the sort of natural dynamics of, mild winters, lots of graze, herbivore populations go up. Cold winters, not so much, they go down. So you're creating this, this idea. And this is quite nice, because now we've got these herds owned at scale, and we've got specialist organizations who are doing it. There's a couple of things going on here. One, that new breeds are being developed, which are specific to different rewilding situations. So the Tauros is a good example of that. Different versions of Tauros being bred, one for more wetland habitats like the Danube Delta, one for more drier habitats, and so forth. But also, now we have, in this rewilding space, now we have herd owners. You have a different policy voice. If we talk as conservationists to the livestock regime, the animal husbandry regime, it's like you're conservationists. If you say, I'm coming to you as a herd owner with 2,500 animals, I need to talk to you about policy space for me to be able to do this, it's a different conversation on that. So this idea of reassembling trophic interactions, which, going back to the work of Jens Svenning, is this vision of what we might do. It seems to me that what we're starting to get here is this sort of blending of animals which are the wild, so classic stuff like comeback, natural comeback, translocations, captive breeding, the kept wild, which they're then going into nature, de-domestication going into nature. And as these things assemble, the sort of those binaries or those things will move over time. So for instance, in the Carpathians, I think the bison are going to move from the kept wild probably into the wild. Okay? In Kranenslack in the Netherlands, they'll probably always stay in the kept wild category. The beaver, we're talking about beaver introductions this morning. Some places they'll be wild, but for instance in Germany, they need to move over into the kept wild category in certain areas where there are risks to drainage infrastructure. So I think we're starting to see this merger coming up between notions of kept wild and so forth. And again, for me, this is potentially a hugely exciting opportunity for our profession. If we just think that these categories we have in our head, wild and domestic, native, non-native, preservationist, sustainable use, a lot of the time we're just arguing about these categories. They can be quite divisive at times. What would happen if we started bringing in this new category of nature called the kept wild? A new category which probably we're already doing, recognizing that in some areas you can't just have wild acting bovids roaming around. There's roads and things in place. So this is an idea of this animals living in a wild state and performing the same ecological role, but managed and owned by humans to some degree. And if we start recognizing this space, this third type of nature, building policy around that, that might provide real solutions and real opportunities to how we can scale up rewilding. So for me, coming towards the end now, the zoo community seems well placed to contribute and shape these new restoration agendas. And indeed, I think, when I look at the work you're doing, I think you're already doing quite a lot of this already. For me, sort of having this more sort of overview view of rewilding, I think there's a number of change needs which are coming along to take it forward. One is enabling policy environment, maybe related to that concept of kept wild we were talking about. I mean, I'll talk about this in a moment. The next is this whole new area of functional species guild management, which is coming there. Nature-based rural enterprises is another area which is a real change need, or the development of those. Investment blueprints I touched on, and we need receptive publics, you know, people who are with this and so forth. And then I look at your knowledge assets in your field, and they seem to match rather nicely with that. I mean, you're brilliant at captive breeding and reintroduction. You're fantastic at all the animal husbandry side of thing and species management. You've got incredible marketing and engagement capacity in the zoo community. You're really good at project organisation and management, because I know that's a lot of, you know, both in your profession, but when you're thinking of running zoos. And because I know how much it costs to put together a panda exhibit, I know that the zoo community is really good on the finance and investment side, even though you may not think it, but it is. It must be on there. So it seems that, to me, and I think this is what we're going to discuss, there could be a very natural coming together in this new space. And as I say, this new space is not settled at the moment, so it's not, you know, it's shaping these new spaces of rewilding. And I'm just going to finish off with 3 ideas here. These are coming from my place. One is this creating an enabling policy for de-domestication and the kept wild. We sometimes say that whenever it was, we won that argument as conservationists with the silviculturalists that we need to keep dead wood in forests. We won that argument. The new argument coming up is, can we have some carcasses lying around in landscapes, please? Okay? That argument we need to win with a different regime. It's with the veterinary, the biohazard, all of that group. But the potential of that, if we brought back in the scavenger ecology, could be immense. And here's some of the things we might need to do. But we were talking earlier, actually, in the anthropology about was it the Inuits who didn't like animals with things in? So in Europe at the moment, if animals go into the food chain, they have to have that tag in their ear. This is one of the areas which has already been discussed with these wilded herds. Can we keep the tag out of the ear, thanks? You know, we don't need to do it within three days. Those sort of things, if you like, are open, potentially open for grabs. The next thing is this rebuilding nature-based enterprises. Finance is a real problem for conservation. If we're going to scale up conservation, there just isn't enough money, public money around at the moment, or grant money to do large-scale conservation. We've got to find new financing streams. A lot of that is going to come from investment and from entrepreneurship. But one of the problems we have across Europe is a lot of entrepreneurs have just moved out of rural areas. How do we repopulate rural areas with entrepreneurship? The progressive business schools, they're already got social enterprise programs. Innovation hubs are really the thing, but none of them are yet thinking, or not totally actually, because I gave a talk in the side business school on this, none of them are yet really thinking about rural enterprise. But you think about the position of zoos. You think about this auditorium in Tallinn. This would be a fantastic place to run an innovation hub. For a zoo to team up with a business school, to bring the young entrepreneurs in with investment people and start talking and creating this idea that conservation, rewilded areas are a fantastic entrepreneurial opportunity for you. You know, I just think zoos are metropolitan institutions in many cases. It would seem absolutely natural and cool thing, I think, to do. And then the other one on communication, this really is the last bit to think about, is this was some work I did last summer where all of these rewilding stories I was hearing, they didn't sort of fit with the standard environmental narrative which I'd grown up with. It's sort of been in tension. So I started doing some research on this. And the standard environmental narrative, and we've heard a bit of it today actually, is the Earth's in a mess, there's going to be catastrophe, sixth extinction crisis. It's these people, you know, it's the loggers, the poachers, it's all these people are the problem. We need governments to act, and while governments are act, we'll help them or we'll do some things. It's that sort of narrative structure together. We're always saying that government has failed us and so forth. But the rewilding narrative, it's quite different actually. It's more sort of like, oh, we're in a bad place, but you know, actually, we could think about things differently. Oh, let's get going. And as you're getting going, sort of new ideas and new reassessments, the sort of reassessments I've just talked about today, start emerging. And through that, we're finding wellness, energy again, both for nature, for our own movement, and for society. And interestingly, that narrative structure at the bottom maps onto the accounts people tell of recovering from mental health problems. It's a narrative of recovery. Also interesting, this is This top narrative, the narrative we have been in as an environmental movement, not totally, is aligned with anxiety marketing, which was the big thing here. This narrative is aligned with empowerment marketing, which is, a much more hopeful way of doing things. So these rewilding stories, the stories which are coming out of these projects, they're quite different to some of the stories we've heard before. And for me, this is not only a great opportunity for the conservation movement, but with all of the communication expertise of zoos and the roles and what people want to hear, it seems a fantastic area where zoos could engage. So to conclude, rewilding is creating new places, narratives and possibilities of conservation. Durrell's decided it's going to be part of all of this and shape this. I think the discussion is this something the wider zoo community would be interested in? This image, though, it still has blown my mind. When I was a 20-year-old, if somebody had told me that I could get in my car in Oxford and be watching bison in the afternoon with my family, I'd have told them they were off their head. It's real. Thank you very much.
Anyway, we had heard over the last couple of days a lot of interesting ideas, a lot of beautiful projects, but to really make them, we need one thing, that is money. So let's talk about money. EU funding had become a very important part of the change happening in especially Middle and Eastern European countries. Now, this venue actually is also funded by EU, where we are now. Also, the European Mink project is in large part funded by EU funds. So I would like to invite the first speaker to talk. This is Anita Fassio, and she will talk to us about LIFE program, EU financial instruments supporting environmental, nature conservation and climate action projects throughout the EU. It's becoming a really good source also for us, and it really makes a difference in Europe. Please.
Hello. Is it working? Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's after lunch, and my presentation will contain no photograph or no nice pictures, so bear with me. I know it's going to be difficult, but I'm going to talk about financing, so you should be quite interested. I was impressed in the last 3 days, the number of times I heard mentioning the word LIFE program. This is also why I would like to ask right now who, I wouldn't say just familiar, but is involved or has been involved in LIFE projects. Then I go home. I don't think there is much. Okay, but good, very much, great. I will give, in 50 minutes, it's very, very difficult to speak about the LIFE program in a comprehensive way, so I will really give the general framework, maybe a few tips and the major novelties for the call 2018. But I will be here until the end of the day, even beyond. So if you have any questions, you can ask also later on. So, but first, EAZA, you see, Executive Agency for Small, Medium-Sized Enterprises. What is an executive agency? It is, these are agencies created by the European Commission with the purpose to implement and manage community programs for a limited duration. And contrary to what the name might suggest, Executive Agency for Small, Medium-Sized Enterprises, you say, what has this to do with life and nature conservation? Well, it does not only manage programs involving small, medium-sized enterprises like COSME or the Horizon 2020 SME instrument. It also manages programs dealing with the environment and nature conservation, such as the LIFE program since 2014, while the previous projects, LIFE projects, are still managed by the Directorate General Environment, so it's still within the European Commission. EASME also manages the Horizon 2020 Challenge 5 Energy, Environment and Resources, and the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund. So, and concerning the legacy, let's say, of closed programs, Eco-Innovation and Intelligent Energy Europe. So you see that the agency manages quite a big number of programs. And this is a bit the tendency of the European Commission, is that of delegating to executive agencies the management of financial programs while they keep all the policy dimension, let's say. So, being live, the European financial instrument supporting the environment and nature conservation since 1992, and I want to emphasize that it's the only European financial instrument directly financing nature conservation. So this is very important. The overall objective of the LIFE program is that of co-financing concrete projects aiming at implementing, updating and developing EU environmental and climate policy and legislation. So a brief overview, as I mentioned, the LIFE program exists since 1992. It has gone through different phases, of course. Sometimes you hear LIFE Plus rather than LIFE. So at the moment, for the period 2014-2020, it's just LIFE. It has gone through different stages and has adapted to the latest policy developments. So we can say that LIFE contributes towards a resource efficiency, low carbon and climate resilient economy, while protecting, improving the environment, maintaining and improving biodiversity, ecosystems, and in particular, the Natura 2000 network. The budget allocated to the program in the period 2014 and 2020 is of around 3.5 billion euros. And it has not been equally divided in different years, meaning that at the moment we still have 1.6, I think, billion euros available for the period 2018-2020. So the budget has been increasing, let's say, every year. So what does LIFE fund? Different types of projects and different types of funding. I will not go through all of them. I will just focus on those that might interest you. So for the rest of the presentation, I will be talking about traditional projects, are the most common projects. And you have heard examples of traditional projects in the past days, and you will hear more after my presentation. These are the type of projects that eat up most of LIFE budget. I can quickly mention about integrated projects. These are more large-scale projects that aim at the full implementation of Union environmental and climate strategies and plans. And in the case of nature and biodiversity, integrated projects should aim at the full implementation of the PAF, so the prioritized action frameworks at national or regional level. So it's much wider scale, while technical assistance projects help potential beneficiaries prepare an integrated project. Another type of project, let's say, or funding type that might interest you is the NGO grants. These are not action grants like for the traditional projects or the integrated projects. These are called operational grants because they cover costs NGOs have to bear for implementing their annual work program activities. So they cover the administrative and operational costs of the NGOs. Of course, eligible NGOs must primarily be active in the field of environment or climate and must be enforcing union policy. So yes, I will just leave the others because it's a bit, I think, less interesting for you. This is how the LIFE program is more or less structured. There are two sub-programs. One is a sub-program for environment, for which 75% of the total envelope for LIFE has been allocated to, and the sub-program for climate action. For each of these 2 sub-programs, there are 3 priority areas. So if I focus on the sub-program for environment, we have the nature and biodiversity priority area, and this is, of course, the one that interests you most. That has been allocated 55% of the budget for the sub-program for environment, so it has great importance in these terms. And it funds projects mainly implementing or contributing to the implementation of the habitats and the birds directives and the biodiversity strategy. Then you have the environment and resource efficiency priority area that funds projects that demonstrate and apply new solutions, processes, technologies that contribute to a substantial environmental benefit. Then the governance and information projects are more focused on awareness raising, governance, communication on specific environmental issues, always with the purpose to stimulate the implementation of union policy. Under the sub-program for climate action, the 3 priority areas are climate change mitigation, and these are projects that contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change adaptation are projects that aim at increasing the resilience to climate change, and again, governance and information focused on climate action type of issues. So the general features of LIFE, who can apply? All legal persons registered in the EU, companies, research institutes, NGOs, public administrations, all those that are active in the field of environment and climate protection. LIFE projects represent a considerable investment, and this is why it's very important that applicants build and consider in their proposal how this investment is secured, how it will be maintained, and how it will be made used after. So the long-term sustainability of the project is very important and needs to be considered already at the proposal stage. Another important aspect that projects should focus on is that projects should also aim at multiplying the impacts, at mobilizing a wider uptake of the solutions that are proposed. Of course, impacts of your project need to be quantified to the extent possible in terms of expected environmental or conservation benefit. And this is what we call the EU added value, which is very much considered during the evaluations of the project. Even better if your project also has impacts on other policy areas. Pure research is normally not eligible. Of course, there can be some testing and some validation, especially in case of pilot projects. That is allowed, but pure research is for Horizon 2020. Large infrastructure is also not eligible. The project should not primarily focus on rural regional development, because for that you have the agriculture and structural funds. And we work with an external monitoring team that regularly visits the projects and reports back to us on how the projects are doing. So what I've just mentioned is, of course, valid for the traditional projects. Concerning the size of the consortium and budget, there is no fixed number of partners that you have to involve, no fixed budget. Just consider that budget availability is limited. So just to give you an idea, the average size of a consortium is of around 4 partners. Can be more, of course, can be less. This is more or less the average number in LIFE projects. Budget-wise, for nature and biodiversity, projects are a bit more expensive or costly. And normally, again, average, we fund projects around 3 million euros total costs But this is, again, just an average. It can be more, it can be less, just to give you an idea. How much does the grant co-finance? 55% of the total cost of the project for environmental resource efficiency and climate action, but 60% for nature and biodiversity, so a bit more. And you can even request up to 75% of co-financing in case your project devotes more than 50% of the budget for concrete conservation actions to activities benefiting priority habitats or species. Those that are marked with an asterisk in the Habitats Directive. There are different types of projects. Traditional project can include, it can be pilot projects, and these are projects that apply solutions that have never been applied before, so they are very innovative. Demonstration projects, those are projects that apply solutions that are new or unfamiliar to the specific context of the project. Good practice projects are also eligible, so cost-effective, state-of-the-art solutions. Already 5 minutes, okay. And information and governance, I mentioned a few minutes ago. So priority area, nature and biodiversity, I will focus on that one, since I think that's the one that interests you more. Very synthetically, there are two strands, so nature and biodiversity. Nature projects should focus on the implementation of the Habitats and the Birds Directive and on the support, management, or even development of Natura 2000. For example, improving the conservation status of specific species or habitats of union interest. Biodiversity projects are not necessarily linked to the Habitats and the Birds Directive. Examples can be green infrastructure, can be biodiversity integrated in financing and business decisions, but it can also be targeting species that are not in the annexes of the Habitats or Birds Directives, but are considered as endangered or worse in the European Red List or the IUCN Red List. So the novelty as of this year, there is a slimmer procedure, let's say. I hear a lot about complaints about the application process. So now we have put in place a two-stage approach, a concept note stage and a full proposal stage. This is to slim down the procedure, to give faster feedback to the applicants, and therefore applicants do not need to invest right away a lot of time and resources for a full proposal. So applicants with best ranked concept notes will be invited later on for submitting a full proposal. The concept note is a 10 pages note written in English. This is only valid for the subprogram for environment, not for climate action, and only for traditional projects. This is to give you an indicative idea of the timetable. Probably for you, if you are interested and want to start a concept note, it's a bit too late because the deadline for the 2018 call is now 14 June for nature and biodiversity. So deadline for the submission of concept notes. We will give up our holidays to evaluate your concept notes because they take place from June to September. In October, you will be notified of the results of the evaluation and eventually be invited for the full proposal. There, in case you're invited for the full proposal, you will give up your Christmas holidays because the deadline for the submission of the full proposal is end of January 2019. And hopefully in July 2019, grants between the applicants and the successful applicants and the commission will be signed. So, quick tips on how a good, a well-designed project looks like. It's very important that you present a clear pre-operational context, so the baseline should be clear as far as possible, and the links between the problems and the threats, the objectives and the proposed actions and their expected results is clear. This is very important. Key stakeholders must be identified and involved, and this is especially true for nature and biodiversity. It may be possible, well, I see in ongoing projects that they include actions for which beneficiaries are not empowered to take certain decisions or steps, for example, the approval of management plans or the designation of Natura 2000 sites or restoration work on private land. So this is why it's very important that the stakeholders are involved or are even identified or even already have been contacted before the submission of the proposal. Otherwise, the project might be considered weak in feasibility. There must be, I already mentioned, a robust assessment of the conservation benefit and a quantification of results as far as possible, and a clear strategy on how to sustain and multiply the impacts after the project end. Common problems met, insufficient background information, rationale for the project is defined during the project and not beforehand. The objectives are too broad or there are too many, so it's a bit dispersed. A poor partnership, so there's not enough expertise built in the consortium that makes the project weak or at least risky. There are cases of over-optimistic or unrealistic impacts, or just a lack of quantification of impact and results. Replication being confused with networking and dissemination, and replication should go beyond just networking and dissemination of your results. It should really pave the way towards your solution being applied elsewhere. Or there are also vague plans to sustain the project and results after the project end. These are all things, meaning afterlife, sustainability, or replication that can be developed during the project implementation, but already at proposal stage, you should start thinking and including in your proposal how you intend to approach these issues, especially sustainability. Yes, I'm finished. Application package, under this link, you will find everything. You absolutely need to read these documents, the guidelines for applicants, the evaluation guidelines. Then you can also have a look at the model grant agreement and the general conditions. There's also a comparative document that helps you identify the right funding instrument. And also within life, if you should apply for nature strand or the biodiversity strand or environment and so on. So to close, after what I have heard in the last 3 days, I really realized that zoological institutions, aquaria, and even botanical gardens can provide valuable support to projects that aim at improving the conservation status of Natura 2000 or just the conservation of biodiversity tout court. Examples, and maybe this is the most common example, is ex situ conservation, meaning captive breeding, seed banks, and so on. Normally, in the projects, ex situ conservation should be run in parallel with in situ conservation. So ex situ should be backing in situ conservation. Normally, of course, in parallel, restoration of habitats or any type of conservation measure that is needed in situ should be implemented before individuals are released. But this is things you, of course, you know better than me. Another contribution zoos can bring to life projects is the availability of rehabilitation and recovering infrastructure centers within the zoo for specific species targeted by the project. Of course, providing expertise and training for maybe in situ conservation, awareness raising for sure, since the reach zoos have on people and the number of individuals that visit zoos, and much more, as you will soon see in the next presentations. In particular, Claudia Gili from the Acquario di Genova will give you further tips on how to apply. She has the experience from the applicant side, so I'm sure her presentation will be very, very interesting and fruitful. And this is more or less, it's very, very condensed. If you have any questions, again, I'm available the whole day. Thank you.
We don't have a time for questions right now, so I do like to invite Claudia Gili, okay, who is a mover and shaker in our aquarium sub-world. And she will talk about implementation of conservation activities, but from a practical receiver point of view. Yes?
Thank you very much. So the green is to go ahead, yes. So thank you very much for accepting this presentation. I only want to share the possibility to utilize this financial tool to accomplish and complete and implement most of the actions that we've been talking about in the last couple of days. How do I go forward here? Okay. As Anita said, the objectives of the LIFE program are basically to be used as a catalyst to be able to promote implementation and integration of environmental programs, to have the possibilities to emphasize a better governance on a territorial region, so locally basically, and to specifically link to all the European priorities in terms of resource efficiency, biodiversity loss, and climate adaptation and mitigation. So what did I do? I took, because we are sort of keen in participating to LIFE programs, I went to the website and I also asked the LIFE communication team some help to figure out how many projects within this 4,772 LIFE programs had participation from zoo and aquaria, and I just realized there is only 23. It might be 24, 25 at the moment, but basically it's 23 programs. And 16 were by species, 6 for habitat, 1 as a communication, and for a total of 20 million EU co-finance to our institutions. 18 institutions from the countries that you see, and then I went down and I tried to see who were the institutions that were participating more, and I just realized that Genoa was the one that had the highest number of programs, which is 5, and then Budapest Zoo, and then follow Latgale and Lithuania. And some zoos, some of them were mentioned yesterday basically, some zoos were participating but not as associates, partners or beneficiaries, so they give their expertise or part of their programs, but are not present in the framework of the application. And among all these, 3 of those were managed by Azure and Aquaria. So I think there's a lot of space for improvement here. And 2 life biannual operating grants to EAZA. So at least there we're doing good. Life project structure, we have objectives and topics. Anita mentioned this. Forms to fill in. I tell you, in the past, the application forms were very, very labor intensive. Right now, we're going a little bit easier, I think, for the concept note. But yesterday, I told Anita that might be actually a trap, because if you don't put in all the issues in the proper way, you might miss some that are quite important. So beware that I don't think it's so easy. It's just less time. And then so all the actions, preparatory, land purchase in case of need, implementation of the conservation actions, monitoring, public awareness, management, and then very important, the indicators and all of what gives you the possibility to replicate the project, to transfer the experience that was done, and also the long-term in time, so sustainability in time, so the afterlife plan and all what's following the closing of the project. Some tips, partnership engagement from our experience. I'm not teaching anyone, I'm just sharing what I lived up until now. We usually had from 4 to 8 partners. There are no limits to partnership, so we're actually testing this year one with probably 15, so I'll see what happens. But the problem there is to be able to manage the entire program afterwards. Once you present it and it's accepted, all the management of the project, it might be a little bit more important. And then how do we do this? Even meeting people like PR, and then when. Okay, the when is an important thing. We start thinking about a project at least 1 year before. Then the last 2 months is really hard work. But at least 1 year before, to put together the partnership, all the stakeholders, to have all the paperwork, to start thinking feasibility, real one, with the money, the amount of money that each one of the partners would put in. And please beware, don't only think about money. It's a project that has an objective that is conservation objective, nature, biodiversity oriented. So it's not only to get money out of the financing tools at all. Submission criteria, yes, read the guidelines thoroughly, and every time you discover that you forgot something. So you read it once and twice and 3 times, and then you say, oh, I forgot this. And then clear topic and objective to follow. It's an opportunity, but again, I will say it all along the presentation, keep an eye on the costs. And I made a joke here yesterday that it used to be us working during the summer because the application with the previous framework was at the end of September, and now they work during the summer, but we have to work during Christmas holiday. So it's really labor intensive. Genova, we worked on 5 projects of different types of objectives. Pelobates fuscus in Subricus many years ago. It was a conservation project. Then Life Emis, conservation and reintroduction and mitigation. Relife is a reintroduction project. Fish scale communication project. And then Well Safe, mitigation and research. Between brackets, why? Because they claim that they do not support any research project, which is true. They do not finance a full research project, but within the actions that we put, and this is my experience again, within the actions that we include in the program, there might be some assessment phases or some monitoring phases or the collection of the data after release, or some things that end up being published scientific papers, and that give us an opportunity to do some science, proper science. No. Okay, so I'll rush through to go to the SWOT. But basically, this conservation, the amount of money is at the bottom. Partners, WWF Italia, World Wildlife Fund Italy. And we were breeding and working on the habitats for the species in Liguria. Fish scale, very, very successful project. It included a lot of stakeholders, and it was about sustainable fish consumption and the utilization of neglected fish species. The amount of money you can see here, many numbers. Life Emis, a very nice project about Emis orbicularis in Gauna. We have a subspecies of the Emis orbicularis in the Ligurian region. So we had a program of IAS removal and replacement into Zoological Park of Pistoia, breeding program at the aquarium and one of the centers that we manage, reintroduction of the species, and then I prepared the first DRA, disease risk analysis for the species in Europe. And that ended in June 2016. Well Safe, a bit more difficult, this one. This one is one of those that makes you struggle a little bit. We are trying to tell the big ships and boats that come into the harbors that they should take care of the sperm whales when they surface. So that's the concept, and it's done through buoys that perceive the sounds in the harbor, transmit the sound to the cruisers, and then the cruisers change the position as much as they can. But this is very, very technical, so it's a little bit more difficult to follow up at the moment, but we shall see. No. Relife, very nice one. Relife, it's about the Mediterranean limpet. We are breeding and translocating some of these animals between marine protected areas within Italy. And the good thing about this, that having done the previous ones, we know how important is networking. So we're already including, in the first year and a half, we're already including all the other life projects that have worked on the same species in Spain previously. So it's really engaging, and it sees a lot of marine protected areas participating and being actively in the project. Outcomes a lot, because it's not only the conservation actions, but we can create tools for education, for conservation. This is a game to teach kids that researchers identify dolphins by the dorsal fin, so they have to make an identikit of each of the dorsal fins that they see. And so we create new exhibits where we can show these animals to the public and attach this to the comment and the communication program about this type of activity. Increase awareness in the large public, produce a lot of tools and laboratories and materials. And the one thing that I want you to understand is, for once, for Life Emis, we tested the amount of money that we would have spent in money if we were to buy the communication campaign that we managed to do with Life Emis. And the amount was 672,081,000 euros. So basically, this allows you to also increase the outreach that you have with strong messages related to the territory, the conservation, the engagement of the people that live with the species next door. So why only 23 aquaria and zoos? I mean, why is nobody taking advantage of this? And I tried let me finish this one, please. I tried to do a SWOT analysis of this and to see what is the weakness and what is the strength of this type of program. Basically, you need the weakness. You need a lot of experienced people. You cannot just sit down one day and say, I write a life program, because that's not going to happen. And dedicate the time. We have an office and we are doing this type of application. Afterlife resources, because you cannot just end the life and that's it. Forget about the Emis, the patella, and all the rest. Correct budget identification, because you might get surprises at the end. Some eligible costs that you thought are declared as not eligible. So you need to be very careful in planning. And constraints about applying protocols. Sometimes the work that you have to do in situ requires a lot of paperwork that needs to be planned at the phase of application. And strength. It's very coherent with the mission that we have as zoos and aquaria, very coherent. It's matching the goals that we have. It's actually the only tool that we have that is financing actions in Europe for conservation, so it's very important. It allows strong human contact and network. It gives us the opportunity to put and share with others the know-how that we have for zoo and aquaria. A lot of opportunities of communication, and also create new jobs. But again, threats. Again, money. The percentage, money meaning wrong budget. The percentage of success. We applied to 11 until now, and I got 50%. I consider the 5 as a 50%, not less. Unpredictable events. So the risks of the project to have several things that happen and don't allow you to proceed. Difficulties in habitat restoration, particularly when you have private owners, so a lot of bureaucracy. manpower and know-how and public opinion. And I just mentioned the squirrel problem in Italy. The project had a lot of controversy from the public when they tried to remove the gray American squirrel from the land. So opportunities, financial resources for the facility to carry out their own mission. So networking, be active part, that's something else as well, be active part of the European conservation policy, engage with critical stakeholders, some people that might not even come to our place because we hold the dolphins are on the door saying, can we do a live program together? So that type of opportunity is something that we should consider also. And create best practice protocol and also action plans that become national action plans. So it's really something that is engaging on 100%. In conclusion, zoos and aquaria can create successful partnership. Here we are, because basically it's us. And life is a very strong and potent, valid tool to engage and share resources. Again, be careful on budget preparation. And despite being highly competitive, because it's very competitive, I think it can be seen as a very strong networking opportunity. I really want to thank EAZA for accepting this paper. And Bruna, who is my co-author and is working in the office with all these projects. All the partners of the projects and some staff of the aquarium that is very always eager to say, do we have another one to work on? And EU for consolidating this financial tool that allow us to fulfill our mission. Thank you very much.
Claudia, was really interesting. Now we are coming to case stories. The first one is from a country that is not very far from here, from Finland. It's Mila Niemi. Well, talk to us about the European forest reindeer.
It's a great opportunity to be here today. And first, I promise that I'm not going to talk about money today. Maybe I should. So, this is our species, wild forest reindeer, also known as Finnish forest reindeer, or sometimes even European forest reindeer. However, that's a subspecies of Rangifer taranus species, which is widely distributed in Northern Hemisphere, known as caribou in North America and reindeer in Eurasia. And if we are looking whole species, I mean reindeer, it's doing well, maybe not well, but let's say that okay. But the thing is that many of subspecies and herds, they are declining. And this is the story of wild forest reindeer in Finland as well. It has been very important game species in Finland, but that was destiny because it was actually hunted to extinction few hundred years ago. It was totally protected in 1930, but it was too late. We were lucky because population it stayed in east in Russian and returned to Finland some 50 years ago. And we actually have made one reintroduction inside Finland about 40 years ago, and it really was success. About the distribution of that species, there is with that number one so-called original population in eastern Finland and Russia. There are around 750 individuals in Finland and maybe around 2,000 in Russia. And that population, it has been declining. Then that with number 2, it's about 1,500 individuals at the moment, and it's a reintroduced population. And again, there is a small population with number 3, but with only 20, maybe 30 individuals. And I would like to ask you, note that this is the whole world population of that subspecies. So only 4,000 to 5,000 individuals, and the main important population is decreasing. So we really needed to do something. So that was the beginning for Wild Forest Reindeer Life. 7 years project, and our most important aim is to improve the conservation status of that subspecies. And to be more concrete, the most important single task we are making during that project is to make 2 new introductions in 2 areas in that subspecies historical range in Finland. So of course we have to know something about the landscape. We are planning to reintroduce that species. So quite heavy pre-project habitat modeling was done, and there are with green color suitable summer habitats, and with blue suitable wintering areas. And finally, we selected that western part of country, and also assessment of social impact, it was made as well. So to be short, we built 2 enclosures, quite large. Bigger is more than 30 hectares in size, and small one is around 14 hectares. And distance between those enclosures is about 75 kilometers. And that was done in last summer and autumn. There is a natural pond in both of these enclosures. And of course, artificial feeding is provided year around. And if you want to get more, let's say, the specific picture of these enclosures, please visit and see our live stream. It's made by WWF Finland. And it's 24/7 stream from second enclosure. But maybe the most interesting thing, animals in those enclosures. First of all, I really want to underline the role of zoos here. At the moment, we have 11 animals. 9 of them are adult two-born females. They are critical for that project. Then we have 1 adult two-born male and 3 individuals cats from the wild. And here we captured those reindeer from Kainuu subpopulation, where genetic diversity is in good level. All 3 Finnish zoos are in with this project, and we were lucky to get 3 individuals which are actually born in Swedish zoo. So I don't know if there is someone from Nordens Ark here, but thanks. And welcome to visit sometimes. So in future, we are taking more females from zoos, and we also have opportunity to collect more males and even females from the wild. Not going to details, if you're wondering how to catch wild forest reindeer, cannot say that it's easy, but with that kind of team, it's possible. So about those enclosures and future. In this week, we have been very happy because we got some baby news. The first calf was born in Tuesday night, and at the moment we have at least 2 calves, one in both enclosure, and we are waiting to get more in next few days. Maximum number is 10 because forest reindeer, it gets only one calf per year. And in coming years, we are releasing those enclosure burn individuals when they reach adulthood. And this is taken by camera trap today morning, 6 o'clock. So we really have new animals in our enclosure. And our final aim is that after that project, we have the population of 30 to 40 animals in both of these areas. And of course, we hope that our population is steadily growing. So I want to thank you for your attention. And if you have some specific questions, you know how to find my contact information. Thank you.
Just one quick one. What is the reason of decrease in the northern population?
That's important question. There is there are many different reasons. One is landscape changes, then hunting, poaching, and maybe the most important is, however, the predation. Predation mainly by wolves and other large carnivores. It's
okay. So it's a conservation dilemma.
Yep,
what to conserve.
exactly.
Okay, so now we go to a very unique one. This is about northern bald ibis or wildrap, a species that became extinct in Europe in early historic times and is now on the return, probably the only one of this kind, and Wiebke Hoffmann will talk about it.
So hello again. Originally, Johannes Fritz should do this presentation, but he was not able to come very short term. So I thought it would be very sad if someone is not presenting this wonderful project. So I stepped in. I got the slides today, so let's discover together what's inside of them. It's about the Life Plus project from the Northern Bald Ibis. And I hope it starts with a short movie.
One of the rarest birds worldwide. The Northern Bald Ibis.
Beautiful.
Exterminated in Central Europe 400 years ago. Now the Waltrop team is bringing back this charismatic migratory bird.
It's a live project with partners and sponsors. You can see some of the partners, or all of the 8 partners down here. These are zoos and kind of the Land Salzburg, for example, or Burghausen. These are cities, and in Austria and in Germany. And in Italy, of course, as well. Here you can see the historic distribution area. It's in blue. You can see that it was a very huge distribution area. The majority of colonies, they migratory with wintering sites in the red regions. So we had migratory routes here and down here. And yeah, in the Middle Age, they disappeared in Europe, and later on, all the populations disappeared, and only one is left. It's a sedentary colony in Morocco. Yeah, it's here, the last remaining colony of the Northern Bald ibis. Yeah, recently we have 2 reintroduction projects in Europe. One is the Proyecto Eremita in Andalusia, and one is here in Austria, Italy, and Germany. It's the Life Plus from the Waldrapp team. The Proyecto Eremita, I think Miguel had his talk 2 years ago at the Conservation Forum in Fuengirola. They want to establish a sedentary colony with 80 individuals. And the game of the Life Plus project is to reintroduce the birds again here in the European part. There were some project efforts in the Middle East, but there is no concrete project right now, mainly due to political reasons. In 2017, an international single species action plan was published. You can see it here. It said that the major aim is to downlist the species of the Northern Bald ibis in the IUCN Red List within 10 years, because right now it is critically endangered and we want to reduce it to endangered. And from the actual point of view, this can really be reached, mainly thanks to both of the projects that are running, because they're very successful. This is the team. You can see the foster mothers, the right here, and you can see all of the supporters of this project when we were visiting some of the releasing sites. These are the 8 partners I mentioned earlier. They're from Austria, Germany, and Italy. 4 partners are zoological institutions. It's the Parco Natura Viva, the Tierpark Rosegg, Suvienna, the Tiergarten Schönbrunn, where I'm from, and the Alpenzoo Salzburg in Innsbruck in Austria as well. The project is in the period from 2014 until 19, so it lasts 6 years, and we have a total budget of 4.3 million euros with 50% Life Plus funding. Yeah, the major aim is to reintroduce the migratory, the Northern Bald ibis population. We want to reintroduce it with 120 plus individuals, because we think then it's a sustainable population, a self-sustainable population. The actual population size is about 80 individuals, but they are free-living, migratory, and self-sustaining anyway. In 2018, now, we have a further release of 33 juveniles. They are from zoo colonies and are a generation F0. We call them F0. We estimate to have 25 until 30 wild-born juveniles this year as well, so it is a very good year. So, from an actual point of view, the release population will exceed 120 individuals at the end of the LIFE project next year. It is not that easy to reintroduce a Northern Bald ibis because he's a migratory bird, and it's the world's first reintroduction of a conventionally extinct migratory species. Yeah, it is very good to have a Life Plus project because of some reasons. And we run an extensive campaign against illegal bird hunting in Italy because this is a great problem with reintroducing the Northern Bald ibis, because the migration route is from the breeding area in Germany and Austria down to Italy into the Tuscany. But we're working together with some hunting associations, and it is pretty good that with the Supreme Court confirmed the condemnation of a northern bald ibis poacher, which never happened before, and this is a huge success for the project because the Waldrapp team and Parco Natura Viva, they're really working on this poaching problem. So we could decrease the illegal hunting rates during the Life Plus project, which is very good news. There is basic science on bird flight and bird migration. We had a Nature publication, and we'll come to that back later. So how is it done to reintroduce the birds back into the wild? The major method is the human-led migration. So we have human-raised chicks. The chicks are taken out of zoo breeding colonies at the age of 2 until 8 days after hatching, and then they're hand-reared by the foster parents. In 2018, we have 33 chicks, as I said before, and they are hand-reared in a container, and this container is provided by Zoo Vienna in our zoo, and visitors can watch the hand-rearing, and so they can really attach to the project, and it's very exciting for them. We have many people coming because of this hand-rearing occurrence. It takes place from middle of April until middle of May. People are very affected with these birds and with looking at these birds. You maybe see that the foster parents are always wearing yellow things. This is very important because they do not only want the birds to imprint on them, but on the color yellow as well. Therefore, you only see the foster parents wearing yellow. It is strictly forbidden to wear yellow around them. When the birds are imprinted, they build a very strong and long-lasting bond with the foster parents, and therefore they can be trained to follow a microlight. The aim is to lead the birds from the breeding sites north to the Alps, in a common wintering site in the Tuscany, and it is done by these microplanes. The foster parents and the pilot are inside this microplane, and the birds are really following the microplane. Of course, you need to train the birds to follow the microplane, to be not afraid of the microplane, and this takes place in kind of a training camp. This training camp takes place this year from right now. I think they moved from the zoo to the training camp, and the migration starts in autumn. It is not a movie. Yeah, it is. There you can see with the Magnum music, you can see the migration route and that it is working perfectly fine. We have 2 foster mothers, so both of them are sitting in a microlight, and you can see the birds following them around. It is pretty impressive to see them fly over the Alps. Yeah. Here you can see the routes, the migration routes, and you can see the breeding areas. The breeding areas are here in Überlingen in Germany and Burghausen, and in Kuchel, it's in Austria. And the primary migration route is here over the Alps until down here to Tuscany. You only need to show the birds once how to fly over the Alps, and they always find back to the breeding areas after this. It is very funny that some of the birds decided not to fly this way back, but this way. We still don't know why they did this, maybe because of weather conditions or anything. It is really interesting, and we're onto this to answering this question. Oh my gosh. During the human-led migration, the birds are equipped with high-resolution data logger for scientific reasons. So you can really see the birds flying. The birds are the yellow dots, and the red dot is the microlight. So you can really look at them flying, and you can really see that both of them are in search for thermals to increase the height. It is pretty cool what you can do with this kind of thing. You can here see that they're really, I don't know really what you can see. Yeah, it shows that the birds are flying through a mountain valley, and it shows that they have a precise coordination and the bird formation. You can see they have a perfect formation, and as I said before, we also had scientific studies, and we made it to the Nature cover, so we could show that that they really do this formation to save energy with help of this data loggers we had. Yeah, after 3 weeks, when they had a 1,000 kilometers journey, they reached Tuscany, and there the birds are released, and the work for the foster mothers, they end. Yeah, it's so much information. Since 2011, we can say that the wild birds raise chicks as well. And in 2018, we have 11 nests and 22 to 30 chicks. This is an impressive showing of the migration. You can see the birds flying here, some of them flying here. For what reasons? Yeah, and all of them, they fly back again then to their area, so it's pretty cool. We have an animal tracker. It's an app where you can everyone can download this. It's called Animal Tracker, and you can really see where any northern bald ibis is at the moment. So it's really good for the people and for the visitors. They can download this app and just follow the birds. Just a few words for survival and mortality. 56% of the juveniles survive the first year of life, and 41% of the birds reach sexual maturity during their third year of life. The major mortality reasons are illegal hunting in Italy and the electrocution. Here you can see a picture of a northern bald ibis with lots of gun pellets. Everything here is a gun pellet. But as I said before, we have many campaigns against illegal bird hunting. Electrocution, it's not just a case in the northern bald ibis, but in many other species as well. And in Austria, we started to work with a big Austrian power grid company, and they started to equip power poles here. And it's very useful, and we hope that it's not only good for the northern bald ibises, but other releasing and bird projects as well. Right now we're working on a Live 2 application because it's going very good, and we want to have a following project. Yeah, what we want to do is not so. Yeah, so thank you very much for your attention and for every sponsor.
Many thanks. It was really a very interesting presentation, and it's nice to see an animal coming back after so many hundred years.
I'm chairing this afternoon's the final session of the conference because unfortunately Friederike van Havalt can't be here because of a family bereavement. So it falls to me to chair this last session. We need to keep to time. You've heard about how tight the time frame is afterwards, and how we all have to be on parade at the for the final dinner. So this session is continuing the theme of investing in conservation, and I'm going to go straight into briefly introducing our first speaker, Gregory Vogt, of Conservation Gardens South Africa, who's going to talk about the Conservation Achievement Score Project. Gregory.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to EAZA for the opportunity to present here today. Some thank yous also go to the collaboration agreements that Conservation Guardians has proudly forged with the National Zoological Gardens in South Africa. They're a EAZA member, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and Shishliu Mfolozi Park, and then Padova University in Italy. As you've known, my name is Greg Vogt, and my introduction to your world of zoological gardens and aquaria has been through Parque Natura Viva, and it's been a grateful journey for me, and I've really appreciated getting to know your community. The conversation that I'm going to be having with you for the next 10 minutes starts with the IUCN biodiversity targets, and I'm assuming that you all know what those targets are. And each country is required to adopt those targets, design the mechanisms to adopt those targets. And in South Africa, we have very, very strong mechanisms adopting those targets. However, the data is lacking, and it was interesting speaking to Sam earlier, where I mentioned I'll be focusing on private sector land, and he said, no, you've also got to look at the formal sector as well, the state land, because that data is not as accurate as it should be. Coming back to your world, you have a very clear commitment to biodiversity conservation, and it's clearly defined in principles. But when we get to the UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization, there is intention written into their documentation, but there's a disconnect between tourism and conservation. And I don't know if many of you identify with that, but I experience it on a daily basis, and I am literally in situ, deep and in situ. So the Conservation Achievement Score has been born from my involvement speaking to many of your visitors and identifying that your visitors undergo your education programs, but when they get into our world, it doesn't seem to be translating effectively, but there are other reasons as well. We will all adopt the assumption that the consumer demand for wildlife experience is significant. There's 700 million people that go through your doors annually worldwide, and the UNWTO report brags of 1.2 million or 1.2 billion people that are tourists annually. But 12 million of those are directed to wildlife tourism in Africa. And again, I'm going to move towards highlighting the disconnect between tourism and conservation. Both organizations recognize the consumer value of the visitor for biodiversity conservation. But the question I ask is, how do we channel this consumer resource potential to benefit biodiversity conservation targets? I take excerpts of your documentation and your meetings, and again, you reference meeting the Aichi targets. But whilst there's commitment on the UNWTO side, I don't see any firm conversion. I still need to be convinced on the tourism side. They're talking conservation, biodiversity, and a commitment, but I'm not seeing it. So this global commitment towards biodiversity conservation has been further adjusted by IUCN documentation and work, and they've recognized that to achieve the biodiversity targets, we have to extend options into private land. South African biodiversity legislation has responded, the machinery has responded to this call through a national protected area expansion strategy. It's all fancy words, but it is making a difference. 80% of our land is privately or communally owned, and when I talk about privately owned land, please understand that that includes community land as well. There's a traditional leadership system in South Africa, and it exists in Namibia, and in Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, and many of the other places as well. So we refer to this program as biodiversity stewardship, and there are some other mechanisms that are very similar, but the bottom line is that if you are a private land owner, or if you have community land, and it is a biodiversity hotspot, you can proclaim it as a nature reserve through the mechanisms available and through the stewardship program, and that then contributes towards the targets that get sent to the IUCN. So recently, for the 5 provinces, the provinces that are highlighted in blue, all of those targets were achieved through the stewardship, the biodiversity stewardship. Between 2008 and 2016, 830,000 hectares were added to the protected area state, improving protection for threatened biomes. And these biomes, they're fynbos biomes, it's a World Heritage concept, savanna, grassland, there's a variety of it. And again, biodiversity stewardship plays a major role. Keep in mind this 1.2 million hectare number, because if we look at that 2008 and 2016 period, the 68% of that, 564,000 of the 830,000 hectares comes from biodiversity. That's 1/3. Comes from stewardships, and that is 1/3 of the Kruger Park. So the mechanism, the stewardship mechanism is working, but this is very, very interesting. They refer to incentives. So if you've got private land, the incentives include tax rebates and a variety of other incentives, but there's no tourism incentive to that land, to that declared land. So I'd like to just expand on those figures a little bit, and I should take my sip of water. I'm much more comfortable in the bush when there's a rhino around the corner and I'm taking European university students around. But this national register is what is given to the IUCN in terms of the targets. And you can see that there's 7.9 million hectares of state land, and 1.2 million of that is stewardships. But this is where it becomes interesting. There's 12.7 million hectares of private protected land available. And this is where I ask the question, why is it so difficult to convert this 12.7 million into a stewardship or proclaim it as private, or proclaim it as a nature reserve, if they meet and qualify for stewardships? So, especially when you're considering that it's 70 to 400 times cheaper to establish the space in private land, 4 to 17 times cheaper to manage than state-owned protected areas. And then, this is quite a shocking figure, 80% of the country's most scarce and threatened habitats are privately owned. So once again, I come to that incentive. There is currently no grading or indicator that directs tourists or explains to tourists to places of high conservation integrity. And I'm going to present something to you, and I don't know how many of you have ever been tourists in South Africa or Southern Africa, but I'm sure those of you who have traveled around the world, the people that I've spoken to here who have, are working in other places, rural places or third world places, they basically concur. This is an extract of some of the marketing gumph that you'll get. And one of these places has a stewardship, and the other one is pretty much just a safari park. When I say just a safari park, I mean it really is a tourism trap. And this is where we ask the question whether tourism demand is shaping the moral compass of biodiversity conservation. Through the proposed conservation achievement score, zoos can now directly participate in shaping biodiversity conservation towards achieving global targets. And currently the consumer makes their decision on the marketing content of that place. So your only decision, or the tourist's only decision, is the marketing content that they face. But the conservation achievement score, and it's an accreditation that guides the travel trade towards places, which is pretty self-explanatory. If you can imagine a decal that indicates to the travel trade places that there's a standard of conservation integrity. And then the proposed strategy is to go to the travel trade and to the consumer and educate them about this. It does have a few conversion opportunities, and this does break that disconnect between tourism and conservation efforts. The grading of the conservation integrity or private protected areas is needed so that we can integrate the interdisciplinary efforts towards these Aichi targets. And that will be done through this score. So this initiative provides an opportunity for in-situ facilities and ex-situ facilities to work hand in hand towards global biodiversity targets. And this is really the crux of us taking hands with the important work that you do. And there's no standard that is currently jointly defined by yourselves and the in-situ, your in-situ partners. Sadly, the travel trade have defined and are currently defining their own standards. There's the APTA standards, I know there's Dutch standards, but they've never consulted with us, and I don't think they've consulted with the zoological garden and aquaria fraternity. And I think, in my opinion, that's because the conservation community has failed to establish a professional body. You speak of yourselves as being conservation practitioners, but what defines you as a professional conservation practitioner? And that is why we are recommending that we go into a few actions to achieve this. So the actions are to engage with EAZA Switzerland, which we've already started doing, and we've already started engaging with the South African National Biodiversity Institute. Our next step, once the SANBI Act has been done, we'll then move on to the Department of Environment and the Department of Tourism, and then we'll introduce the concept to the Grading Council again, which we originally did in 2016. Our regional meetings with private landowners is part of the process, and then constituting a professional body is very important. I don't want to dwell on this too much, but there is a need, and it's been endorsed by the Wilderness Foundation CEO, and the costs of this process will amount to 62,000 euros. We're inviting EAZA and their members to participate in this pilot project with a view to making this a global standard. We will ask that you can consider an MOU with us, and that mandate is to initiate the ISO standard. We can't go to Switzerland without having a mandate, and we're asking your body to partner with us to get that mandate. It's a 3-year project, and it stipulates that the pilot project takes place in South Africa. But land tenure is like driving on the roads. Some places you drive on the left-hand side, some places you drive on the right-hand side, but we all know how to drive a car, and we all make it at the end of the day. We need to register this professional body of conservation practitioners to develop and manage the standards. So every 2 years, those standards are constantly looked at. And I'm sure all of you will know there's electrical consulting engineering standards. The concept of a professional body is a global concept. And the project provides EAZA and their members the opportunity to participate directly in in-situ research planning, which I know you're doing already, and conservation education initiatives. But a key aspect of this, it gives you credibility from in situ back. So the tourist, the consumer, is seeing your work being bragged about through that decal that guides them to places of conservation integrity. I believe it's a unique opportunity, and I hope that you do, and some of the people that I've been speaking to have highlighted this. And it's been presented or spoken about as an unprecedented case and an opportunity for in-situ and ex-situ conservationists to partner in establishing this ranking for visitors and tourists to invest their tourism spend to places of high conservation integrity. The initiative provides EAZA and their members the opportunity to present themselves as significant stakeholders in situ conservation. I know you are significant stakeholders already. All these presentations have highlighted that. But we would all agree that the message cannot be told enough, and this is one platform that I think can make a difference. To me, during this conference, I've witnessed so many people presenting on the little animals that are important, and you have something in common with those places, those conservation places that have stewardships and have proclaimed their land as nature reserves, and they've got all the little things, but they don't have the big lion to attract the tourist. So if you can imagine arriving in a country like South Africa or any other country in that world, and the decal says that this place is a place of high conservation integrity, and it doesn't have to promote it through a lion or a tiger or an elephant. So thank you very much. And again, thank you to Parque Natura Viva for your sponsorship of my trip to South Africa. No questions.
Thank you, Greg. We don't have time for questions, so we are going to move on, but do grab Greg over dinner or after the session and talk to him then. I'm now going to introduce Steph Sanderson, who of course I think most people already know, who's going to talk to us about the WAZA Nature Connect program.
Thanks, Brian.
Right, so that must be the one. Right, my job today is to talk to you about the WAZA Nature Connect program. And basically, I have a big sack of money that I want to give to you guys in order to run projects that connect families to nature and get families and communities involved in taking conservation action. By families, I don't necessarily mean mum, dad, 2 kids. It's basically any groups of adults and children where the adults and the children are emotionally bonded. So it's any sort of grouping of that sort. It's how we are biologically as humans. Kids grow up with adults to whom they're bonded, and that's how we exchange information, and that's what I'm meaning by family in this context. So, as well as taking conservation action, we'd be really interested in seeing if we can get a mind shift in the people we're working with from humans being at the top of the tree, there to use nature, protect themselves from nature, dominate nature, to being in a more holistic relationship with nature. And that's one of the things we're looking for. So to give you a little bit of background, in the beginning, once upon a time, WAZA was asked to get involved looking at the HE targets and how zoos could be involved in achieving those. And the one it chose to look at was HE Target 1, which is very much about people becoming aware of the value of biodiversity and the steps they can take to use it sustainably. Now, they decided that at that time, we'd focus on the words. So they looked at knowledge, and they looked at the number of actions that people could name. And we were actually really pleased to see that with this campaign, from a single zoo visit, we could show an increase in knowledge. But not surprisingly, we also discovered that there was no relationship between knowledge and action. So the hope was that we would then evolve this project, and Disney kindly gave us some money, for which we are very grateful. And their program was very much about experiencing nature directly. So this is more about connecting to nature, experiencing nature, having an immersive experience rather than being told facts and figures. So between December 16, when we got the money, and this week, we've been in the first phase of the project, which is running those connection type projects. We're giving out grants of $5,000 to $15,000, and you will see that we've given out 32 grants now with a projected reach of more than 3,000 families and 12,000 individuals. There's a long list of projects here. I know that at least 9 of the institutions down here represented. So if you're still here and you're a WAZA Nature Connect recipient, please wave. Notice those people. If you want to know about this, go speak to them, because they'll tell you what it's really like, rather than me, who tells me what I hope it's going to be like. So one of the other things I wanted to point out with this slide is there's a little column there which says percentage applied. Now, WAZA members, 50% of the eligible WAZA members are European zoos. And yet of those that are eligible to apply, Europe's got one of the lowest levels. So we know that there are lots of European zoos out there who either don't know about it or don't feel that it's appropriate for them. And that's one of the reasons why I'm standing here today. The other thing on the slide to note is that there's some in black and some in orange. The ones in orange are all institutions that have chosen to work with field partners to deliver these projects in range countries away from the country where the zoo or aquarium is based. So we've given out these 32 grants. None of the projects are yet fully complete. I'm expecting some final reports to appear on email in the next week or so. But from the analysis I've done so far, I just thought I would lay out and group how those projects sit. And so far, we've had approximately 2/3 which are based in or around a zoo and aquarium, and approximately 1/3 that are community-based. And you can see some of the groupings there, but I don't have much time to go into those. The other thing is, even though we didn't specifically stress a lot of action in the initial grant guidance, we've had more than 2/3 of our projects that have included not only getting people out into nature, but having those families and communities take conservation action. And roughly half of those have been related to a species focus of some description, including corals, mammals, and birds. And the other half have been more focused on environmental improvement. So, what makes a good project? Well, I'm not going to go through what makes a bad project, but I put it there if you want to read it, because we're looking for projects that involve families, multi-age groups, hopefully target those who have low contact with nature. We're not really interested in just preaching to the converted, and where the projects are immersive and out in nature. It's about experiencing nature from a physical, bodily sense, not just in your head. So, we've learned quite a lot through this process. We've had 3 rounds of grant funding now, and we actually had enough money to give 45 grants out. And yet I haven't had enough applications to give out the money that I have. So we did a lot of advertising, and I think I showed you already the regional distribution. You can see those areas that Africa have been fantastic. Most of them have taken up the grant. Europe less so, Middle East, nobody. So we asked ourselves, are we getting the message to the right people? We know that a lot of EAZA communications go to the zoo director. We know that from speaking to zoo directors, a lot of them classify this as an education project and give it to their education person. We've also learnt that in many places, the education person is very happy to work with children, but feels completely at sea working with families. And therefore, they don't feel that they have the capacity or really the connections in order to take this forward, and it often dies a death there. In our second and third rounds, we made a big point of relabeling this as a community conservation project, and we got curators and people like you excited about it, and that's when we got a big shift towards those field programs. So I'm really pleased about that. But I've learnt a lot about zoo educators, and I'm hoping that we can work further as to how to make them more comfortable with working with families going forwards. We've also looked at some of the other barriers. The nature of it is that when I started out this grant, I'm a vet by training. I've got a zoo director background, but I'm not an education person, and I haven't worked in community conservation. I'm not a sociologist or psychologist. So I decided I needed some help. And I'm very glad to say that the International Zoo Educators Board agreed to act as my advisory panel. So they get to see all the applications and help score them for me. Because of that, and because they come from so many different languages, it would be almost impossible to translate applications made in Portuguese or Taiwanese into all the languages of all my applicants. So we've stuck to English for now. But usually there's somebody to help within a regional association who, if you're not comfortable writing your application in English, can help translate it. What else have we learnt? Well, of the applications that did come in, my IZE panel only liked 20% of them, which was extremely disappointing. So actually, this was a blessing in disguise. Because, yes, we put out more templates, but probably the most interesting and rewarding part of my job over the last year was working together with the other 80% and saying, okay, with all the feedback we've got, how can we work together to make these projects really sing? And I'm really pleased to say that with that additional support, we've moved up to 90% acceptance rate in this last round. I'd like to give you 2 examples, though I only have time to give you one. So this is just an example of a city-based, zoo-based project from Africam Safari. There's a video about it on the website. Please go and have a look because it's fantastic. The other one is a project run by 2 people in the room, and this is about bushmeat trade and about a community in Gabon and the threats that are likely to happen now that a paved road is about to be opened. The original proposal was very much focused on some conservation movie nights and discussions and an opportunity to see the gorillas. I am thrilled to say that after many phone calls and discussions, and also an opportunity for me to share ideas from 20 other projects of some of the really high quality, great ideas they've had, we've now added in that the local priest is going to be involved, the conservationists are going to be involved in the community discussions. I love this bit that one of the school kids who's in his last year of school and actually doesn't have the money for the last year of school is going to be employed in order to facilitate collection of data from the community for the community. And this data is going to help provide a baseline for them, so once the road does get built, they can then monitor and see how things progress. And as a culmination of these, there will be a 2-day biodiversity celebration event, which is going to include a song and art competition about why nature is valuable to that community, looking at indigenous forest crafts, which the older people will pass down to the younger generation. They'll make them together. And also a display of the community's data. This is their research, their data. And some fun as well. So there'll be a football match and other celebratory events. So the future. The next phase, we've been given some more money from Disney, but this time we're going to shift a little bit from not just doing immersion in nature, but really stressing the taking community action. And we're going to give out 2 sorts of grants. The majority of the grants are going to be about taking families through a year period and having multiple opportunities to take conservation action out in nature. And that cohort of families should be followed through that whole period so that it becomes a habit of thinking from a conservation perspective, and also they grow as a community together. That is going to open very soon. I'm in the midst of trying to finish off the application forms, etc. I hope to get those up in the next week, with a deadline of July 18. There will be another round in 6 months' time, and you can apply for that too. One before the last slide. So the other one is about running a campaign in your zoo, which will culminate in a mass action event. That one hasn't been completely finalized yet. It will be opening in November, and this is also going to be in collaboration with IUCN CEC Nature for All program, and we hope to be creating some resources to help you with the campaign event, which will not only be available to WAZA members who've applied for this grant, but more generally. And thank you to the great funders, but also to all of you for applying.
Once again, we'll move straight on to the next speaker. But I'm sure many of you will have questions. It's not often people stand up and say, I've got bags of money to give you, so do talk to Steph later on. I'd now like to introduce Lorenzo von Fersen from Zoo Nuremberg, and I don't know how you pronounce it, Yakupacha?
Yakupacha.
Thank you.
That's good.
To talk about zoos contributing to in situ conservation of Latin American aquatic mammals.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And as Brian said, my talk will be about zoo contribution and aquatic mammals in South America. There's a group of animals that is very difficult to understand. It's very difficult to see. It's not like a bird, like a land mammal. So it's sometimes when we work in conservation of these animals, we have to start many, many species from the beginning. And I just want to show you a little bit what we have done. As I said, aquatic mammals is a wide variety of species. You have manatees, pinnipeds, dolphins, whales, and otters. This is the animals that we are working with. We started in 1992 as an NGO, as an ex situ component of the conservation activities of Zoo Nuremberg. And actually, I have projects in Mexico, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil. And I will be talking today only about one project. Otherwise, we will not have the time. And to start some assumptions that we, I don't know, declared or that we just are using to guide our work. And the first of all is research. And we have seen that we don't know, if we want to protect the species, we should know how this species behave. We have to know a little bit more about the species. And this is something that we are missing in many, many aquatic mammal species. So I'm convinced that science is the most powerful tool for making conservation faster, credible, and more effective. The other thing is long-term studies has a big advantage. We have many, many projects that we are supporting since more than 20 years. And this is like being married to somebody. And it has his advantage and disadvantages. But the advantages are much more bigger than the disadvantages. Sometimes you have discussion, but you don't have to deal all the time with new people. And I think this is very important. The other thing is what we learned with the years, that we have to talk with the local people. So we started sending Germans to Ecuador, you know, nothing happened. It didn't. We got very nice results, very good publications. But where we worked, there for the community, it didn't make any difference. So we changed 5 years later. We changed with all the politics, and we are working with local NGOs, with university. This is the best what you can find, and with local communities. And suddenly we saw that we realized that there is acceptance of what we are doing in the local community. And this is the most important thing. And then going back to the zoo in the ex situ, and it's very important, we talked about non-charismatic species, how difficult it is to collect money. But if you have a dolphin in your collection, a polar bear in your collection, a manatee in your collection, sometimes it's easy. And we are trying to use, but this is always, we don't want to be too egoistic about that. So when we talk about protecting the Franciscana de la Plata dolphins, this is the example that I will give you. This guy is ambassador for the whole ecosystem. And this is how we approach the whole studies. And zoos can play an important role in providing fundings, but also know-how. This is a little bit, we have partners from the industry, and we have zoos and associations, and you see many of the people here in the audience already supported Yacupacha probably once, twice, so many, many thanks to all of them. And as I said, we will start with only one project of Yacupacha since 1996. We are working with these animals. It was never kept in a zoo environment or in a captive environment. Only 2 times I had the opportunity to work with a Franciscana, which was a rehabilitated animal. All the people that work with this animal doesn't know anything about the animal, so we don't know a lot about the biology of the Franciscana. We know that they are very small, and you will see them very, very seldom, because they appear only in groups of What's the pointer? Bueno. In group of 2 animals or 4 animals at maximum. So it's very difficult to see big groups. They are very shy. They don't make these jumps, aerial behaviors like bottlenose dolphin or other species of dolphin. So it's very difficult if you're working with these guys to see them, and therefore also very difficult to study them. And this is the distribution area. Distribution comes or starts in Espírito Santo in Brazil and goes down to the south of the province of Buenos Aires. And you see that we have a very narrow distribution area. It is a riverine dolphin. It means it is a dolphin from the evolutionary point of view. It's a river dolphin, normally living in fresh water, but this is the only freshwater dolphin that decided to go back to the sea and lives only in a very, very narrow area, and just is a very coastal dolphin species. So what is the biggest threat that we have is bycatch. So we have a lot of fishery industry. This is artisanal fishery, and commercial fishery. The industrial fishery doesn't affect the Franciscana, not for bycatch, but we have a lot of overfishing that is affecting this species as well. So at the moment, it is the most endangered cetacean species in South America. It's categorized by the IUCN as vulnerable, and according to the Brazilian government, as endangered. So, given to the fact that we have these high levels of bycatch in some areas, and also overfishing, we already have 3 gaps in the distribution, and we are getting more and more. We have, in the province of Buenos Aires, huge areas where the Franciscana disappeared completely. So, but bycatch provide. So what we did is we had hundreds of dead animals, and we said, okay, we have to take out information out of these animals. So we learned about species biology data like age at sexual maturity, gestation, calving intervals, and we learned about the diet, also about the changes in the diet over the time because of overfishing, because many target species of the Pontoporia of the La Plata dolphin are disappearing. So we learned from dead animals a lot. But we also were partners of us, take the risk and said, okay, we have to learn a little bit about home range. So we tagged animals, you see that here, and in the Bahía San Borondón and the province of Buenos Aires. And these data were very important because we realized that they have a very small home range. For a dolphin species, 110 square kilometers, nothing, you know? But this is based on 8 animals that were tagged. And what we saw is that the distribution of the home range, you know, just overlap with fishing efforts and this is the dark gray areas in most of the areas where we tagged animals. And as a consequence, you see that. This is bycatch. So the next part is you have to see we know how much bycatch we have, how many dead animals are ending in nets, but we have to know how many animals really lives in this area. And for that, you have to remember we are looking for a very small animal, 1.4 meters long in an ocean. So what you do is boat transect, aerial transects by planes or by helicopters. This is very time consuming, this is very expensive. We are investing a lot of money now in a new technology, and this is passive acoustic monitoring. This is using the echolocation clicks of a dolphin to record and to see where the animals is living, and probably also to estimate how many animals are living in this area. And Matza Mundin, he's from Zoo Kolmaden, most of you might know him, and he developed, or he is helping us out in Babitonga to implement these seaports. And it was developed for harbor purposes, and now we never knew if it works for Pontoporia as well. But as I told you, we had the opportunity to make recordings of Pontoporias in Mundo Marino in Argentina. There were 2 rehabilitated animals, and we realized, and this is very difficult to get this information, that the echolocation clicks looks like the harbor porpoise. So it means that we could use the pumps, the seaports that are being used in the Baltic Sea to study harbor porpoises, to use it also for the Franciscana. And this is what we are doing now. Now we have an acoustic monitoring project with the University of Univision, Zul, Kolmarden, Tiergarten, Nürnberg, and Jakubacha. There you see some pictures, some clicks of these La Plata dolphins, and we are using that for defining the use of habitat. Where are the animals staying? And this is very important that we have now. We can record animal movement 24 hours, 365 days a year. And hopefully, if everything runs well, we will be able to count animals. And this is one of the most important things. We need to know how many animals are still living in the coast of Brazil. What have we achieved so far? And this is some bureaucratic thing, but we had to put all the people, there are nearly 28 organizations in whole South America working with the Pontoporia. Everyone is doing his own job with different methodologies. So we put all together and we built up the Consortium Franciscana, which is being coordinated by our NGO since more than 5 years. And we are doing very, very good things. And the thing is, when you go to the Brazilian government, Argentina, Brazilian government only as a small NGO, it's one thing. And if you are representing a consortium, it's a completely different political pressure that you have. We organize workshop. This is the report of the last workshop that we organized in Brazil in 2015. And what we did is the species was completely unknown on the coast. So the people didn't know that they have in their area a very, very rare dolphin species, and this is the Franciscana. So we did a lot of educational projects, awareness campaign, and we tried to win the fishers as partners. We got a lot of scientific findings. We published a lot of things in different journals about population estimates, bycatch level, home range, habitat use, and basic species data. This is all here. And this was the basis. And this is very important. Therefore, I believe science is the only things that is valuable. And this was the basis for the Brazilian government to publish for the first time, you know, an action plan only for one species. Normally, they do it for families or for groups. And this is the action plan for the tonina. And one of the recommendations of this action plan for the tonina was to regulate the fisheries. The first fish and the new fishery law came out 2012 as only because of the Franciscana. But what we got is that we are now protecting not only the Franciscana, we are protecting Sotalia, we are protecting Tursiops, and we are protecting a lot of fish species that are going away because of overfishing. So we have, only because of a dolphin, we got a complete ecosystem protection. And 2016, we managed to have now a conservation management plan approved by the International Whaling Commission. The message is, impacted species is the protection of impacted species is a long process. And it is a puzzle of many species, good scientific evidence, cooperation, political will, and persistence. And I'm sure that zoos can play a very important role, not only because they are providing money, but they can provide know-how. If we can rehabilitate today a stranded dolphin or a stranded manatee, it's only because zoos have this experience and have the knowledge of how to do that. We can do today, if we have a stranded dolphin, we can even do in 1 hour audiogram. So we see if they have, if the animal is having hearing problems. So otherwise, we lost the Baiji on the left side. This was 2007. And we are going to lose the vaquita very soon. And we are just still fighting, but we will see what happens. But I think zoos can do a lot for that. And this is just a small propaganda for our third symposium of research and conservation in South America. Is taking place the weekend of the 16th, 17th June 2018. Thank you very much. I have to leave.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Lorenzo. An excellent presentation, just showing what can be done in spite of a lot of adversity. Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker, Nuno Rodrigues from the Oceanário de Lisboa, and who'll talk about their conservation programs.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Brian. Hi, everyone. So as Brian said, I'm from Oceanário, it's an aquarium in Lisbon. And today I'm going to share with you some of the projects we've been involved with, conservation projects we've been involved with. So let's see how it works. Okay. So we opened doors in 1998, and we immediately started some ex situ conservation work, namely working together with some international programs on coral reefs and coral research, namely SECOR and Coral Zoo. We also have been working hard on our breeding programs, and we've managed to breed some very interesting species, namely some threatened ones. We have the sea otter, the Magellanic penguins, seahorses, jellyfish, and a lot of species of sharks and rays that we've been successfully breeding and exchanging with other institutions. As for in situ conservation work, this started in 2007, and mainly through the involvement with other institutions and by financing, giving support, financial support to conservation projects in partnership with other institutions. That's two examples of the programs we had for in situ conservation projects, where we teamed up with the other institutions, namely National Geographic and Gulbenkian Foundation. We also have our small grants, so we provide up to 5 grants a year for small projects. It's a very simple process, and this allowed us to both initiatives allowed us to finance several projects in diverse areas, like different taxa, but also habitats like sea turtles, seabirds, hammerhead sharks, amphibians, and freshwater fish, but also habitats that are critically in need of protection, like seagrass meadows, but also coral reefs. In 2015, the reality changed for Oceanário. We became private, so we were acquired by Oceano Azul Foundation, and this Oceano Azul Foundation is built upon 3 pillars: the ocean literacy, ocean conservation, and capacity building. So all the revenues coming from Oceanário's operation revert into these 3 main pillars. So with this new reality, we are now involved also in the co-management of one of the largest marine animal rehabilitation centers in Europe in coordination. So there's a partnership between the Portuguese Wildlife Society, University of Aveiro, which is in Portugal, and also Oceanário de Lisboa. So these 3 institutions co-manage this rehabilitation center. Last year, we've launched the Ocean Conservation Fund. So it was the first edition, and under the theme Sharks and Rays. The total amount was 100,000 years. And we had 3 different projects that are already working on shark and ray conservation. For this year, this edition, the theme is about to be announced. It's a different theme, and the total amount increased to 150,000 euros. So let's see what comes up. So as you can see by this graphic, since 2015, which is the year where we became private and we're now part of the Oceano Azul Foundation, the financial support to conservation projects increased drastically, and the trend is to keep going upwards in following years. Today I also decided to share with you one of the most interesting projects, in my opinion, that we're funding. It's about sea turtle conservation in São Tomé in Africa. So São Tomé is, you see that little turtle there, it's located in West Africa. It's a really small country over the equator line. It's composed of two main islands, the island of São Tomé and the island of Príncipe. And it's a breeding area for 4 species of sea turtles and oceanic habitat for 1 species. All of these species are threatened according to the IUCN. Several challenges to work in a place like this. The sea turtle meat has always been part of São Tomé gastronomic culture. We're talking about one of the world's poorest countries. The ban of hunting the sea turtles is very recent. It's only for 4 years old. There's a perception of the Western influence towards this change and reinforcement, which doesn't always work as we all wish. The main objectives of this project is scientific data collection, protection and monitoring of the nesting beaches, capacity building of local technical team, increase awareness of local community, including local authorities, communication and outreach initiatives, and to promote economic alternatives to sea turtle trade. So as for scientific data collection, I have the data from last season. The project, they managed to tag over 370 female turtles. They've managed to collect tissue sampling for genetic studies, and they managed to monitor a big part of the beaches in São Tomé and the nesting activity that was occurring in these beaches. So over 20 beaches are monitored daily nowadays, which is considerably high number, especially in such a small island. Over 780 nests were recorded in the last season, and over 50,000 hatched sea turtles were released back into the wild, which is a considerable number. As for capacity building of the local technical team, the local team, they have theoretical and practical training on biology and conservation, monitoring and data collection and nest management. And the ultimate goal is to create autonomy on the local economy, community, to keep up with the program in the following years. So we have with the local community and local authorities awareness and education initiatives. So they talked about sea turtle biology and conservation in schools, and during this, you can see the bottom left image, they're releasing, people from the project are releasing baby sea turtles, and they invite the local community and the local children to participate in these events, and they talk about the importance of conservation of sea turtles. Communication and outreach. What we can see is that we have several initiatives. For example, you see the kid on the left photo upwards. The project was able to publish a children's book about sea turtle conservation, and they released 10,000 copies, which were distributed for free amongst the local schools and children. They have several posters about the consequences of buying souvenirs made of sea turtle shell, sea turtles biology and importance of conservation, and informing about this new law, the ban of hunting sea turtles. They also work with the fishing communities, and they in exchange of their day, they give GPS to the fishermen. They go out on the sea to do their fishing, and they collect data about the sea turtles. In exchange, they have a custom-made sail for their boats. They have several communication and outreach programs also amongst the community. So there was a film festival last season on the documentaries about sea turtle conservation, and São Tomé people are very competitive, so they've decided to optimize that cultural aspect towards activities on sea turtle conservation. So they have They had some sculpture contests, drawing competitions, outdoor games, and football tournaments, and it's all related to sea turtles. For example, for the football tournament, during break time of the games, they had a quiz about sea turtles, biology, and conservation. So that would mean that it's not just important to score goals and to win games, but they would also make points by getting right answers on the quiz. So that also helps in this communication and outreach. And this is very interesting. They had a cooking contest. So they had typical São Tomé turtle dishes made with alternatives to turtle meat. So again, optimizing the cultural aspects of the competition that people in São Tomé have. The media loves all the actions that are promoted by the project, so they're always on national TV and newspapers and magazines. Now, as for economic alternatives to sea turtle trade, they're trying to convert turtle poachers in beach rangers and educators, and they're having great success with this program. They also have ecotourism activities, and the tourists love to go and see the incubation centers and go to these release baby sea turtle events. They also have a museum of sea and artisanal fishing, which is operated by local people. They're just starting an exchange program with the neighbor island, so Príncipe. So in this exchange program, they have beach rangers going from one island to the other island, and working with the Príncipe Trust organization, and in the hope to increase this program and hopefully extend the program to the Príncipe Island. So the next steps, and the basic word is here, increase. Increase the area of protection and monitoring, increase communication and outreach initiatives, increase economic alternatives in community involvement, and increase the team number, hopefully with local people. And I'd like to thank the team. They're doing all the work, and they're absolutely amazing. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nuno. We do have time for one question, if anyone has a question for Nuno. No, it looks like you're in the clear. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to all the speakers so far for being so good at keeping for time. I'd now like to introduce our next speaker, Isabel Lackman, who is going to talk to us about Hutan's 20 years of work. Over to you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to talk to you about our work in Sabah, in Borneo. And actually, I took very literally the guidelines of the theme, and that was financing conservation. So I'm going to talk to you about money. I've never done this before. It seems to be a little bit of a taboo issue, because I've never seen a presentation from a conservation program saying exactly what donations they got and how much money they spent. So I'm going to do that now. So as everybody who's ever tried or is running a conservation program, among all the challenges that you have to face, finding funding is one of the greatest. It never goes away. You have to overcome it every day, every year, every month. And it's really difficult to find donors. It's really complicated. There's a lot of amazing projects all over the world, so you get into competition with other projects as well. Some organizations are really competitive. They poach your donors. They have amazing funding department, professional fundraising department that do beautiful brochures. Sometimes some organization will give you money only if they know. It's more who you know that what you do is important in some cases. So it's actually it's a whole business to have to learn, and usually if you're a scientist, you start as a scientist, then you have to really learn the trade, and it takes sometimes a lot of trial and errors to get there. But talking to funders, actually, the irony is, and we've heard the lady saying that just now, funders actually also have a problem to find a good project, a project they can trust, that is reliable. I often hear from my donors that, oh, it's really difficult to get just one picture of that project. So there's really an irony of they're having difficulties on both sides. So this is us. The program started in '98 in Sabah. It started as an orangutan research program that grew ridiculously over the years into a large conservation program. What is special about this project? It is well, community-based, but actually the community itself is running the project. You see here, probably some of you know Marc Encrenaz, and myself. We founded the project 20 years ago, but all the people working with us are from one community in the eastern of Sabah. And the project is actually implemented by members of the community who have learned amazingly all the research techniques and conservation techniques, and we have a steering committee made of the most senior staff that actually make the decisions and sometimes override our own opinion. And basically the only thing that Marc and I can do now, and they can't do, is fundraising, report writing, all the really boring things. So I started this career with the idea of spending my life in the forest observing orangutans, and I hardly don't do that anymore. I just on my computer, but sometimes get to go to Estonia, so that's a great benefit. So we're located in the north of Borneo, in the Malaysian Borneo, in the state of Sabah, and on the east coast in the Kinabatangan region. Just very briefly, I'll introduce the project for those of you who don't know it. This area, there were some American explorers from Arkansas who came and made an amazing movie in the 1930s, and this is what it looked like. And this is what it looks like today. So the area has been extremely affected by timber exploitation and now development of agriculture, and particularly oil palm. So you have basically fragments of forest, really highly degraded forests, surrounded by seas of oil palm plantation. But still, the wildlife in this area is still extremely diverse and extremely abundant, mostly because people there are Muslim and don't hunt wildlife for food. So you have orangutans, elephants, 10 species of monkeys, and really, really interesting area. And in 2005, the Sabah state government decided to protect whatever was left of forest, which are these little fragments, here into a wildlife sanctuary. So clearly, as a wildlife population manager, you see that, you say, that's never going to work. And we definitely have to work really hard with the landowners in between the fragments of protected forest to try to reconnect those things, and that means communities and oil palm plantations. So as I said, it started as an orangutan research program that I could talk to you for 3 days non-stop on how great this research is, but I won't. And we have all sorts of activities. We have a forest restoration program, which is led and run by ladies from the village who do an amazing work. And just to give you an idea, this is an area that was encroached in by the oil palm plantation. And so in 2010, it looked like they moved back, and in 2010, it looked like that. And after these ladies worked on it, now it looks like this. So they've been really very efficient. We have a wildlife warden program that helps the wildlife department protecting the sanctuary. We work with elephants doing research, and also we have a whole team that works on mitigating human-wildlife conflicts, so mostly with elephants and orangutans that go into oil palm plantations, either the large industrial ones, but also the villagers, little farms, and make damage, and these conflicts actually increase more and more. And so we started 5 years ago to actually do studies and research of wildlife in the oil palm plantation, and that's also a very interesting subject. But just as a summary, the idea that we have now is to try not to keep wildlife into the protected areas, which is not possible and not viable because it's too fragmented and too small. but try to find a way to have coexistence between human activities and wildlife in this region. That means that elephants and orangutans and other wildlife would be free to move into villages and urban plantations, and you have to remove all the fences and everything, and that's quite a revolutionary idea in the area, but that's the only way it can work. So maybe another day I can tell you about these challenges. We're doing wildlife monitoring in the whole state, mostly contracted by the government that wants to know the wildlife population in areas. We work a lot of programs with communities, fishermen, homestay programs. We have a very strong education component. To give you an idea, last year we had about 13,000 kids going through this program statewide and about 1,000 teachers. And being there for a long time and getting a good relationship with the state government, then we have the chance and the opportunity to work very closely and design and formulate biodiversity conservation policies. So this is what generally looks like. One program with, this year we have 47 full-time staff and who are distributed in different components and working with different partners. So I just would like to show you the number of staff that we have, and we started in 1998 with very few of them. It was just our neighbors. We're based in the small village in the Kinabatangan, and then started to do more work and start more projects and hiring more people. And nowadays, we have full-time staff, and we also decided to hire part-time people, so to have a bigger impact, a greater impact in the community. And for example, we have a pool of 25 women that rotate and work with the reforestation team. So in 2017, we almost had 100 people from that particular village working with us, and this is something that we're very proud of. It is, we're the biggest employer, almost the only employer apart from Urban Plantation in this region. People from other villages start to work with us, and we start hiring the children of all the staff. And one big challenge is we don't have any turnover. Once they start working, they never leave, and and which is great. But now we have such a large pool of staff that we have the responsibility to keep on fundraising and paying salaries, which is probably one of the hardest things to raise funds for. And because there's so many families that depend on this income for sending kids to university and school, and so it looks like we can never stop at the moment. But of course, this is not a sustainable long-term issue, and that's also something that can be discussed for a very long time. So, talking about money, so I've never shown this before. And actually, I did the statistics last week on 20 years of fundraising, and so I was the first one surprised that we managed to get 10 million US dollars in 20 years. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And we spent also $10 million. So here you see the green is the revenue. Here there's some blips. It's mostly because one large grant came late, so it just changed. But generally it's quite smooth. And it's lucky I've been trained as a primatologist and not a financial manager, because if you look at this, you just say, this is completely crazy. You don't have any reserve. And if something happens anywhere, you have to stop. And I know that really, and that's probably a challenge that I think the vast majority of conservation projects have, because you get restricted grants. So when you do the proposal, you have to detail your budget to the very cent, and it has to be spent 100% of it during your grant period. So there's no way you can save it. It's actually would be illegal, or it would be cheating to save some money, although sometimes we save a couple hundreds, but that's it. So you never have any reserve ever, and that's a really big risk, and you really have to learn to work about it. And the other thing as well is here, just to show you the budget for salaries. And as I said, it's something that it's quite a big proportion of the budget, but it's very hard to reduce. You cannot fire people who have worked for you for 20 years. And so we try to stop hiring ones, but there's always new opportunities. So it's really something very difficult to balance. Now I'm going to talk about statistics only for 15 years, because I have to say the 5 first years, I don't have it on my computer. So this is for 15 years, and the vast majority of revenue was out of grants and donations. A little bit for fees for consultancies. As I explained, we do wildlife surveys for the government, so we get paid for that, but actually we spend all the money doing it. And other income would be selling an old car and replacing it and things like that. And over the past 15 years, we've received funding from 81 different donors. And these are just for the grants and donation. The majority of them, this is the number of donors, majority of them would be foundations and charities, and zoos represent a really large proportion, and government sources, which include international cooperation agencies, corporate a little bit, and the individual. So that's in the number of donors, but when you see in the actual value of the total donation, the corporate and individual donors are really, really small proportion, and they're really high maintenance usually. And and zoos donation are about the same. So the geographic origin of our donations, the majority come from the US, a large bit from Europe, very little from Asia. That's the number of donors. And altogether from 12 countries. And that's another challenge, because with 81 donors, you have to write, I don't know, 300 proposals to get 81 donors, or maybe much more. And all of these proposals coming from all over the world have different formats, have different, sometimes language, they have different deadlines to send the proposal, different reporting formats, different reporting times. So you spend your whole life writing proposal, writing reports, writing proposal, writing report. And you're supposed to do this at nighttime, because during daytime you're managing your project. So, and also the tone of the proposal. I'm sure the people who write proposal have noticed if you write a proposal for the US, or if you're meeting with the donor, then he would ask you questions like, please explain why you think you're the best for doing this. So that's the normal question. In Europe, they basically ask you the same thing, but not openly. But in Asia, for example, it's a completely different mentality that you have to show different attitudes. And so you really have to tailor your proposals and your attitude and your reports exactly to the mentality that is expected from you. This is in terms of value of donations. So majority, again, from North America, and Europe here is split. And you can see here we get most of our funding, European funding, from the UK. And that's about the amount received per donation. So, per donor, sorry. So over a 15 years period, the amount of money we've received from each donor, and each dot here shows the amount that we've received, and the median is $27,000, but we've received donation of $50, and the largest one being from the Arcus Foundation with, in total, 1.7 million US dollars. But you see the vast majority of donors are actually small grants. And so it's a lot in terms of strategy. It's a lot of work to write a lot of small grants rather than a big grant. But when you don't have a fundraising department, writing a big grant for bilateral funding or things like that, like the nice presentation on EU funding just now, you actually need somebody full-time or a whole team doing this full-time. And the maintenance of the grants is really high, the reporting, if you want to be serious, reliable enough. So at our level, we've decided that we can't do that because we don't have the time to do it, and we don't want to hire a professional fundraiser. We want the whole of the money to go to the field project. And also I have to say that from our experience in 20 years, in many cases it was a disadvantage not to have a professional fundraiser, but overall I would say that writing with the mistakes that you can make, or the donors really appreciate to deal directly with somebody who does the work, who knows the thing, not just going to put buzzwords and make a nice brochure, something that looks nice. And that's been helping, I think, very much. We've been extremely lucky to actually be able to find enough funding for all this time. And these are our top donors here. And the Chester Zoo is, I think there's one, Claire is here, but Kat is gone. So that's really amazing what you've been doing, and thank you very much. And thank you also to all the zoos that have supported our project and who are here. So in terms of loyalty, the length of the cycle, this is the number of years that we receive funding from the same donors. So you see the vast majority of the donors will just give you a grant for 1 year or 2 years. And it's much more difficult to get long-term funding, and it's really difficult, makes financial planning almost impossible. It's just, somebody said, hope is not financial planning, but unfortunately we have to use hope in that case. And on average it was 4.4 years cycles, and that means that we have to deal with more than 24 donors per year. Which is a luck, but it's also a lot of work. And amazingly, very interestingly, the zoos had the longest funding cycle. All right, so this is the list of the zoos we received funding from. So those who are here, thank you very much. That's a really big part. I often hear zoos telling me, yeah, but it's just a small part of what you're getting, and it's not. It's a huge part. It's almost the half of what we're getting. So it's very important, and even a small donation is extremely useful. So the highlighted in blue are more than 5 to 10%, and green is more than 50% of the whole zoos donation. So 31 zoos. And working with zoos has been quite interesting, and we've received much more than actually funding. An example is, for example, with the Hornbill Artificial Nest Box project, and we work with the Nature Boval and Chester Zoo and Phoenix Zoo, and they send their experts and the keepers to actually help us design the boxes and actually bring them up, and it's really heavy. So that's been a very useful collaboration. We have another collaboration with zoos to put orangutan bridges across river because the canopy used to...
Yeah, this is a big male.
Maybe we can lower the sound.
It's a male.
So important. Thank you. The small rivers usually had a canopy across it, allowing orangutans to go across. Just the small for some reason, they just die in a bucket, drown in a bucket. They don't even try, right?
This is rare. Yeah, not. This is first time I saw it. Orangutan cross with the bridge. Yeah.
And using actually, this is from
you're lucky.
Using here recycled fire hoses.
To do
bridges, and it's really hard to get a picture from an orangutan crossing those bridges. Everybody knows they do, because we see them one day on the other side and the other day on the other side, but with years we could never get a picture. And now we have one. And this particular bridge was made by the Japanese brought an architect that made the biggest bridge in Japan, so he brought these amazing blueprints, and it was huge and really heavy. And no orangutan used it for years, but they used it like other types of bridges. But that's the first one, first time we were using this particular bridge. So we're also having really strong dilemmas. I'm sure you all know Dirty Harry. This, for those who don't, is this policeman who's trying to rescue this little girl who's kidnapped somewhere, and if he doesn't rush to find her, she's going to die. So on his way, he goes on and tortures people, kills people, and because his goal is good, and he's doing this for a good cause, so whatever means is good to get to his goal, right? So when you receive funding, especially when you deal with corporations, of course you don't have to torture or kill people, but still you get some moral dilemmas. Would you receive, if you have an orangutan conservation project, would you receive funding from an oil palm company, for example? And of course, those companies that actually affect the most the environment are the only ones to come and knock at your door and do you want money? That never happens with other categories of funders, and we've been offered money from oil palm companies and petrol companies, and there's no, from my opinion, right or wrong answer. I mean, if you take it, yeah, you're guilty of and they do publicity and greenwashing and everything. If you take only half, then you're half guilty. But if you don't take it, then you're guilty towards the orangutans because you could have done something for them that you don't do. So there's no way you can do the right thing in this situation. So Bhutan in particular has, after long discussions, we decided not to take money from oil palm plantations, but we'll feel guilty as well. But there's, in corporate funding, there's not only bad guys and not necessarily really terribly ugly. In this particular case, I just wanted to show you because I think it was wonderful. It's a hospital company in Japan, and they decided to make a donation. And these are Buddhist people, and a donation should be absolutely selfless. The idea is to get prosperity. It's a custom to get prosperity for the company, so they have to make a donation. They can do it for a temple or poor people, and decided to do something for orangutans. So they raise funds in their hospitals. So of course the male is the doctor and the female is the nurse, so they actually managed to raise 1 million yens. When I heard 1 million, I said, whoa, actually it's not that much. I mean, it's about $10,000 US, which is already a lot. So the funny thing is they contacted us, and so they gave us the money. And so I was asking them, so when do you want your report and what format and everything? So no report, no, do you want pictures or anything? No pictures. And they really were getting upset. So somebody finally explained, no, this is really the principle. It has to be completely selfless. And the only thing they want to do is actually give their time and energy, so they come once a year and help with tree planting. So that's the ideal donor. Hope to find more like this. We did receive once funding from the Malaysian Oil Palm Council. And it was not money for us. They funded a survey of orangutans within oil palm plantations in the east of Sabah. So we were very interested to know as well if there were orangutans in this landscape. And we did find a lot of orangutan nests in small, tiny patches of forest. So sometimes one tree in the sea of oil palm, they're covered with orangutan nests. So we did the report, sent it back. And then the next thing we know is, here they don't mention it, but everywhere going around saying, oh, Bhutan has made a survey, very serious, reputable organizations, and found that the orangutans live perfectly in the oil palm plantations. And they even said here that they eat the loose palm fruits, which are very rich in vitamin A and E, giving orangutans a healthy, shiny coat. It's like, what? And our names is associated to that. So we did it once and we'll never do it again, that's for sure. But as I said earlier, making things work for wildlife populations, at least in our region, means engaging with the landowners, and most of them are oil palm plantation. So if they put fences and not allow wildlife to go through, then there will absolutely be no survival possible for these wildlife populations. So we have to engage them, and not getting money, but getting land or other aspects, and getting them to do the right thing in terms of the orangutan. And I have to say, I know it's a huge debate, but I have to mention that RSPO, although with all its weaknesses, has been a complete game changer. The day RSPO started and plantations tried to want to get certified, then finally we could get into the plantations, meet the directors, meet the managers, and actually discuss, okay, how elephants are going to go through your plantation. Are they going to go this way? Are you going to put a corridor here? How are we going? So now we're really busy working with oil palm plantations, and things are really improving, at least in our region. So this particular project here is a wildlife corridor that we work with the World Land Trust. And this I didn't put in our budget because they raised £1 million in 1 year to purchase 40 parcels of land, which are still forested, to reconnect 2 patches of protected areas. The land is really expensive in Sabah. And here we've purchased all these parcels, but the yellow ones here belong to an oil palm plantation, which is really big, and it's called Genting Plantation. They have casinos and everything. And initially, we asked them to donate these parcels for the corridor, and initially, no, we can't. And after discussing and discussing, finally, and I think RSPO also has a huge role in that, they decided, yes, we're going to make an agreement with the state of Sabah, and we're giving away this land. And this started an example for other oil palm plantations. So this is the kind of things, not really want money from oil palm plantation, but this is the kind of thing they can do that can help much more than money, and that we're trying to do. So the very last one, do I have, or I'll just let it go? Okay. As I said earlier, our biggest challenge is restricted funds that don't allow us to have any reserve or long-term planning. And now we're working with 2 organizations, Synchronicity Earth and Arcus Foundation, to create endowment funds. So this has been tried before, in some cases extremely successful, in some cases completely failed, but this time really smart people are doing it. And the idea is, yes, to have a capital and use the money to have a long-term income of unrestricted fund. So this is a really, as a conservation project, this is a really great form of funding. And anybody can participate, and who's interested in contributing to this fund. It's just launched, so it's not fully operational yet, but if you want more information, talk to me or to Gemma from Synchronicity here, who is somewhere here, and she's over there. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel.
Sorry, I took
Thank you, Isabel, and thank you for being for letting us know about your funding sources and how you've managed to keep going for 20 years. It's an achievement, and good luck for the future. I'm now going to move on to our final speaker for this session, Matt Fichter. And Matt is going to talk about the Snow Leopard Trust's work in somewhere in Asia.
Somewhere in Asia, yeah, indeed. Thanks, Brian. Well, tough act to follow. I think the entire session has been incredibly informative, and especially to Isabel, thanks for speaking the truth that all of us know, but we don't necessarily have the courage to say. So that was really, really great, and I'm hoping to follow up with something at least decent. First of all, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about investing in people to protect snow leopards. I think there's a growing recognition, and we've heard it in this room over the last couple of days, that to save endangered species anywhere in any ecosystem, you need to involve local communities, and you need to make them champions for your species. That's the only thing you can really do. It's been mentioned before, historically we haven't been very good at that. I think there's been atrocious crimes against humans, failed approaches, unintended consequences, because there was no real partnership with people in these areas. Fortunately, we're learning from these mistakes, I think all of us. And it was great to hear so many talks about site-specific, appropriate, culturally appropriate interventions that aren't just one size fits all, but are specific. And that's our philosophy as well. And so I'm hoping to talk to you a little bit about how we try to protect the snow leopard in the mountains of Asia. So why do community-based conservation? Because most people probably imagine the snow leopard like this, roaming, vast, empty mountainscapes. It's partially true, but it's not entirely true. There are people even in these remote ecosystems, and the people and snow leopards sometimes live in very close quarters, as we found on our camera trap. This is just a couple days apart. There's even a cat with cubs. I hope we can see them. Yeah, there they are. So clearly, there's close coexistence. Fortunately for us, snow leopards are the one big cat that doesn't attack people. So we have a better chance of getting people to accept coexistence than, for instance, if you do tiger conservation. What they do though is attack livestock. That is clearly a very high and very concrete risk to people's livelihoods, because livestock rearing is the principal source of income in this part of the world for almost all communities living in these mountains. And there are more and more people there, there are more and more livestock there, and so there's more and more livestock predation as well. Unfortunately, more livestock doesn't mean more money in people's pockets. The poverty rates are staying relatively the same, but predation increases, and of course so does the pressure. The result of this, as I'm sure you know, is widespread retaliation, killing of the predator. Traffic did a report 2 years ago which said that at least 4 snow leopards each week have been killed across the range since 2008. As opposed to the rhino or the tiger, which we've heard a lot about, snow leopard poaching is not a commercial enterprise on the scale that we know from other species. Probably because it's so remote, the densities are so low, it's just not viable to go out and hunt snow leopards as a revenue stream. But of course they do get killed in retaliation. A large chunk also gets killed sort of accidentally in snares that were set out for wolves or other species. But of course it doesn't matter in the end. I mean, in the end there's a threat to the cats, and we need to do something about it. But clearly livestock herders and their reaction to the cat is the main threat that we're facing right now. So how do you go about addressing this threat? I mean, one thing you could do is just have protected areas without people and without livestock, and have populations established there where there's no conflict. And these protected areas do have an important role, not necessarily only for snow leopards, but more so for their prey. There's competition between livestock and ibex, argali. Having these core zones where these wild herbivores can graze is critically important. But it's not enough for snow leopard conservation. We know from our research with GPS collars that these cats have huge home ranges. Average of 220 square kilometers in Mongolia for males, but it can be up to 1,000. Now, that doesn't mean much to most people unless you see it on a map, so try to show a map that people recognize. This would be roughly one snow leopard's home range. They're territorial, so between males there's practically no overlap. So this would be one male roaming Tallinn and its surroundings, with 1 or 2 females, if he's lucky, sharing that habitat with him. Now, if you take that to a landscape level, you think of, let's say, 20 males, 20 females in a small population, you need an enormous area to protect. If you want this to be a protected area for snow leopards, it's not realistic. I mean, imagine arguing for all of this to be protected for just one snow leopard population. That's a fight you're not going to win. We ran the numbers, in fact, and found that, as you can see, 40% of all existing protected areas in snow leopard habitat are too small for even one pair of cats. So they're going to have to venture outside, and if outside means they're endangered, you know what's going to happen. Only 8 protected areas exist that offer enough space for a viable population of breeding snow leopards. If you run the numbers, that's 400. That's not going to be enough for the species. So clearly we have no other choice but to work with people. And when I say work with people, what it really means is to partner with them, to make them champions of conservation. We need to first enable them to coexist, give them the capacity to coexist, and ideally, as we've heard many, many times during this event, make the snow leopard more valuable to them alive than dead. And the first thing you need to do for that, and it's going to be obvious to most of you, is build trust. If you just come into a new area with your ideas, your programs, as good as they may be, and you start to try and implement things, you are going to fail, almost certainly. We have failed, we've seen it ourselves in 30 years of conservation. It takes time, it's unpredictable. You may think you're going to implement a program in five villages in 1 year. You may write a grant, actually, that says that. And then you go there and you figure out, well, 2 of these 5 don't want to work with us at all, and the other 3 want to do something different than what we propose. So for that to work, and for that to work in terms of fundraising as well, you need patient, open-minded funders or investors in your work who are willing to give you the freedom and the time to do these things. And we're fortunate enough to have such investors, many of which are in the room today in the zoo community. We're also fortunate enough to have a professional fundraising team, thankfully. That makes, I think, everybody's life easier. We even have a communications team, which is me. Though I'm not a biologist myself either. Just a quick shameless plug here. Charu Mishra, who is our Science and Conservation Director, wrote a book about his 2 decades of experience with community-based conservation and tried to distill all the learnings that we have made and our partners have made into 8 principles that we think are maybe not one-to-one adaptable to every other place, but that have universal value for conservation practitioners. It's full of examples and case studies. This link has a free PDF in case you're interested, in case you're doing community conservation yourselves. So please go there, download it, send us your feedback, send us your ideas, because this should be a living document ideally. Couple of numbers about our community conservation activities. We currently have 5,500 families working with us, partnering with us across 5 countries in snow leopard habitat. It's China, Pakistan, India, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia. Together, these families protect around 500 snow leopards. And when I say protect, what that means is these cats live alongside communities that are disincentivized from killing them. It doesn't necessarily mean no killing happens, but at least there's much less incentive than in other areas. 500 snow leopards could be as much as 10% of the global population, so it's definitely a significant number. And these communities together protect or take stewardship over about 110,000 square kilometers of habitat, which, depending on which estimate you want to go with, is about 5% of the global snow leopard range. So what are the initiatives we work on with these communities? And the first thing we try to do, not the first thing in terms of how long we've been doing it, but in the chain of conservation initiatives, is to prevent livestock predation from happening. We've seen from our GPS-collared snow leopards twice, actually, that the last location that the collar sent was inside a goat corral, and then the cat and the collar disappeared, which told us that apparently predation inside corrals is a big problem and is something that triggers retaliation killings, which is understandable because when a snow leopard enters a corral like this, it won't just kill one goat and eat that, it will probably kill every goat in there. So what we've tried to do is implement these corrals to protect the livestock. And these look wildly different across the different countries we work in. This is in Mongolia, in the South Gobi, where most herders are semi-nomadic or even fully nomadic. So they need a solution that they can move every now and then at least, which is why we're using fences here. In other places in India, Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan, these are much more solid stone structures. Some places it's just reinforcing an existing structure. Sometimes it's building a new one. What they all have in common is that they work. There has not been a single livestock predation incident in a corral that was built or reinforced in these programs. And talking 120, I think it's a bit more now, but 120 roughly across over the last couple of years. There is still predation, though, of course, out in the pastures. For instance, the ox and horses are usually grazing freely without much herding, without any herding dogs, for instance. So there's a certain amount of predation that you cannot prevent. That's just going to happen if you have a predator and livestock in the same landscape. So to provide herders with access to compensation for such cases, we work with them to do a livestock insurance program, which some of you may have seen the film the other day about that program. And for most of us in Europe, this is something the state does. There's compensation programs. Still, of course, there's persecution of wolves and bears and other predators, but at least there is something there. In snow leopard habitat, in most cases, there is either no compensation from the state or it's dysfunctional. It's hard to access. It doesn't really work. So what we try to do is help the community set up their own livestock insurance fund. So our partners or ourselves, we pay a seed funding into an insurance fund, but the communities themselves also pay premiums from the very beginning. And then over time, our contribution goes down, theirs goes up, and after 5-6 years usually, a community livestock insurance becomes self-funded unless there's a catastrophic event. If there's a disease outbreak, or in Mongolia there's something called the zoot, which is a very, very harsh winter, which usually wipes out a significant part of the livestock population. In these cases, we have to step in and help. But in a normal year, they can carry the program carries itself. From an investor's perspective, it's an extraordinarily cheap thing to do. Costs at the most a couple €1,000 a year to run a livestock insurance program, including staff time, including travel. And it does help communities in a very significant way. One thing that's very important, or two things actually, they both have to do with ownership of the program. One thing is that it's important for community members to pay into the program. It has to be insurance, not just compensation. Otherwise, there is never going to be ownership. And if there's no ownership, there's every incentive to cheat, of course. If the state just gives you money for every livestock, every animal you lose, you probably lose a lot more than you actually do. Whereas if the community pays into the fund and not just pays into it, but also runs it, sets the premiums, sets the compensation amounts, and also decides whether a case is legitimate or not, you would be cheating your own community if you have illegitimate claims. So the number of such claims has gone down very rapidly. It's currently 19 communities with livestock insurance programs that work with us. I mean, other organizations do the same thing across the range, so it's much more if you look at it globally. And yeah, just under 12,000 livestock insured. One very cool thing that the communities themselves in India came up with as part of the livestock insurance program is that they suggested, why don't we set aside grazing reserves, because the wild herbivore populations there are under pressure, and we talked to them a lot about what can we do. And so these guys came up with the idea of establishing these grazing-free reserves for blue sheep, which is the main herbivore in that area. We employ reserve guards to make sure that there's actually no herding taking place. And that has led to, in the oldest established reserve, a 4-fold increase of the blue sheep population, which we know is the most important thing for snow leopard population to grow. It's a total of 600 square kilometers at this point in time. These initiatives are well received and they work really well in most of our program areas, but they're not necessarily always the best thing you can do. So for instance, in Pakistan, when our team did surveys about community needs and what are the concerns that people have, it turned out that people lost a lot more livestock to disease than they did to predation, probably because of the relative absence of veterinary services, and these are very remote valleys. Sometimes they're cut off from the rest of even Pakistan for months at a time. So they have very little access to anything that would help them keep their herds healthy. So as a reaction to this, our team in Pakistan developed a livestock health program where it's not only about vaccination, but it's training local people to do vaccinations, but also better husbandry practices and just keeping the herds healthy, and providing vaccines for up to 90,000 animals each year. The key, as with insurance, is to not just hand over money or hand over vaccines or whatever it may be, but to build capacity, to train the people to do it themselves and to learn in the process. In the areas where this has been established, livestock disease-related mortality has gone down by 50%, which we believe there is no hard evidence, but we do believe that it helps people be more tolerant, have more capacity to accept predators and predation incidents. These programs I've spoken about, they focus on preventing conflicts, mitigating conflicts, but we're trying to go beyond that and also help people enhance their livelihoods. You've probably seen at the marketplace yesterday that we have a line of handicraft products, called Snow Leopard Enterprises. These products are made by herder women in 4 of our program countries now. Same theme again. A lot of it is about training. We bring in trainers, professionals in the handicraft industry to help train women to produce these products. We then purchase them from them, sell them through zoo gift shops, our own website, other shops that are interested. Thanks, by the way, to everybody who came by and bought something. And the income flows back to these communities, provides roughly a 40% increase in the average household income in participating families. Currently, we have 400 women working with us on the program. The key is, though, not even just the money. I think we found that an even bigger benefit of the program is that it empowers women to become engaged in conservation work. And if you think of northern Pakistan, India to some degree as well, these are very male-dominated societies. Usually when you come as an outside actor into these societies, you are only going to be speaking with the men. The women are not going to be part of that conversation at all. And at the same time, we've seen that women sometimes have more negative attitudes towards carnivores than men in some of these areas, which might be because they work with the livestock more frequently, so they're more directly affected in many ways. So there's a need to engage women particularly. And this program helps do that. Some of these women, for instance, in India, they have their first bank account now. They've traveled from their village to Delhi, to Bangalore, to large cities to promote the work they do. And it has increased their standing. They're suddenly no longer just someone's wife. They're a person themselves with a story and a skill. This one, just very briefly, like most of the projects we've seen, education is an important component of everything we do. Mainly focused on kids, but not only. I'll just do this very quickly. We have eco camps each year, which are 3 or 4 days long, camping trips basically for local school kids, where they get immersed in nature. They touch, they feel, they smell, they play games just to reconnect to nature, which in many cases have something they've lost. Since this is all about investment in conservation, we need to talk about money a little bit as well. In our case, not as detailed as what Isabel did. But of course, all of these things cost money. They're relatively low-cost initiatives, but they require a lot of time, a lot of staffing, a lot of travel. You travel to very remote areas, and it piles up very quickly. So we need steady, reliable funding streams. Because nothing is worse in terms of building trust than going in, starting a program, and then 2 years later, you run out of money and you leave again. Thankfully, we've had extremely good support from the European zoo community. In particular, 39 EAZA members in the last 10 years have been supporting our work. And the total investment from EAZA members only, this is not even the entire zoo community, that's just EAZA, has been more than 500,000 euros in 10 years. So thanks very much for all of that. I mean, I see a lot of people who are part of that. There's a group from Helsinki, there's a group from Northern Zark, Parco Natura Viva, I know is here, Ostrava, Sofia Zoo. And of course our host Tallinn Zoo. Not to forget that. If I'm forgetting anyone else, please raise your hand, throw something at me. I'm sorry. We're equally thankful to you, of course. The good thing is you still get your dividend on your investment, even if I forget to mention you. So we're talking about investments in the context of donations, in the context of grants, not just because it sounds cute or because the session is entitled investments, but because like any investment, it leads to growth, it leads to transformation, it changes lives. And it generates returns. In the end, other than just looking at a cute snow leopard cub, you want a return. You want to know what happens with your money. I'm happy to say that the return of our investors has been zero. Zero as in 0 snow leopards that were killed in any partner community. I mean, now there's no guarantee of this, of course. There could be things happening that we don't know about. But we do have very strong networks of people informing us of things going on, and there has been no report. And that's 3 years in a row. The year previous to that, we have a strong suspicion that something happened, which isn't confirmed. But the last 3 years, we're very confident that there was actually no retaliation killing of snow leopards in any of our program areas. And that is, in large parts, thanks to our investors, people like you. And that is really all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Meryl, my timekeeper, tells me we have time for one question, if anyone has one. Okay, then. You're in the clear. Thank you,
I'm in the clear.
Matt.
Thank you.
That was a really interesting
Thanks.
talk about a very innovative project, and this session was about investing in conservation, but we've actually covered investing, funding sources, how it gets spent, the importance of science, and the importance of working with communities. So thank you to all of our speakers. It's been a really interesting session. So can you join me in thanking them again? And now I'm handing over to the incoming chair of the Conservation Committee, Eric Rebo.
Don't go out. You're not finished. Well, I don't want to keep you too much time away from your preparations to be smart and beautiful for the gala dinner. But there are still a few small issues that I would like to share with you. This is my first task as the incoming chair of the EAZA Conservation Committee, or chair or whatever it is. And honestly, it's an honor to do it. And it's especially an honor to have seen the tremendous success of this forum along this week. To see that so many people came from so many places, and there was so much people that wanted to come here and that we could not accept because of the venue could not hold more people than that. And this is a lesson for the future, and you can be sure that in next venues we will try to do better, to have more space, more people. And by the way, we don't have a venue for the next forum, so if any of you is interested in holding the forum, it's absolutely nice. Fuengirola again? No, not twice. I like my Malaga, but why not? But again, please contact Meryl, or you go to the website. There is also an application form that you can get from the site. Then, and first of all, I want to thank Brian Carroll. Well, I know Brian for so many years, and there is strange things in the life, because when he retired from the Karatriki tag, guess who took the leadership of the Karatriki tag? Me. And then now he retires from the Conservation Committee. Well, I succeed to him. I think that's something very strange here that I don't understand very well. But I'm very proud because Brian, along all this time, has put a high standard to the Conservation Committee. And I would like very much to ask you to come next to me now, just for a second. Not only to receive the tribute that you deserve as the leader of the conservation for the last years, as a mentor for me since I arrived to EAZA in 1992. And you are not going away because I already hired him as one of my new slaves at the Karatriki tag, so I'm very happy with it.
It's true. He's now my boss.
Again. And we have a few presents for you. So, Meryl, please. And there's a bag. So
it's a lovely bag. Oh, what's this inside?
There's things in the bag you have to open because there's a sense on everything we gave. A bag is for your fly fishing material now. Then we all know that you like to drink. And guess who choose the wine?
That looks like a Bengt Holst wine.
You got it. And then you have Meryl, help me where they are. So you know what it is? It's to hold your books. There's the beginning and there's the end. But you'll come back after the end. So Brian, many thanks for everything.
Thank you.
Not leave it to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
And
It's been a pleasure.
But we will see you again, don't worry. I also would like very much to thank Tit Maron, the director of Tallinn Zoo, for organizing this, and I would like him to join me if he's around somewhere. And I especially want to thank you for the wonderful organization and to thank all your staff that were absolutely incredible in helping in all the problems we had. And I really felt comfortable with this. Even my bike was securely kept all the week. So we're very, very impressed. I know that you have a special event to do.
You know, it's fun to work if you have a dream team working with you. They do not bother you. They only ask sometimes questions, which I have to reply yes and no. Like questions, should we try to get additional funding for the forum? And I was thinking, and finally I said, yes, of course. So basically, I was only the person saying yes and no, and the team was doing all the job. So I would really like to have the team here in front of you. I'm starting with Meryl. Yeah, of course. Mirka, just somewhere here. Mirka, I have to have the list because...
He's a guy, deserves also the applause.
Leana. Lisa, unfortunately, is preparing the farewell party, so he can't be here. But we can make applaud anyway. Signe. And I just felt unhappy that you don't have anything common in your clothing, so we decided to change it. So, Meryl, it's for you. Thank you. You could close it from the back. Mirka, the same for you.
Thank you.
Who is the next one there? No.
Small, big, medium?
Yes, we have to look. Leana's here. Great. Do the same for you.
Thank you.
And this one is for Signe. Yes. Signe.
Meanwhile, we have some nice pictures on the screen also.
And the last one is actually for Mari-Lee, because she was actually helping you a lot. So we have now the team having something common also in their clothing. So just big applause for the group. And the very final thing, it's a modern time and modern gadgets, and we had this streaming going on, so make up your mind and think how many people were viewing us during the last 3 days. Okay, make your guess in your minds. And I'm now saying the figure. During these last 3 days, if we were calculating correctly with Mirko, it was 10,000 people. Wow. So it's actually amazing what the modern technique can do. And that's all from my side. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Tit. Continuing my thanks, I would like to thank now the EAZA office. I have a special word that Tit already did for Meryl, of course. She's a patient person, otherwise she would have already quit. Mirko, Mafanwi, and all the staff that were not here, many thanks for your work, not only for conservation, but for EAZA. EAZA is a wonderful organization, and it is thanks to you especially, and all the members, but especially you. You are also the driving force. So a big applause for the staff of EAZA. The last but not the least, all the speakers and the people that made this week a tremendous success. I was really impressed by everything you do, and I thank you all for the time you took to come, the time you took to present your passion. So a big applause to all of you. I'm almost there. I'm really proud, really very proud to be here, and I'm especially proud of the work that we are able to do together. During this week, I have seen the real heroes of our times. People that battle and struggle every day in very difficult conditions, as we saw, to save species from extinction, to protect and restore environments and habitats, to maintain hope for the future of nature and for the future of the next generations. And these people many times work with very little means. But there's something they all have in common. It's passion. And passion is what makes all us be here. Passion for nature and for its conservation. We saw many examples this week, and I especially saw that a single person make a huge difference. And it doesn't need many things to make a difference for a species and for conservation. And there are thousands of other people in the world that do the same thing that we do, and that with also little means, and I have a thought for them also. They cannot be here, but there are tremendous people in the world doing conservation. And I'm proud also of what zoos do for field conservation. We have seen some examples through Isabel Lackman and the Snow Leopard Trust, how zoos are implicated in funding and helping conservation programs. And we are today collectively one of the larger financial supporters of field conservation. But we could do so much more. We are also main actors in field conservation today, but again, we could do much more. For a start, we have a conservation database that Merrill struggles to maintain and to keep floating, and could be an excellent tool for us to know exactly and measure exactly what we are doing. And I still do not understand why only 10% of EAZA members put that into the conservation database. And we need your contribution of all the zoos for this. And I'm a pain in the ass when I want. And I'm going to make this one of my goals for the time I'll be in the chairmanship. So you'll hear more from me about this. But that's not only. We must increase our contribution to conservation, because there are many other heroes in the world waiting for us, waiting for our support, for our training, for our passion. And I think EAZA is a catalyst for conservation. It is a way where we can connect people, connect zoos with field conservationists, and vice versa. The forum is a good example of it, where I've seen Camille Coudra, for example, explaining how it was so inspiring coming to her first conservation forum, that today, what she's able to do. And so, yes, we need to do more, and that will be, for sure, one of the tasks that I will face in the future. As new chair of the EAZA Conservation Committee, I want now to measure the impact of zoos in field conservation and to increase this impact. It is a huge task, a huge responsibility that scares me. I don't know if I'm able to do it, but I will do it, my best for it. And I'll do my efforts, my passion, with the help of you, to reach this goal. But I want also to say a final word for my buddy, Camille Coudra, because she's helping me to be a better person with better values. So the last sentence is something that she told me some time ago, and it inspires me today, and I hope that it will inspire you to also be the change that you want to see in the world. Thank you all, and I wish you a good journey back home and a lot of success in your work and in your projects. Thank you.